Chapter 1351 Mage Assessment. Could he really blow up the test machine with one punch? Many people present had this ridiculous idea in their hearts. However, as soon as this idea emerged in their minds, it was quickly suppressed. In their eyes, Urusha, who was a counselor just now, had already said, "This kind of magic test machine is made of special magic materials and technology. Even an A-level magician would find it difficult to break it. Not to mention a newcomer." However, facing Uchiha Chinyu, this kind of frankness, many people think, this is a broken jar. The more this is the case, the more people want to see the embarrassing moment of this young man in front of them. Feeling the eyes from all around, Wendy was at a loss. For a long time, the Demon Cat Inn has been isolated from the world. Except for communicating with the people of the Demon Cat Inn. For a long time, Wendy rarely contacted people from the outside world. Not to mention, now in front of so many people, she showed herself. "Wendy, let me go first. I caused what happened just now, and it is also my fault that the situation has evolved to this point. Let me go first." Shuelia suddenly stepped out of the crowd, patted Wendy on the shoulder, and walked to the center of the hall. This is a test site of hundreds of square meters. According to Chinyu's understanding, the entire test process is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the strength of magic power. The second level is the control power of magic power. The third level is to show the magic you have. After these 3 levels, you are only a quasi-magician. To become a formal magician, you must also complete a regular task of the same level before you can become a formal magician. As for whether this task is completed by an individual or a group, there is no rigid requirement. After all, in the Asia continent, where there are many guilds, teaming up to complete tasks is the most common and has the highest completion rate. Okay, since someone started, let's start the first level of magic test. Jalal said lightly. Just now, she had seen Shuelia's magic and methods, and she had a rough understanding of them. Moreover, Shuelia was brought by Jura, one of the 10 great saints. It is obviously impossible to make her your chess piece. The first level is the magic test. Please pour magic into the crystal ball. The value inside will change color with the magic strength, and there will also be a level assessment. An old man in charge of assessment and scoring spoke first. Looking at the crystal ball in front of them, which was quietly suspended in the air and presented a transparent posture, everyone's eyes were locked on Shuelia. They were eager to see how strong this girl brought by Jura, one of the 10 great saints, could be. Hey! Shuelia took a deep breath. Under the spotlight, it would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. After calming down her thoughts, she pressed her hands on the crystal ball and quickly poured the magic power in her body into the ball. Buzz! A slight vibration sounded without any warning. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. 7 colors flowed quickly on the surface of the crystal ball. In the end, the speed of change gradually slowed down and finally settled on dark blue. Magic level C+, excellent results. The old man raised his eyebrows and revealed a hint of unexpectedly. After quickly writing down the results, he said, "For the second test, please control the magic power, accumulate it in your body, and release it in one breath, so that the parts of the magic doll in front of you light up. The closer to the head, the more difficult it is to light up. I hope you can succeed." Faced with the C and result, the people present did not have time to exclaim. Then they saw Shuelia being led to a human-sized magic doll. There was a huge energy transmission line between the two. As long as Shuelia pressed her hand on the handprint on the absorption device and released the magic power accumulated in her body in one breath, she could activate the magic doll. The inspiration for this test actually came from the magic transportation tools scattered all over the Uxia continent. After all, only precise magic control can make the magic tools run continuously. Release it in one breath. Shuelia's face was a little livid. The biggest reason for her flight out of control just now was that she was not proficient in controlling magic power. Now this test is completely her weakness. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Shuelia looked back at the expressionless Jura, smiled bitterly and pressed her hand on the handprint. A magical power that should not be underestimated gradually rose in Shuelia's body. However, before it reached its peak, it exploded in the next moment and poured out in her hands. Boom! The feet of the magic puppet suddenly lit up. But this light was not very strong, and it felt like it was flickering. when this light was about to spread to the abdomen. But it suddenly went out. Magic control, score C. The old man seemed to have expected this result. After writing down the score, he quickly looked at the next test item. The last test, magic type and power, the wall in front is a special wall. Please cast your strongest magic. This wall will completely absorb your magic and finally give the level of your magic power. Qin Yu looked at the wall at the end of the hall, which was covered with traces of attacks, and seemed a little surprised. I never thought that there was such a magic assessment device in the Ixu continent. However, when I thought about the Eclipse Gate in the Orlai Kingdom, which was also opened by absorbing magic power, this strange feeling disappeared at once. His eyes fell on Xuelaya again. Qin Yu was not impressed by Xuelaya's recklessness and proficiency in controlling magic. But as the successor of the destruction law, Xuelaya's attack power is definitely not small. Moreover, this is just an attack on a wall, and there is no technical content at all. Xuelaya obviously also had this mentality. After taking a deep breath, the magic power in her body rolled back like boiling water. The next moment, her mouth opened and the magic power exploded. Destruction of the sky. Boom! The hurricane gathered in her mouth and was swallowed and spit out by Xuelaya in an instant. It turned into a huge streak, bringing a dignified sound of breaking through the air, spanning dozens of meters, and crashing on the wall. Bang! The violent air waves swept out like a raging tide. The crowds of spectators who were slightly closer on both sides were forced to retreat. However, more people still stared at the wall, waiting for the final result. The first thing that caught their eyes was the word B. Magic power, B, comprehensive score C+, congratulations on passing the assessment, you are a quasi-C-level wizard, as long as you complete 3 C-level tasks, you will have the opportunity to submit an application again and become a B-level wizard. Chapter 1352 Speak with Strength. Comprehensive score C+, one step away from being a B-level wizard, this is worthy of being a newcomer trained by the Snake Princess scale. With this kind of talent, she will definitely be able to inherit Lord Jura's position as one of the top 10 saints in the future. If Miss Xuelia is not proficient in magic control, I believe she is already a B-level wizard now. Yes, carrying out tasks is not a problem for the top 10 Snake Princess scales. Miss Xuelia will probably rise to prominence in the future, much better than those arrogant people who don't know and pop up in that corner. The scene was boiling all of a sudden. Compared with those the wizards who have just entered the door. It is absolutely a feast for the eyes to meet C and level candidates at the scene of the wizard selection. Master Jura. Xuelaya took the report card, as if relieved, and quickly walked back to Jura's side. This result is very good, and it is beyond the level. If my mother-in-law knows, she will definitely be very happy. Jura patted Xuelaya on the shoulder and said. However, next, don't be too complacent. Don't forget that Brother Qin Yu was also evaluated as a magician with C and strength by Zikline and Yerusha. Regarding the evaluation of the two, Jura, who is also one of the 10 saints, will not refute. After all, with his eyes, he can see that Qin Yu is not simple. As for that level of not simple, it is about the same as Xuelaya. Although, this view seems to be a bit contemptuous. However, in the eyes of many people, Xuelaya is a Snake Princess scale from a famous family. Compared with Uchiha Qin Yu, this casual cultivator is not at the same level at all. Qin Yu can rely on this background to climb to a level that may be on par with Xuelaya, which is already very good. It is precisely because a good guild will provide a lot of help, support, and resource guidance to newcomers that all wizards are eager to learn. Skull, to squeeze into the top 10 guilds. Wendy, it's your turn, just do your best, you don't seem to understand attack-type magic yet. Qin Yu reached out and rubbed Wendy's head unexpectedly. However, I think even if it is magic with additional attributes, that wall can test the power. After this, Wendy and Loyal Lubin, who was in the thought body, changed their faces suddenly. Wendy has always stayed in the Demon Cat Inn, and has not even been on a mission or taken action. Not to mention, someone can instantly reveal her details. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions, I just know more things, and Wendy is very much my taste. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Even if the sky falls, I can help you carry it. Qin Yu smiled and glanced at Loyal Lubin. Let's go, everyone is waiting for you. Seeing Uchiha Qin Yu, who was talking nonsense again, everyone present cast a series of contemptuous eyes. He can withstand the collapse of the sky. No one is willing to believe such words. Please input magic power into the crystal ball. Grade C+. Please use the magic power through the hand seal to activate the magic puppet. Grade C. Please use magic to attack the magic wall. Grade C+. The old man's voice sounded in a series of voices. Although Wendy's last full attribute improvement was only elementary, he was surprised by the title of dragon slaying magic. After all, according to legend, the power of the dragon is best at additional magic. In the end, it was given a score of C+. This scene shocked everyone present at once. It also raised the eyebrows of Zekline and Altia. I'd better not take the test for now. I don't have the confidence in front of you geniuses. Lucy was scared all of a sudden, especially when she thought of the backlash of Aquarius in the zodiac. If something went wrong in this situation, it would be the cause of all the laughs in the Isha continent. Okay then. Qin Yu did not force Lucy to participate. According to the plot development in the original work, Lucy probably backed down at the last minute, so she went to the dock to find Natsu, and finally joined Fairy Tail to assess the magician level. Master Qin Yu, I also want to accompany Sister Lucy to the guild assessment. I want to help Sister Lucy. After hesitating for a moment, Hinata Hanabi still spoke. For this first little sister she met when she just arrived in the other world, Hinata Hanabi was rarely willful. Although she knew that this kind of assessment of the Magic Council had more gold content. But for Hinata Hanabi, who was a special ninja in Konoha village, she already had a lot of experience in carrying out missions, and through the assessment by Wendy and Shirley just now, she could probably assess her own strength level. If she hadn't used the Holy Elephant Collapse, Hyuga Hanabi was confident that she had the strength of a B-level wizard. Counting the Holy Elephant Collapse, she could reach the A-level wizard. The only thing left to reach the S-level was the accumulation of missions. Haha, you arrogant guy, look quickly, the people you brought also retreated halfway. It's unrealistic to brag in front of a true genius. Now that 2 people are gone all of a sudden, I'll buy you some time and see how you deal with it. You won't tell us that you choose to leave halfway. The scene was boiling. After all, in their eyes, Lucy and Hyuga Hanabi were both people brought by Qin Yu. Now that the assessment is approaching, they give up, so the lie is self-defeating. Sir Qin Yu, I'm sorry, because of my willfulness, you were misunderstood. Hyuga Hanabi's expression stagnated, and she stepped forward quickly. Haha, didn't I just say that facts speak louder than words? There are still a few minutes before the result. They will regret it. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Huahuo's head, and walked forward quickly. Please step back a little, old man, I'm worried that I might hurt you. The voice was not loud, but at this moment it seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. The people present were stunned for a moment, especially the old man in charge of scoring, whose face suddenly darkened, and said, Little ghost, it's one thing to be arrogant if you have strength, but if you don't have strength, you should abide by the law. You will easily suffer losses if you do this. It's also easy to attract hatred, and you don't know if you will get into trouble. At this point, the old man Yerusha Chi Klein swept over his body. It was obvious that Qin Yu had offended the 2 judges. Thank you for your kindness, old man. The weak have no diplomacy. If these words came from the mouth of the 10 saints, you might rush to flatter me. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, Since you don't believe it, then let's speak with strength. Chapter 1353 Caught with one hand. Speak with strength? Many people present sneered. In their eyes, even Yerusha and Jalal, who are the judges, gave it a C and at best. This is probably an overestimation. Now Qin Yu has made boasts again and again. Is he really not worried that reality will slap him in the face? Boy, I advise you to stop talking nonsense. This is a magic test crystal ball. You said it will hurt others. This is too ridiculous. A skinny magic Eonthe wizard walked out and said softly. I am one of the few C-class wizards after the test just now. You said that standing here would be attacked. I have to stand here to refute your arrogant words. Otherwise, do you really think that the people present are frightened by your nonsense? As he said this, the skinny wizard stood directly behind the magic test crystal ball with a look of disdain. In the process, he glanced at Urusha and Jalal from the corner of his eyes. Just now, he took the lead in making trouble, and then he made things difficult for Qin Yu, and he also mentioned the qualification of C-class wizard. All this is to try his best to attract the attention of the two judges. It is for the quota to join the law enforcement team mentioned just now. Looking at Arusha and Jalal, who were still indifferent, a trace of determination flashed across the face of the skinny wizard, and he gritted his teeth and spoke again. Boy, didn't you just say that if you were allowed to take the test, the people behind you would regret it? I see that you have so many excuses and often speak wildly. I'm afraid you are regretting it, so you are not taking action yet. After these words fell, many people immediately agreed. Lucy, who was standing a little further away, looked at Hinata Hanabi with a sullen face. Lucy was indeed surprised by Hanabi's sudden abstention and accompanying her to give up the exam. But, what Lucy didn't expect was that Hinata Hanabi's eyes were still burning when she looked at Chinyu at this time, without any worry at all. Where did this mysterious confidence come from? Sister Lucy, you see, Lord Chinyu will never lie. The next scene is probably just a moment. You should open your eyes and see it clearly. Hinata Hanabi's voice suddenly sounded. Lucy was startled, and soon saw Chinyu walking towards the magic crystal with a smile on his face. This action made the skinny magician stunned for a moment, and soon he showed disdain. Watching Chinyu reaching his right hand towards the magic crystal. At this moment, the skinny magician, and even the onlookers present, seemed to have seen Chinyu's lies fall apart. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind, an inexplicably suppressed aura emerged without any warning. The next moment, like a hurricane, it exploded with Chinyu as the center. The violent magic power turned into a frenzy, rushing straight into the hollow ceiling of the hall and piercing through it. Under this violent and unparalleled magic power, everyone present was suddenly nervous. Even Yarusha and Jalal, who were sitting in their seats, had their faces changed drastically. Before they could react, Chinyu clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand. The soaring magic power suddenly stopped. The next moment, it turned into a raging wave and rushed straight towards the magic crystal. Get out of the way! The old man, who had already moved away, was completely panicked when he saw this scene. While roaring urgently, he didn't care about anything else and quickly retreated. The skinny wizard who was standing behind the magic crystal, intending to show off and attract the attention of Yarusha and Jalal, suddenly froze. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, he had nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to look at the magic crystal in front of him, and the first thing he heard was a crisp shattering sound. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. The 7 colors of light. After a rapid alternation, the next moment, the cracks in the spider web spread all over the magic crystal ball. The dazzling white light lit up like a small sun. Bang! The magic crystal ball exploded in response. Under the infusion of powerful magic power, this explosion was like thunder. The explosion caused the skinny wizard who was closest to the ball to fly away instantly. The scarlet blood that spurted out of his mouth gave people a dazzling smell like fireworks. It's really broken. I don't know who exclaimed. Looking at the skinny wizard who was hit more than 10 meters away, spitting blood and fainting directly. There was also a shattered magic crystal ball and fragments scattered all over the ground. The people present felt dry in their mouths. Before the test just now, the old man had already introduced that this magic crystal ball was made through a special process. It would take a lot of means for an ordinary A-level wizard to break this crystal ball. However, now it was caught and exploded by a young man who spoke arrogantly, with a magic release. This is too much of a joke. Old sir, why don't you read out the results? Do you think that the test results don't count? I didn't do it on purpose, but you don't believe it. The material of this magic crystal is a bit weak and can't withstand a capture. Chinyu smiled and looked at the old man who had escaped more than 10 meters away, and said with a warm smile. As soon as these words fell, the nerves of everyone present were once again tense. Their eyes turned and locked on the old man. Now even the magic crystal was captured and exploded. In the face of such results, they were eager to know what kind of evaluation of strength the old man would give. Feeling the gazes from all around, this feeling of being the center of attention made the old man's cheek muscles, as dry as tree bark, twitch. His turbid eyes swept across Yarusha and Jalal, and he exhaled a deep breath and said. Due to the magic crystal, the limit is at the level of an A-level wizard, but considering that the magic crystal actually exploded, Uchiha Kainyu's performance is now temporarily classified as an A and level wizard. A+. Level wizard? The scene was in an uproar. Especially, Jura, who gave Uchiha Kainu a C and rating just now, and even Urusha and Jalal, who were sitting in the first place, could not hold back their temper. Just now, they were in public, and they repeatedly concluded that Uchiha Kainu was only a C-level wizard. They never thought that the other party would not only display magic power far beyond their judgment. At the same time, he really crushed the magic crystal with one hand. Could this be the legendary slap in the face too fast? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. An unexpected voice sounded first. I object to this result. I think someone is perverting the law for personal gain. Chapter 1354. Is this a 3-level explosion? I object to this result. I think someone is perverting the law for personal gain. Hinata Hanabi's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, she was seen walking out of the crowd. Just now you said that an A-level wizard needs to spend a lot of effort to destroy the magic crystal. But this magic crystal was caught and exploded in front of Lord Qinyu. I believe that the person who can do this is definitely an S-level wizard. S-level wizard? The people present were in an uproar. However, facing the crystal ball fragments scattered all over the ground, they felt that there was no way to refute it. Everyone knows where the final result of this simple reasoning question points to. At least, in the eyes of many people, being able to catch and explode the magic crystal ball with one hand. This kind of strength is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary A-level wizard. Little girl, you are so presumptuous. Do you dare to question the standards of our magic council? Urusha was the first to lose her temper. After all, she had challenged Qinyu in public just now. She even boasted and gave an evaluation of Qinyu's strength. However, the A-level wizard qualification presented in front of her now has already made her feel unhappy. If Uchiha Kainu suddenly jumped to the S-level wizard because of Hinata Hanabi's words, then this slap in the face is too big. Urusha is right. Our magic council has a complete set of criteria for evaluating the level of wizards. Jalal, who had been silent all the time, didn't know when he sat up straight. It was the first time he found that he had misjudged a little kid again and again. You can also see that the test here is divided into 3 levels. We have to test not only the magic power, but also the proficiency of controlling magic power and the strength of magic, and then take the balance score between the 3 as the evaluation. Now Uchiha Kainu has indeed demonstrated inhuman magic power, but whether he can reach the S-level wizard is still unknown. After saying this, Jalal looked at Uchiha Kainu. At this moment, he was a little confused about the young man in front of him, who always had a warm smile on his lips. You are rogues. Hyuga Hanabi was anxious. However, he soon saw Qinyu shaking his head and waving his hands, saying, Hanabi, don't talk nonsense with them. I said that facts speak louder than words. Since they don't want to believe it, then I will continue to speak with strength. I want it to explode in the 2nd level as well. Qinyu took a step, and the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the 2nd level. This speed, like teleportation, made the pupils of the people present shrink slightly. Qinyu's right hand, like lightning, once again pressed on the handprint. The violent magic power dormant in the body once again turned into a frenzy and poured down. Buzz! The body of the magic puppet suddenly lit up. There was no process for this kind of lighting. The whole body and any part of it lit up at the same time. The next moment, it even shone with dazzling light, like a little sun. The strange scene made the pupils of everyone present shrink to the extreme, and their eye sockets almost popped out. The thunderous explosion finally detonated. Bang! The explosion sounded like thunder, and the rolling air waves turned into a frenzy, sweeping around. Feeling this terrifying air wave coming towards them, the spectators present retreated in a hurry, showing their faces full of disbelief. The 3rd level. Qinyu's voice came together, and the whole person disappeared again, appearing in front of the magic wall of the 3rd level. Looking at this scene, everyone present was extremely nervous, and there was only one thought in their minds. They were eager to see if this arrogant person in front of them could break the wall of the 3rd level that could absorb the magic impact. It can be said that at this moment, regardless of the group of spectators, even Jura and Jalal, these 10 great magicians of the Holy Land, could not help but hold their breath and stare at Qinyu. In the previous conflict, they had already witnessed Qinyu's battle with their own eyes. Based on the preconceived judgment, the magic that Qinyu possessed was only a means of physical attack, and it should be difficult to destroy this wall. However, as soon as this thought emerged in his mind, Qinyu's right hand turned over and turned into a tiger seal. The hot chakra, like a rushing river, poured into his mouth. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it was swallowed and spit out. Fire. Style, great fireball technique. The blazing flame exploded like a tidal wave. In the huge examination hall, only Hyuga Hanabi could see that the ninjutsu performed by Uchiha Kainu was completely instantaneous. But the most shocking thing is that the great fireball technique performed by ordinary ninjas can reach a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, which is already very good. The Uchiha clan, who are known to be proficient in fire style, can reach 12 or 13 meters, which is enough to look down on the ninja world. However, now the legendary Uchiha Kainu, who is known to suppress an era and cannot breathe, has a diameter of at least more than 30 meters. Hyuga Hanabi estimated that it was at least more than 30 meters. And from Uchiha Kainu's face, she clearly saw a calm face, giving people a feeling that he did not use all his strength at all. The blazing air wave rolled back like a tide. Looking at the flames that were swallowed and spit out, it turned into a huge sun sphere and rolled towards the wall dozens of meters away. The magicians who were hoping for a lucky break no longer had any luck at this moment. Their feet seemed to be greased with oil, and they retreated without thinking too much. Facing the huge fireball magic of tens of meters, this completely overturned their understanding of beginner magicians. They were both beginners at the same time, and the gap was too big. Bang! The huge fireball of tens of meters hit the wall with a crushing posture. The huge impact force exploded at the same time. The rolling flames and air waves, like a frenzy, rolled around and rolled back. Being in the center of the explosion, the heavy wall that claimed to be able to absorb all magic attacks. At this moment, the speed of absorbing magic power was obviously unable to catch up with the speed of the explosion. Accompanied by a deafening roar. Cracks like spider webs spread rapidly. The next moment, it also exploded. The rolling waves of air, mixed with countless rebels, made the entire examination hall a mess. Is this a 3-level explosion? Even though they were sitting on the chairs, the faces of Yurusha and Jalal, who were the supervisors, suddenly changed drastically and stood up without knowing when. Feeling the heat coming towards them. Jura, who was shocked, had already rushed out first. Chapter 1355 Strength can make the devil push the mill. Rock Magic Earth City Barrier. Boom. One after another, magic circles bloomed under Jura's feet. The magic power belonging to the 10 saints was driven like a frenzy. With the roar of the earth, one after another, thick rock walls took the lead to block the crowd. Bang! The reversed flames instantly hit the thick rock wall. Under the huge impact, Jura's face changed suddenly. He even caught the spider web-like cracks that spread rapidly on the wall. His nerves were stretched to the extreme. In this emergency, this magic was the fastest and most powerful means of defense he could use. If even this rock wall was broken, Jura could only watch himself being swallowed by the flames. For a moment, he couldn't spare a second magic. Jura, let me help you. Loyal Lubin suddenly appeared beside Jura and pressed his right hand on his back. All attribute magic enhancement, intermediate. Boom. A mysterious magic circle bloomed under Jura's feet. The next moment, the magic power that was originally driven like a stream suddenly surged into a rushing river. The cracks on the rock wall, with the increase of magic power, the tearing trend was obviously stopped at once. The roar of the earth sounded again, and Jura, with the help of the surging magic power, broke through another rock wall in one breath. Finally, the flames that rolled back were completely stopped. The scorching heat gradually subsided. The candidates who were trying to escape also gradually calmed down their panic. Seeing the 2 rock walls that blocked the flames merge into the ground again, everyone had no time to think about it, and their eyes turned and fell on the field. The first scene that came into view made people's pupils shrink suddenly, and their eye sockets almost cracked. Looking around, there was no wall that could absorb the impact. The end of the huge examination hall had already turned into a scorched earth. The power of a blow was so terrifying. Many wizards present had a cold air coming out from under their feet and rushing to their heads. Not long ago, many of them were ridiculing Uchiha Chinyu's arrogance. However, now the scene of 3 levels in a row was presented, which completely confirmed what Uchiha Chinyu said just now. We speak with strength. Facing this scene, I am afraid that it is not Uchiha Chinyu's arrogance. Instead, they are sitting in a well and looking at the sky, judging others by their own meanness. If the attack just now was not aimed at the magic test wall, but fell on any of their newcomers, I am afraid that the end is no doubt the same as a piece of charcoal. Old sir, I have now fulfilled my promise and blown up all 3 levels. You should give a performance evaluation now. Qin Yu fell on the side of the old man like a ghost. Looking at the intact Qin Yu, the old man's pupils shrank slightly, and while taking a breath of cold air, he quickly suppressed the ups and downs of his thoughts in his heart and said, "Brother, I was blind just now. If I offend you, I hope you don't be surprised. It seems that remote places really make people short-sighted. After completing the things here, I will travel around the continent." At this point, the old man glanced at the almost blank report card in his hand and exhaled a deep breath. Assessor, Uchiha Kainu, Magic Rating A+, Magic Control S, Magic Power S, Comprehensive Score S. Congratulations, you have become an S-level wizard, but I still have to say that the current S-level is just a simple academic evaluation. To truly become an S-level wizard, you still need to accumulate a lot of tasks. If you have to care about it, you are just a show now. Of course, if you want to find a reliable magic guild to join, I can also recommend it on your behalf. At this moment, Er Chang's voice seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at the old man who was originally cold and stubborn, he suddenly became humble. At this moment, the candidates present instantly understood a truth. Strength can make the devil push the mill. However, when I think of this young man in front of me, he can reach the super high evaluation of S-level magician with just a simple magician assessment. Although there is no experience and accumulation of tasks, if what happened here is spread, I am afraid that many magic guilds will throw out olive branches first. After all, there are not many S-level magicians in any magic guild. Some guilds may not even have one. Like the Scales of the Snake Princess, which can become one of the top 10 magician guilds in the Ixu continent, it is entirely because of 1 or 2 S-level magicians and Jura, a Saint 10, who supports it. More magician guilds, like the 4 Hellhounds, only have the president and an S-level magician to support the scene. It can be said that S-level wizards are rare in the Ixu continent. Most importantly, in their eyes, the current age of Uchiha Qin-yu is almost the same as that of Qi Klein, who is also one of the 10 saints and is sitting here for assessment and supervision. This means that Qin-yu, given time, as long as he is properly trained, will become one of the 10 saints in the near future. For any magician guild, they will definitely not let go of such a sweet cake. It is true that strong people come from young people. It seems that we all misunderstood Qin-yu from the beginning. Luo Lubin shook his head and sighed. Faced with such an amazing talent, it can barely explain why Qin-yu was able to point out his identity as a thought body at the beginning. But why he knew Wendy so well still made Luo Lubin frown, feeling puzzled. At least, in Luo Lubin's eyes, their demon cat in has always been isolated from the world, except for specific people who go out to take tasks. Outsiders can't get to their guild location at all. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that this mysterious boy in front of him has not shown any malice towards Wendy for the time being. President Luo Lubin, you are embarrassed. I'm afraid you saw that Qin-yu was extraordinary at the beginning. Only a fool like me with insufficient experience would despise him. A trace of bitterness flashed across Jura's face, and he sighed helplessly and shook his head. Fortunately, Qin-yu didn't seem to take these things to heart. I think he cares about Wendy. President Luo Lubin, you may be able to invite him to join the Demon Cat Inn. A ready-made S-level wizard, as long as he is supported a little, it may not be a problem to reach the top 10 saints and surpass an old man like me. Chapter 1356 Sorry. I grew up scared. The voice was not loud, but it echoed in the messy hall. The expressions of the magicians who participated in the assessment, and even Yerusha and Jelal, could not help but stagnate. This is the evaluation given by the long-famous jury kiss from the 10 saints. These words from his mouth have enough gold content in any place. The most important thing is that Uchiha Qin-yu in front of them seems to be very arrogant, but his strength, talent and potential are in front of them. No. It should be that they looked down on the young man in front of them from the beginning, and they thought he was arrogant. It can be said that the current strength, coupled with the words just now, is quite decent. It even gives people a taste of whipping. At least, facing this unexpected experience, they obviously felt that they had learned an important lesson in life. If you look down on people by appearance, you may lose your life if you are not careful. Haha, Jura, you still praise our Demon Cat Inn. Compared with the Snake Scale Princess you are in charge of, I don't have the confidence to recruit Brother Qin-yu to join. Luo Lubin laughed dryly and shook his head. You also said that brother Qin Yu and Wendy hit it off at first sight. It is rare to have such a relationship. If you continue to force it, it may backfire. This is probably the most unprofitable thing. Looking at Luo Lubin with a normal face, Jura was stunned at first, then smiled and shook his head. President Luo Lubin is right. It seems that as the acting president of the Snake Scale Princess, my vision is still too narrow, and I almost went astray again. A place like Brother Qin Yu with extraordinary potential obviously has his own ideas, otherwise he would not come out to walk in this world. For Jura, the praise comes from the heart, but asking Luo Lubin to invite Qin Yu is actually a little selfish. According to his idea, Uchiha Qin Yu can reach this level at such a young age. He will definitely be able to be among the strong in the future. The position of the 10 saints is definitely possible. In Jura's eyes, this kind of young man definitely has his own pursuits. A good guild is what he pursues. Jura instigated Luo Lubin to recruit Qin Yu, and his greater selfishness was to see what this young man who made a big splash needed. Then, he would cater to his preferences. However, this calculating mentality was obviously dispelled by Luo Lubin's words. Because of greed, he offended a young man who would definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. It is better to make friends with good intentions, and instead, you can have a good relationship. Lord Jura, I'm sorry, I lost. Shuelia walked up with a lonely face. Looking at the messy hall, in fact, from the beginning, when he got the CN score. She also had a kind of ambition in her heart, to be able to suppress Uchiha Qin Yu. Let this arrogant man suffer. However, the scene now presented in front of her. The results of an S-level magician. It was like a mountain, pressing Shuelia so hard that she couldn't breathe. Shuelia, I misjudged you and made you suffer. Jura said with a wry smile. However, you have the long-lost ancient extinction method, and your future achievements will definitely reach his height, degree. At the end, Jura's confidence was a little insufficient. Glancing at Qin Yu's back, the last word could only be uttered through gritted teeth. However, Jura's eyes were soon attracted by Arusha and Jalal who were approaching quickly. The evaluation of Uchiha Qin Yu by the two just now, in addition to ACN's strength, also labeled him as arrogant. Especially Arusha, who had publicly squeezed Qin Yu. However, it is precisely because of this reason that Qin Yu has achieved so much now. It is undoubtedly like a loud slap, slapping Arusha's cheek directly. In public, as a judge of the Magic Council and the commander of the law enforcement team. This breath is probably hard to swallow. Thinking of this, Jura frowned with a bitter smile, and various thoughts flashed through his mind. Now he just hopes that the next things can develop normally. So that this matter can come to an end. Haha, Uchiha Qin Yu, you really have the capital to be arrogant. No wonder you don't even take us judges seriously. Arusha spoke first. As soon as these words fell, the nerves of the people present were tense. In their eyes, the strength displayed by Uchiha Qin Yu is indeed beyond imagination. However, no matter how powerful he is just an ordinary person. Facing Arusha, who has the magic judge, this behemoth as his confidence behind him. Qin Yu, a single soldier, can't compare. Now Arusha's straightforward move is very clear. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Yu. Facing this young man who just showed some strength and a little arrogance. They are eager to know what answer Uchiha Qin Yu will give. Is he going to humble himself in front of the counselors, and then go down the steps, join the Magic Council, and become a member of the law enforcement team? Sorry, Miss Arusha, I was actually scared. If you want to say something harsh, you plan to suppress me. In fact, it is more convenient and quicker to take action, but I still advise you that the success rate is very important. Qin Yu smiled warmly. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Especially the sentence "I was scared." That kind of arrogant and domineering arrogance makes people feel like they are having a nightmare. In their eyes, Arusha is the judge of the magic judges and the one who leads the law enforcement team. But now he was strongly retorted in public. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. No. It should be said that even if they saw it with their own eyes, they would want to slap themselves twice to find out whether the scene in front of them was true. After all, this answer was simply clean and neat madness. Damn kid, you dare to provoke me again and again. Today I will let you see what it means that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. This world is not as small as you think. Urusha's expression froze, and then she roared angrily. In her eyes, when has she ever been despised like this? Ice-shape magic burst spear. Bang bang bang. The biting cold wind vented out like a torrent. When the huge magic power surged wildly, it instantly turned into a sky full of spears and shot towards Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that they approached in the blink of an eye. There were so many of them that it was almost a dense mass. Chapter 1357, Fireworks has also learned bad things. Bang! The sound of breaking through the air resounded throughout the trial hall. The dense pink ice crystal spears, the large number of them, and the dense attacking posture made people feel tingling. It made everyone in the field tense up. In their eyes, they never thought that a member of the Magic Council would kill someone directly after a disagreement. Faced with this sudden scene, more people present were eager to see how Uchiha Qin Yu would respond. Bagwahushin. Whoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded first. A ghostly figure appeared in front of Qin Yu. Before everyone could react, a huge amount of chakra exploded from Hanabi's body. At the same time, with Hanabi as the center, the body with tense muscles spun rapidly like a gyroscope. Bang bang bang! The ice crystal spears that were attacking from the sky were crushed in one encounter. Facing the airtight Hushin, the seemingly sharp and unparalleled ice crystal offensive was swept away in the blink of an eye. The crushed ice spears and the ice crystals that turned into ice crystals also turned into crystal ice chips all over the sky with the strong wind driven by Hushin, pouring down from the sky. The spectators, who were originally in a trance, felt the biting cold and shuddered. But more people's eyes turned and locked on the figure standing in front of Uchiha Qin Yu. In their eyes, facing the anger of the Magic Council, those who dared to stand up were definitely not simple people. Is it this little girl who gave up halfway? I don't know who exclaimed. When they saw the figure of Hinata Hanabi clearly, their expressions couldn't help but stagnate. They clearly remembered the scenes of Lucy retreating before the test. At that time, Hinata Hanabi also chose to give up, becoming a weakling in their eyes who didn't even dare to accept the test. However, the scene before them and the strange magic methods performed subverted their cognition. At least, in their understanding, the ice spears created by the ice modeling magic performed by the magic counselor can definitely reach the level of a full-strength attack of a B-level wizard. However, this attack was easily blocked by the young girl in front of him. This is enough to show that the girl in front of him is at least a B-level wizard, or even an A-level wizard. Is there no weak person around the strong? Is this a truth? Master Qin Yu, you are trapped. Hyuga Hanabi spoke first. Please let her go to me, I am just looking for an opponent to train, otherwise I will fail your cultivation. After saying this, Hyuga Hanabi took the lead in front of everyone. Come on, Master Qin Yu said that to be different, you have to choose a different path from ordinary people. Now, I want to fight two people alone. The soft voice was mixed with a hint of coldness. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi who was talking nonsense, Qin Yu's cheek muscles were twitching. Especially Hyuga Hanabi, with a matter-of-fact expression on her face. If Hyuga Hayashi knew this, he would definitely sigh to the sky. Girls grow up to be bad, even Hanabi has learned bad things. Urusha was stunned. No. It should be said that even Jalal and the onlookers present had a somewhat unnatural look. They knew that Qin Yu was arrogant. But just now he had personally demonstrated his extraordinary strength as an S-level wizard. With the help of Sanguine's one-handed catching and bursting method, it was enough to shut everyone's mouth. However, Hyuga Hanabi, who is now a little follower behind Qin Yu, also spoke arrogantly. Is this due to real strength, or is it really too arrogant and a bit arrogant? After all, the people standing in front of them now are Urusha and Jalal. A member of the Magic Council, and another with the identity of the 10 Saints. The identity alone is enough to suppress ordinary people and make it difficult for them to breathe, but now they are despised. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? Okay, very good, you are indeed a group of arrogant duo. Today I will see if you are really arrogant enough to avoid taking action. I will humiliate this girl first and let her know what it means to be the first to stand out. Urusha roared angrily. The dormant magic power in her body exploded like a frenzy. A piercing cold wind instantly blew up with her as the center. The faces of the people watching the scene changed drastically after seeing this scene. Without time to think about it, they quickly pulled away and retreated. leaving a blank battle zone of 100 meters in radius. For a while, there were only a few people staying on the huge battlefield. Lucy, who was on the side, was originally planning to sneak away. However, just as she was about to run away, she was caught by the furious Arusha with the corner of his eye. The resentful murderous intent made Lucy's feet tremble a little. Now she regretted bringing Chinyu and Hinata Hanabi, two country bumpkins, here to see the world. She was obviously labeled as a comrade by the judges of the Magic Council. The only thing she could do was to hope that Chinyu, who had always maintained a calm face, could think of a solution. The biting cold wind swept across the entire land. The remaining water vapor in the air turned into ice crystals in an instant. Looking at the crystal-like scene, many people on the scene were nervous. A fierce look flashed in the depths of Arusha's pupils. Brother Chinyu, stop the girl quickly. Although Arusha is not a member of the 10 Saints, her strength is not much inferior to me and Zikline. Jura reminded in a hurry. As one of the 10 Saints, others may not dare to speak, but he is different. No need, this little Wu's strength is also ranked in the middle in my country. Chinyu he stopped Jura with a smile and said. Also, don't underestimate serious women, especially beautiful women. The atmosphere in the field was silent for a moment. Especially the sentence that ranked in the middle even in the countryside. It made Arusha's expression stiff. The next moment, his cheeks twitched and he roared again. What an arrogant person, daring to despise our judges again and again. Today I will let you see what is the mistake of arrogance. Ice-shaped magic flock of swallows dancing. Bang bang bang. The ice chips in the sky seemed to come alive in an instant. Under the crazy magic released by Arusha, they turned into ice crystal swallows in the sky. The number was several times more than before. Under the sunlight, a dense piece showed a fascinating crystal cold light. Before everyone could react, Arusha grabbed it with 5 fingers in the air, bringing a stern sound of breaking through the air and whistling out. Chapter 1358 Going Crazy and Even Hitting Yourself. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of ice crystal swallows rushed towards Hanabi with a stern sound of breaking through the air. The speed and the attack posture completely presented a 360-degree blockade. At the same time, the moisture hidden in the air from all directions was also frantically extracted by Arusha and quickly condensed into ice crystal swallows. It gave people the feeling that they were obviously planning to use a war of attrition. As long as Hinata Hanabi continued to cast the strange defensive magic just now, Arusha would launch an endless group of swallow attacks. Until one side showed a flaw. Even when the magic power was exhausted and the winner was decided. Looking at this scene, Chinyu couldn't help but smile. This smile, in the eyes of others, made people's hearts skip a beat. Facing the furious attack of the dignified judge, they already felt the danger for Hinata Hanabi, the little girl who stood up. However, Chinyu, who was now protected, was snickering. Is this because he has enough confidence in Hinata Hanabi? Or does he want to see this beautiful and cold little girl injured? When thinking of this, many people envy. If they can have such a beautiful little fangirl, they will definitely choose to put her on the bed instead of on the battlefield. Especially there are 2 beside Chinyu. This move now is undoubtedly a waste of natural resources. Chinyu didn't know about these messy thoughts. But even if he knew, Chinyu would not take it to heart. He brought Hinata Hanabi to this world in order to complete the task and improve Hinata Hanabi's strength. Only when the first customer becomes strong can he drive the following customers. According to the catchy historical theme, it is the rich who drive the rich. The most important thing is that Chinyu, as a reincarnated person, knows clearly that Arusha's best magic is the lost time magic. However, in order to avoid being discovered, he usually casts ice modeling magic. It can be said that her current strength is less than half of her full strength. It is for this reason that Chinyu let Hanabi go to the trial. Bang! Hyuga Hanabi moved. Facing the swarm of ice crystal swallows attacking from all over the sky, the dense attack situation. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a dead end. However, under the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, which is known for its 360-degree no-dead angle vision, the speed of all attacks seemed to be slowed down instantly. Combined with the instant body technique, this seemingly unavoidable attack is like a big net with many mistakes and loopholes. It was easily passed by Hyuga Hanabi. When everyone reacted, Hyuga Hanabi had already appeared in front of Arusha like a ghost. Sorry, one person is really not enough for me to fight. 8 trigrams 64 palms breaking the wall. As soon as Hyuga Hanabi opened her mouth, she was grabbing the line. However, at this critical moment, no one had time to care. As soon as Hanabi made a palm move, the bagua under her feet spread out directly. Instantly, Arusha, who was close at hand, was wrapped in it. The next moment, with her muscles tensed, Hyuga Hanabi's palms brought up a series of afterimages, bursting out like a raging tide. Attacked Arusha. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Hyuga Hanabi hesitated as she spoke, and her whole body turned into a series of afterimages. The movement was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to react. They could only vaguely see that Arusha, who was full of confusion, was like a small boat that could be overturned at any time under the 64 palms of the bagua. When many afterimages gathered again in Hanabi's body, the bagua pattern under her feet also disappeared into nothingness in an instant. Hyuga Hanabi had already put away her attacking posture and looked straight at Arusha. You have already lost. You can't continue to fight me without magic power. Although you underestimated the enemy, underestimating the enemy is also a fatal weakness. Regarding Arusha's strength, Hyuga Hanabi was talking nonsense. But according to Qin Yu, this is one of the means to paralyze the enemy. It is also the fundamental method of playing the pig and eating the tiger. It is precisely because of this reason that Hyuga Hanabi was able to paralyze Arusha's nerves so easily. A fatal flaw occurred. Facing the existence of being able to become a member of the Magic Council in this alien world. According to Hyuga Hanabi's understanding, they are all elite jonin, or even quasi-cage level. Just to protect Qin Yu's majesty, and at the same time, he also started his first battle in the alien world. Hyuga Hanabi must become famous in one battle. No, it's impossible. Why can't my magic power be condensed? You actually cut off the acupuncture points that transmit my magic power. What kind of magic is this? Arusha was stunned, looking at Hyuga Hanabi with an expression of disbelief on his face. After subconsciously taking a few steps back, he quickly took out a crystal ball. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and muttered, "Are you finally impatient?" Hyuga Hanabi's eyes have been locked on Arusha. She came from across the world, and in the world of Naruto, she is also a special ninja, with rich combat experience. In such a defeat, what can be turned out is often a means to reverse the situation. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hyuga Hanabi moved first, and the moment the chakra gathered in her hand, she hit the crystal ball in Arusha's hand through the air. Bang! The air seemed to be blown up by a punch. The light blue gale turned into a streak and chased after Arusha. Feeling the attack coming towards her, a trace of madness flashed across Arusha's face. You bastard girl, you dare to embarrass me in public, I will make you pay the price. Bang! The crystal ball exploded. The dazzling white light instantly submerged Arusha's body. The next moment, the 8 trigrams palm sank into it, giving people a feeling of being empty. When everyone came to their senses, Arusha had already taken the lead and appeared 7 or 8 meters away from Lucy. Looking at Arusha, who was a little embarrassed, now seemed to be a person who had nothing to do. While everyone was shocked, an absurd idea flashed through their minds. As a member of the Magic Council, he would not be ashamed and angry, and attack others to get back his face. 2 bastard brats, aren't you arrogant? I'll see how you can save her. I don't believe that this woman who gave up halfway can withstand my attack. Arusha roared hysterically. A slender ice crystal sickle appeared in her hand. In addition to the magic of the Arc of Time that she cast to save herself in a hurry just now. For the long-prepared plan, Arusha calmed down. However, the next moment, the words that fell in her ear made her nerves stiff. Sorry, you chose the wrong opponent. This girl, when she gets crazy, she even beats herself. Chapter 1359 scared the star spirit away. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at Qin Yu, who had no intention of taking action, the people present were stunned. In their eyes, Lucy was the one who was stage frightened and withdrew from the assessment halfway. How could such a person who didn't even have the courage to face the exam block the attack of a member of the Magic Council? Lucy, your life is in your own hands, give it a try. Qin Yu spoke again. This time, he not only wanted Hinata Hanabi to practice and get familiar with the fighting methods of this world. He also wanted Lucy to face her own star spirit more directly. At least, she didn't just hide at the critical moment. This. Lucy was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that she could be shot even when she was lying down. Feeling the whistling sound of the air breaking towards her, and Arusha's pupils rapidly enlarged. The shining ice crystal sickle, in her eyes, was like the god of death urging her to die. You arrogant man, I just don't believe you will really watch someone die without saving him. I will make you regret challenging me. Arusha came to his senses and roared again. In her eyes, Qin Yu's words and actions just now were completely intended to make her stage frightened and retreat on her own initiative. However, Arusha still didn't want to believe that this girl who didn't even have the courage to take the exam could really beat her. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. As the distance kept getting closer, and the ice crystal sickle was swung by Arusha again. Lucy's pretty face flashed a trace of determination, and she gritted her teeth and took off the only golden key from her waist. Aquarius, force the door to open. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Lucy inserted the zodiac key in her hand directly into the small puddle in front of her. At the moment when the endless golden light bloomed, a huge magic power swept like a frenzy. At the same time, a large amount of seawater gushed out of the small puddle centered on Lucy, and a hysterical roar came out the next moment. You little girl, I haven't taught you a lesson during this period of time. You really have wings. You dare to insert my key into the dirty water to force me to come out. I'm on a date. A light blue mermaid figure rushed out first. It was just that the huge water bottle in his hand burst out with violent magic power. The next moment, the seawater transformed by magic vented out like a huge whirlpool, forming a raging tide, and directly submerged Lucy. The wave shot from the sky also directly covered Arusha, who was coming head-on. With the roar of the galloping echoing, Arusha and Lucy directly hit the wall 100 meters away. When the huge amount of water flowed away, two slightly embarrassed figures were revealed, lying on the ground wet all over. Looking at this slightly miserable scene, the people present finally understood what Qin Yu had just said. What kind of surprise was that sentence? He even hit himself when he got ruthless. He didn't really slap himself, but was killed by the summoned star spirits. However, what made them most unbelievable was that the star spirits attacked the host. That was a rare occurrence. Little ghost, did you instigate that girl just now? Akiuya didn't leave immediately, her eyes suddenly turned and fell on Qin Yu. However, the moment their eyes met, her expression couldn't help but stagnate, and she said quickly. Forget it, I don't have much time now, I'll go back to my date first, and I'll settle with you next time. After leaving these words, Akiuya forcibly lifted the summons and disappeared directly from the spot. Seeing this scene, many people present were stunned. They clearly saw that Akiuya was mobilizing a large number of troops and planned to cause trouble for Qin Yu. But now she turned around and slipped away quickly. This straightforwardness seems a bit wrong, right? Is this the rhythm of scaring away even the star spirits? You bastard, you dare to embarrass me again and again. Arusha's voice came out again. The violent magic power, like a frenzy, exploded in her body. However, compared with the magic power that was full of coldness just now, the taste now has obviously changed. The clothes that were originally lying on the ground, wet all over, dried up instantly under the steaming of magic power. The slightly embarrassed body also gradually rose up under the support of magic power. And as time went by, Arusha's magic power was still gradually rising. Feeling this huge magic pressure, the onlookers present were stiff in their expressions. Even Jura and Loyal Lubin were no exception. They thought it was just a farce. They never thought that they would really get angry in the end. For a moment, everyone looked at Uchiha Qin Yu. They were eager to know how Qin Yu would deal with this situation. Arusha, that's enough. Jalal took the lead and landed beside Arusha. A magical power like a breeze instantly enveloped Arusha. The originally tearful emotions quickly melted away like snow and wind meeting spring. The slightly distorted face was gradually smoothed. Although there was still anger in her beautiful eyes, compared with the state of running wild just now, Arusha's emotions were obviously stabilized. There was a hint of hatred in her eyes when she looked at Qin Yu. Everyone, I'm sorry. Not long ago, Arusha and I met a black magician on the road. At that time, Arusha seemed to be under some curse magic, but it was a pity that we didn't find it. Jalal smiled warmly and said. I thought it was nothing serious, but now it seems that because of Uchiha Qin Yu, the curse was triggered, so I discovered it in time. Otherwise, once it breaks out again after returning to the Magic Council, what consequences will be caused is really unimaginable. At this point, Jalal looked at Qin and said. Uchiha Qin, congratulations on becoming a quasi-S class magician. Your future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. You helped Urusha get rid of the curse this time. Our Magic Council will also remember it and give you a great credit. I just don't know where you will go next. If you don't mind, you can go to the Magic Council with me. Over the years, I have also had some say in the Magic Council. It is not difficult to recommend someone to become the captain of the law enforcement team. Moreover, as long as the members know that you have outstanding talent and strength, I think they will never let you, Uchiha Qin, wander outside. Chang's words came out in a hesitant voice, and at this moment it seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Seeing Jalal making up for Ultia's rampage right away. At the same time, he also offered a sweet treat. Many people present were stunned. Chapter 1360 The Secret of Becoming Stronger. In the huge ruins hall, everyone stared at Qin. Facing the heavy sweet treat offered by Jalal, many people's nerves were tense. The position of the captain of the Magic Law Enforcement Team is second only to the counselors in the entire Magic Council. The law enforcement power is so great that even the presidents of the guilds have to give way to him. Now Jalal made such a promise right away. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have agreed long ago. Sorry, I'm not interested in working in the Magic Council. I still like to be carefree. I appreciate your kindness. Qin said with a smile. Of course. If you need to recruit someone, I can also introduce you. Seeing Qin who refused right away. In fact, many people had a premonition in their hearts, but they just didn't dare to really believe that the young man in front of them actually gave up this opportunity to rise to the top in one step. After all, once he became the captain of the Magic Law Enforcement Team, he would have the right to walk sideways in the Ixu continent. Brother Qin missed the best development opportunity. Jura also shook his head with a little regret. In his eyes, the most powerful guild in the Ixu continent is not the guild, but the Magic Council. Not only does it have the strongest magician and the most training resources, it also has the strongest killer magic weapon. It can be said that in Jura's understanding, if Qin is willing to join the Magic Council, with his talent, the Magic Council will definitely use the greatest effort and resources to cultivate him. His future achievements may reach the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ixu. They are known as the 4 strongest people in the Ixu continent. Compared with Jura, the bottom of the 10 saints, the gap is not ordinary. Hehe, Jura, you think too much. The Magic Council may be the best choice, but it is probably not the most suitable choice. If you are asked to give up the Princess of Snake Scales and join the Magic Council, are you willing? Luo Lubin laughed dryly. If I must evaluate, Qin has the courage to refuse Qi Klein's invitation, which shows that he is really not simple. At the beginning, Luo Lubin was still worried when he learned that Qin knew the secret of his thought body and told Wendy in detail. Worried that Qin was a greedy person or wanted to get involved in Nirvana. However, now he can publicly refuse the temptation of the captain position of the law enforcement team. This courage is not something that ordinary people can compare. It can be said that this refusal made Luo Lubin value Qin even more. Do you really not need it? Gerald was stunned for a moment, and a strange color flashed in the depths of his pupils. In fact, he threw out the sweet cake in public in order to stabilize Qin and then find a way to solve it. He never thought that Qin would not bite this huge bait. Looking at the various strange looks from all around, Jalal's mood soon calmed down, and he smiled again and said, Uchiha Qin, I didn't expect you to have such courage and pursuit at such a young age, which really makes me, a senior, ashamed. However, you can reach this level of strength at this age. I believe you have your own unique practice method. Everyone here is here to take the test for the qualification of a magician, and meeting is also a fate. I think, Uchiha Qin, you want to do your part for the growing strength of the Isha continent and the emergence of talents like you. Can you tell everyone about your practice methods and means of becoming stronger? As soon as the voice fell, everyone present was stunned. Even Jura and Luo Lubin, and even Hyuga Hanabi were no exception. For Hyuga Hanabi, she is a person who came from a world, and perhaps she is not too familiar with the world of fairy tale. However, she also clearly knows that everyone's process of becoming powerful is a secret. Asking such questions in private is already a taboo, let alone in public. If outsiders can see your weaknesses through your method of becoming stronger, that would be a nightmare for anyone. It is precisely because of this reason that few people talk about such private issues. Few people will talk about their methods of becoming stronger. Now that Gerald suddenly pointed out this issue, it is undoubtedly impure. Lord Chi Klein, you are indeed wise and understand that the strength of the Isha continent is a blessing for us magicians. Uchiha Kainu has reached the strength of a quasi-S level magician at this age. If this experience is shared, maybe there will be 2 or 3 more S-level magicians among so many people here. Tisk, it's also good to have a group of A-level magicians, so we support Lord Chi Klein. Uchiha Kainu, you just destroyed the magic device for our assessment. Now tell us your experience and give us some compensation. The scene was boiling all of a sudden, for any world. The most abundant thing is flatterers and lackeys. Facing the obvious identities of Chi Klein and Yerusha. No one is willing to give up this rare opportunity to flatter. Even if you can't become the captain of the law enforcement team like Qin Yu, being able to join the Magic Council as a handyman is also a return home in glory. Looking at the one-sided situation in an instant. Especially now that I suddenly remembered about continuing the assessment. Now that even the magic machine was destroyed, they finally understood why Qin Yu said that at the beginning. Zikaline, this seems a bit inappropriate, right? Jurikis couldn't help but speak. Ralubin on the side also nodded in agreement. This kind of experience should be discussed privately, or if conditions permit, let Qin Yu write it down. This kind of questioning in public is probably a bit too much. As one of the 10 saints and the president of the guild, what they said obviously has a lot of say. The noisy situation in the field suddenly became silent for a while. Zikline's face also changed slightly without a trace, and finally laughed dryly. Seniors Jura and Ralubin, you misunderstood. I just said that this depends on Uchiha Qin Yu's intention. I am just suggesting that we start from the righteousness of the Isha continent. Jalal said with a smile. Of course, if Uchiha Kainu doesn't mind and doesn't want to share the secret of becoming stronger, we won't force him. Yes, we won't force him either. This is because Lord Chi Klein is very righteous. I heard that Lord Chi Klein has also published many methods of becoming stronger and meditating for ordinary magicians to refer to. Now that Uchiha Kainu has ruined our exam opportunities, it is only right that he gives us some experience in becoming stronger so that we can learn from it. Chapter 1361 Buying the opportunity to become one of the 10 saints. The scene suddenly changed. The side fell. If you don't take advantage, you'll lose it. At least, in their eyes, the secret of becoming stronger, even if it can't make them S-level magicians, they can go 2 levels higher and become a magicians. What's more, now there is Chi Klein to lead, even if the sky falls, there are people to carry it, say a word and speak up to stand on the team. What's so scary about this? For a moment, Jura and Loyal Lubin, who had just spoken, also froze in expression, and stopped talking, but saw Qin Yu walking out of the crowd. Everyone, I have seen your enthusiasm. It seems that for the sake of the righteousness of the Isha continent and the expectations of Master Zikline, I really told the secret in my heart. However, the way I became stronger is too bizarre. I still don't believe it until now. I actually reached this point with such a ridiculous method. Of course, I think it will be difficult for everyone to believe it if I tell it, so I hope Master Zikline will wait for a while and support me more, so that I have the courage to make everyone stronger. Looking at Qin Yu, who walked out of the crowd and spoke a lot as soon as he opened his mouth, Jalal did not expect that Qin Yu would not turn his face. However, the play has been performed for more than half, and Jalal can't leave halfway. Jalal didn't know what Qin Yu was up to, but the only thing to do now was to force Qin Yu to overthrow him. Only then would he and Yerusha continue to have a legitimate excuse to attack Qin Yu. After all, there was no formal excuse for Yerusha's attack just now. If he also joined in and attacked Uchiha Qin Yu, that would only ruin their plan to lurk in the Magic Council. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Jalal's mind, and soon a smile appeared again. Uchiha Qin Yu, you are very righteous. As a counselor of the Magic Council, I will of course support you. Even if others question it, I will explain it to everyone one by one, hoping that everyone will become as powerful as you, so that the Isha continent will become stronger. At the end, Jalal obviously emphasized his tone, intending to further stimulate Qin Yu. Unfortunately, all these little thoughts obviously made Qin Yu indifferent. His eyes turned and fell on Hanabi. Hanabi, go back to the luggage and tell me the secret of my strength. Secret? Hyga Hanabi was startled at first, and soon remembered the 2 earthen jars. Master Qin Yu, that thing is a treasure. You said you would leave it to the destined person. Just now, Hyuga Hanabi wanted to say that these 2 earthen jars would be left to her. However, when she thought that this statement might be inappropriate, she changed the words that were about to come out. However, when she thought that these 2 earthen jars that could make her strength soar by leaps and bounds would fall into the hands of others. This was simply torture for Hanabi. Hanabi, you also said that only those who are destined can get it. What belongs to you is yours. What doesn't belong to you can't be obtained by force. Chinyu smiled and rubbed Hanabi's head. Go. Hyuga Hanabi was stunned for a moment, and her anxious eyes suddenly brightened. Thank you for the teachings of Master Chinyu. It was Hanabi who was blinded by greed. It is the greatest blessing to be able to follow Master Chinyu to practice. I will go and get it now. After leaving these words, Hyuga Hanabi turned around and walked away quickly. Looking at the solemn Hyuga Hanabi, even Jurero Ruben, even Jalal was stunned. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Uchiha Chinyu really has the secret of becoming stronger? When he thought of this, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became urgent. Everyone's eyes were cast in the direction where the fireworks disappeared. Only Lucy thought of one thing with a blank face. Looking at Chinyu's warm smile, the guess in her heart became more and more certain. Master Chinyu, the things are back. Hyuga Hanabi walked over quickly, and there was obviously an exquisite brocade box in her hand. This is the earthenware jar that Chinyu brought with him after taking the Wanja store back to the system. It is for the purpose of meeting the destined person and being able to sell it in time. Is there the secret of your becoming stronger in it? Urusha spoke with a cold face. Facing the young man in front of him, Urusha initially thought that he could easily capture and suppress him. Unfortunately, as time went by, and everything that happened just now, it overturned her cognition. It can be said that now in Urusha's eyes, there is a feeling that Chinyu is unpredictable. Don't worry, Master Chi Klein is right. One person is not as strong as many people, and many people are not as strong as the Isha continent. For the sake of justice, I, an unknown person, will not hide my private interests. I also hope that the 2 adults can support me well. Chinyu took the brocade box with a warm smile and looked at Chi Klein, who was still looking at him. Jalal was stunned for a moment, and came back to his senses and said, Uchiha Chinyu, you are laughing. Since you understand the justice, as a counselor, of course I will support you well. However, the things in this brocade box, are they your practice experience or some magic props? As a black hand lurking in the magic council, Jalal has seen too many things. But now facing the things that Chinyu took out and shared on his own initiative. Instead, he felt unsure. Ahem, to be precise, this thing can be classified as a magic item that can instantly become stronger. Chinyu coughed dryly, opened the brocade box with his backhand, and shouted at the same time. Since we are destined to be together, I don't want 10 million or 9 million today. This earthen jar that becomes stronger once opened is worth a lot of money, I only want 7 million. This is an ancient magic heritage vessel, which contains various magic heritages. As long as you open it, you will definitely think it is worth it. So, if you pass by, don't miss it. An earthen jar only costs 7 million. 7 million can't buy a hanging castle or a magic warship, but you can buy the opportunity to become one of the 10 saints. As long as you are willing to take the first step, the earthen jar will help you take the next 99 steps. Success or failure depends on a thought. Lord Chi Klein, you just said that you fully support me. Do you want to open this earthen jar and try it? The hawking voice suddenly sounded. The catchy slogan made Chinyu doubt whether he was influenced by the system. Did the system think that his performance was too poor and his work attitude was too lazy, so it deliberately put him aside? But looking at the confused expressions in the field, Chinyu's goal had been achieved. The purpose of his earthen jar was that those who were destined to get it would get it. Now the pit dug by Jalal has been resolved. As for whether the earthen jar is wanted, that is another matter. Chinyu can't care too much. Chapter 1362 The Strength of the 10 Saints. The ruined hall echoed Chinyu's unique slogan. Facing the genius Uchiha Chinyu, who was regarded as one of the successors of the new generation of the 10 Saints. Many people present had already given him the aura of genius. It is precisely for this reason that many wizards present are very concerned about the experience of the strong that Jalal forced Uchiha Chinyu to hand over. However, under the expectation of everyone, they almost feel like they are looking forward to it. Now Uchiha Kainu told them that the source of strength is the opening of 2 broken earthen jars. The dusty and bumpy appearance stained with mud. It is undoubtedly difficult to believe that this broken earthen jar dug out from the ravine is the super ancient inheritance of some wizard. If you really believe it, I am afraid that this person is a real fool. No. It should be said that now Uchiha Kainu took out these 2 broken earthen jars to fool them, and he treated them as fools. Uchiha Kainu, what do you mean by this? Are you going to tease the judges of the Magic Council? Jalal's expression suddenly froze. I thought that Uchiha Chinyu would really tell the so-called secret, which would at least be able to establish a prestige in front of everyone. But I never thought that what Chinyu finally took out were 2 tattered earthenware jars. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jalal wouldn't have believed that someone dared to tease him like this. Jalal swore that if this happened in the dark, Chinyu would be dead now. Thinking of this, Jalal's face became more gloomy and said, Uchiha Chinyu, if you don't want to share the secret of your own strength, you can just refuse me just now. Now you have promised me, but you go back on your word. Do you really think that the judges of the Magic Council are easy to bully? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being rude. Boom. The violent magic power, like a raging tide, exploded in Jalal's body. Under the stirring of the breath, a huge magic pressure was formed, which rolled over Chinyu's body. Feeling this aura that was like a mountain pressing down on her head, Hinata Hanabi's face changed slightly, and she was about to stand up to resist, but was rejected by Chinyu's head. Then, in full view of everyone, he took a step forward. Bang! A breath, like a sharp blade, rushed out of Chinyu's body, instantly splitting the oncoming magic pressure from the middle. It turned into 2 torrents and rolled back to the surroundings, forcing back many magicians around. What a delicate magic control, using a small amount of magic to resolve the advance of Zikline. Jura's expression changed, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. To be able to achieve such a high degree of control accuracy at this age, Chinyu is really not simple. In the world of fairy tale, if a person's magic power is divided into 10. When a person has a higher degree of proficiency in controlling magic power, then when he casts the same magic, if the opponent uses 3, then he uses 2. And now Chinyu uses magic power as a sharp blade to split the incoming magic pressure, which shows this meaning. Humph, a mere arrogant person, in the face of absolute strength, it is not a few skills that can compare. Today, I will let you see what it means to be powerless to fight back. Urusha, who had been waiting for an opportunity to attack, finally lost his patience. When he took a step forward and stood side by side with Jalal, the violent magic power dormant in his body, like a wild beast out of control, brought a dignified sonic boom and crushed towards Chinyu. Feeling this force, and the magic pressure released by Jalal, 2 huge magic hurricanes merged together. Even as one of the 10 saints, Jirarakis's face changed and he subconsciously took a few steps back. However, when he thought of the situation Chinyu was about to face, he subconsciously wanted to help. However, as soon as this idea came into his mind, the scene that first caught his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Facing 2 forces of magic that made him feel suffocated and gathered together. The magic power that penetrated Chinyu's body exploded like thunder as he took a step forward. Boom! In an instant, the huge ruins of the palace seemed to usher in a violent storm. That violent and unparalleled force was like a sharp blade, it directly broke through the magic power of Jalal and Urusha. The huge power was released, like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the 2 head-on. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder. Looking at Jalal and Urusha, they flew backwards like cannonballs, and blood was splattered in the void. In full view of the crowd, they smashed heavily on the pillars of more than 10 meters. Finally, they slid to the ground. And the violent magic power that pounced out like a prehistoric beast disappeared without a trace in an instant. If I hadn't still seen Jalal and Urusha flying backwards. It felt like the scene just now was just a dream. The huge ruins hall fell into an inexplicable silence. They knew that Chinyu was a quasi-S-level wizard a moment ago. But no one expected that a newly promoted magician could defeat 2 long-established judges in an instant. One of them was Chi Klein, who was ranked among the 10 saints. Although this ranking was just the 10th, 1 place lower than Jurikis. But this is a symbol of strength on the Ixu continent. When thinking of this, all the spectators present had an absurd idea in their minds. Could it be that the young man in front of them already had the ability to point his sword at the 10 saints? For a moment, the magicians present who were not affected by the magic power at all felt stunned. What a delicate control ability, even more powerful than I thought. Jura was also moved. Friend Qin Yu, you have completely suppressed and controlled your own magic power in the same direction. Based on this alone, among the 10 saints, I am afraid that only the older generation can do it. If he is given a little more time to grow, the position of the 10 saints is just around the corner. Being able to reach this level at such a young age, could it really be related to these earthen jars? An absurd thought rose in Jura's mind. Facing this young man who seemed to have the ability to point his sword at the position of the 10 saints, the only explanation emerged in his heart. There was even a trace of inexplicable heartbeat. However, just as this trace of heartbeat emerged, a hysterical roar sounded without warning. What an arrogant person, dare to attack the reviewer! If I don't take you down today, I will no longer be a reviewer. Chapter 1363. The store does not accept bad checks. Bang! The violent magic power once again exploded from Arusha's body. However, compared with the previous moment, Arusha's magic power is obviously rising. Moreover, there is a trace of inexplicable negative aura. Jura and Relubin's expressions can't help but change. As members of the Light Guild, they are very sensitive to the aura of those dark guilds. Urusha, calm down, the curse power in your body has not been completely eradicated. Once you lose your will, you will fall into darkness. Jalal's face changed and he shouted in a hurry. Compared with the light magic used to infiltrate the magic council, the dark magic they possess is obviously several times stronger than the light magic. According to Arusha's idea, as long as he releases this power, it will not be difficult to defeat the arrogant person in front of him. Buzz! The light blue magic light instantly enveloped Arusha. This forced awakening magic may not have much effect on Arusha, but at least it could make her sober up a little bit while she was running wild. The violent magic power that was originally penetrating her body suddenly stagnated, and she looked at Jalal who was standing in front of her. Arusha's expression changed continuously, and finally gritted his teeth, glanced at Qin Yu fiercely, and snorted coldly, "Humph, if Zekline and I had not fought with the 6 demon generals when we came here, and were hit by their curse magic, most of the magic power would be used to suppress the injuries, it would not be difficult to deal with you, an arrogant guy. However, now with our injured bodies, we can't do anything to you, but please don't forget that we are the judges of the Magic Council. You just spoke arrogantly and deceived us judges and everyone present. I hope you still give us an explanation, otherwise just based on the black businessman's deception and talk just now, we will take you back for a thorough investigation. Of course, if you plan to refuse to cooperate with us, then there will be no place for you in the Isha continent in the future." The cold words were mixed with a sense of no doubt. Facing Arusha's harsh words, Jalal did not express his opinion at all, but just stared at Qin Yu. The meaning was very clear. If Qin Yu doesn't give a reasonable answer today, I'm afraid Jalal, like Urusha, will label Uchiha Qin Yu as an enemy and want him endlessly on the Isha continent. Looking at this tense situation, Lucy's face was miserable. She had made up her mind to run away from home and become a wizard to start a new life of her own. She never thought that she would get a good start. There were so many people to offend, so why offend the most powerful counselor on the Isha continent? And she offended 2 people at once. Most importantly, she was now clearly labeled as being in the same group as Uchiha Qin Yu. Faced with this dilemma, Lucy subconsciously looked at the 2 worn-out earthenware jars. An absurd idea flashed through her mind. However, this idea was quickly killed. For the 2 magical earthenware jars that Qin Yu had exaggerated to the heavens and the earth, the worn-out appearance really made it difficult to associate them with the real magic inheritance device worth 7 million. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. They were eager to see what answer Qin Yu would give in the face of this dilemma. "Haha, Urusha, you said I lied to you." Qin Yu smiled, patted the dust off his body, and said, "Just now it was Qi Klein who asked me to tell you the secret of becoming stronger, and now you don't believe it. Besides, Qi Klein said that she would unconditionally support me. Since you want to know how I can become stronger, don't you even have the heart to pay a price?" Who just said shamelessly that he wanted to make the Ixu continent stronger and benefit all magicians. Now, a mere 7 million can be exchanged for an opportunity to benefit the Ixu continent. As a reviewer, you are worth a lot. Don't you dare to donate even a small amount. If that's the case, how can you ask me to hand over the secret of becoming stronger? The words of Er Chong were simply heart-piercing. Especially the mere 7 million taels, the small amount of money that was so light and indifferent, made many people's eye muscles twitch. No matter in which dimension world, 7 million is not a small amount. Completing ordinary Ceph-level tasks is also a reward of thousands or even tens of thousands. AB-level tasks are only tens of thousands or even tens of thousands. Moreover, each mission cannot be completed alone, and 3 or 4 people have to form a team. The rewards that can be shared in the end are very few. In the original work, Lucy and Urza, Gray, and Natsu, the ace of fairy tale, form a team. The rewards that can be shared in the end are barely enough to pay the rent, not to mention daily expenses and a little money left. Now 7 million has become a drizzle in Qin Yu's mouth. Isn't this bullying? You. Altair was furious. It was the first time she found that there were men who were more capable of throwing tantrums than women. However, this time, Jalal was obviously worried that Altair would be angry and go black again, so he spoke first in a deep voice. Uchiha Kainu, you keep saying that these earthen jars are the inheritance of the magician and the foundation of your strength. This kind of thing is simply nonsense. Yerusha and I have served in the Magic Council for so long, and we have never heard of such inheritance, nor have we seen these records. You are asking me for 7 million for a clay jar now. Isn't this bullying? Moreover, you asked me to spend 7 million to buy an earthen jar whose origin is unknown. What if there is no so-called inheritance in it? Wouldn't I become a laughing stock on the Ixu continent? At this point, Qi Klein's face sank and said, now you have only 2 choices. First, open the clay jar and prove that what you said is true. I will apply to the Magic Council for funding for you afterwards. It is possible that you will get 7 million, or it may be 10 million, or more. Second, become the public enemy of the Ixu continent, and then we will take you down and prove that your clay jar is fake. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field changed again. Feeling the unquestionable taste between the lines, they knew clearly that Jalal was serious this time. If the boy in front of them dared to say no, he would definitely become the enemy of the Magic Council. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. You mean, if I open the earthen jar first, and then apply for funding from the Magic Council, I will have more rewards? Qin Yu smiled warmly, and then changed the subject and said, unfortunately, I'm sorry, our store does not accept bad checks. Chapter 1364 Rescue and Then Kill. The understated words and the unquestionable aggressiveness formed an extremely sharp contrast. Looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, Jalal's expression stagnated, and the magic power in his body exploded again. As a member of the Magic Council, he was challenged and confronted again and again in public. For Jalal, it was simply a shame. If it weren't for the secret plan, he would have already released his true power and cut the little devil in front of him into pieces. Although, before using black magic, he couldn't kill Uchiha Qin Yu instantly and vent his hatred. But as long as he and Yerusha worked together, it would not be difficult to take Qin Yu down. When he thought of this, Jalal's pupils flashed a trace of cruelty, and his eyes were instantly locked on Qin Yu. However, the first scene that came into his eyes when he looked down made his expression stagnate. Originally, Qin Yu, who was standing 7 or 8 meters away, had already disappeared. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Would someone take the initiative to attack the reviewer? The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's do it first. By the way, no one told you that when fighting with a demonic body double rest, the distance of 7 or 8 meters is a close fight. The unexpected voice seemed to come from my ear. Jellard's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't have time to say more. Thinking, he quickly mobilized his magic power to form a magic shield on his body. At the same time, he quickly retreated. However, just as Jalal retreated, he did not feel any magic fluctuations at all, and saw Qin Yu's right hand, shining with a metallic luster, with the dignified sound of breaking through the air, smashing towards him. Fighting magic with bare hands? The absurd thought flashed through Jalal's mind. No. It should be said that in the eyes of most people, Qin Yu's behavior is completely nonsense. They have never seen or heard that someone can break magic with bare hands. Moreover, the person who cast this magic shield is still a dignified Saint 10 magician. Even if this Saint 10 is a bottom-level existence, it cannot be despised. Let alone insult with fists. Even if Jura saw this scene, his expression was stagnant and a little unnatural. He couldn't figure out why Qin Yu, since he wanted to tear his face with Jalal and challenge the Magic Council, would use such a childish attack method. However, when these chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, he saw the smile on Qin Yu's face again. The next moment, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink and his eye sockets almost popped. Ryu Sakura 6 Style Secret Maximum Will Overlord Spear. Boom! A punch landed on the magic shield, and the violent power exploded like a raging tide. At this moment, the black Ryu Sakura that was swallowed out was like a dragon coming out of the world, instantly shattering the shield like a mirror. The fist with a posture of 10,000 pounds directly pierced through the void and landed on Jalal's chest. Bang! The huge power was venting, and the impact caused Jalal's chest to sag all of a sudden. As blood spurted out of his mouth, Jalal flew backwards like a cannonball in full view of everyone. That speed was many times faster than the magic flight. Everyone just felt a change in front of their eyes, and Jalal flew backwards 100 meters away. Accompanied by a deafening collision sound, it finally broke through a wall and crashed into the ruins. A large amount of sand and dust was stirred up, rolling up into the sky. The huge ruins hall suddenly fell into silence. Those who eagerly followed Jalal's gaze were full of disbelief, and some people couldn't help rubbing their eyes, intending to see clearly whether the scene in front of them was real. Facing the scene of the 10 saints flying with one punch. This makes people feel like a dream, right? However, even if they rubbed their eyes until they were full of bloodshot, the scene in front of them did not change at all. Jalal, who fell in the ruins, was still on his back. The scene in front of them overturned their cognition. Uchiha Qin, you dare to sneak attack the counselor! Urusha roared in shock and anger. This time, she was completely impatient. She had never thought that the wild cultivator, who was completely ignored by them, would challenge them again and again in public. Moreover, he showed a strength that caught them off guard, and even Jalal suffered a great loss. Although, in Altair's eyes, Jalal was just a puppet in her hands. But her intuition told her that this little devil in front of her must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a big trouble sooner or later. What's wrong? Do you think I was attacking by surprise just now? Qin Yu smiled warmly. In fact, I don't want others to doubt me the most. Just like selling earthenware pots, since someone suspects that I am a fake, then I will save the person first and kill him again. 5th level magic, elf spell. Buzz. Qin Yu casually cast a magic belonging to the Bone King. Although the Bone King also has a more powerful magic of resurrection of the dead, in the world of fairy tale, it is obviously a bit inappropriate to show dark magic. He still wants to sell more earthen jars in the world of fairy tale, but he doesn't want to cause trouble and give the Magic Council an excuse to deal with him. Moreover, Qin Yu guessed that Jalal had broken a few ribs at most from the punch just now, but he would not die if he really calculated it. A 5th level elf spell was enough to save Jalal. Seeing Qin Yu's clean and neat movements, the people present couldn't help but be stunned. They had never thought that the enemy could be saved and killed again after severely injuring the enemy. This is not kindness, but disgusting. If Jalal knew, he would probably vomit blood again. Buzz. A huge light array bloomed in the void. The green light rain quickly fell and enveloped Jalal. Jalal, who had fallen into a short coma, had his eyelashes twitching slightly, and the wounds on his body and the sunken chest were also recovering quickly. Seeing this strange scene, everyone present was not calm. I thought that Qin Yu was just talking about saving people, but he was actually finishing off the enemy. But now, seeing Jalal's injuries recovering quickly and his awakening posture, he couldn't keep his cool. However, for senior wizards such as Jura, Raluban, and even Urusha, what they care more about is that the healing magic that Qin Yu casually threw out is so fast and effective. That is something that even the ab-level wizards who are most proficient in medical magic find it difficult to do. Most importantly, counting Uchiha Qin Yu's few shots just now, they found that this little kid in front of them, who was unknown in the Asia continent, it seems that he has mastered no less than one attribute. Magic. Chapter 1365 Half-Cheating Player. Buzz. The healing light rain enveloped Jalal. The sunken chest and the wounds on his body were recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. As time passed, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Jalal suddenly opened his eyes and roared angrily. Uchiha Qin Yu, not only did you openly deceive the counselors, but you also dared to attack them. Do you really think that there is no one in our magic council? The roar was like thunder. Thinking of the scene of being broken by the bare hands just now, it was simply a shame for Jalal. However, this time, it was obvious that Jalal did not have time to attack. Two figures took the lead and appeared in front of him. Zikaline, calm down. Girolakis shouted first in a deep voice. The cause of this incident is nothing more than you forcing Uchiha Kainu to hand over the method of becoming stronger. You think that the earthen jar he handed over is a deception to you, but have you ever thought that if this earthen jar is real, then you have wronged Uchiha Kainu? The earthen jar is real? The people present were stunned. Facing this, from the same 10 holy wizards, they obviously found it hard to believe. At least, in the eyes of most people, those 2 dirty earthen jars have the inheritance of ancient wizards, which is simply nonsense. Jura, that's enough. Although you are one of the 10 holy wizards, I am a judge of the Magic Council. It's not your turn to interrupt this matter. Jalal said coldly. Or do you plan to spend 7 million to buy an earthen jar to prove that the arrogant man in front of you is not lying, and we have wronged him? If, in the past, for his own plan, Jalal would definitely endure it. But this time it won't work. It was a shame to be rubbed in the face by a young and unknown kid, and to fool himself with 2 earthen jars. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jura. 7 million to buy an earthen jar. If you really buy it, you will find that it is a scam. I am afraid that this matter will definitely become a stain on Jura's career as one of the 10 great magicians. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around her, Shuelaya's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but said, Lord Jura, why don't you let me do it? I lost to him just now. Regardless of whether this earthen jar is real or not, this time I will just consider it as my repayment of his bet. For Uchiha Kainu's head-patting kill, Shuelaya was unwilling to admit it. But at this juncture, if you want to get things out of trouble, this is undoubtedly the best excuse. No, this matter is caused by the bet between you and Uchiha Kainu. For me, it is also inseparable. Jura shook his head and said. I let things develop to this point, but I didn't stop it in time. As one of the 10 great magicians, I feel guilty. I have some savings over the years, and I can still afford 7 million. At this point, Jura took out a black gold card from his arms. My dear friend Qin Yu, I am very sorry for letting you get involved in this storm, but since you insist that the earthen jar has magical effects and can open the ancient magic inheritance, Jura will bet on the honor of the 10 great magicians. Don't let me down. The rolling voice was mixed with an unquestionable taste. Facing Jura's statement, the people present were obviously surprised. They didn't expect that Jura really dared to use the name of the 10 great magicians to bet on a broken earthen jar. However, it was precisely because of this reason that they were more eager to know how the arrogant man in front of them could continue to lie after the earthen jar was opened. They didn't believe that this broken earthen jar really had such a magical effect. Wait a minute, Jura, do you want to buy this earthen jar? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid and don't want to sell it? If so, just follow me to the Magic Council. Urusha was the first to lose her temper and said with a sneer. She is now looking for opportunities all the time to completely suppress this hateful guy in front of her. Afraid? Qin Yu smiled and rolled his eyes, saying, You are really short-sighted. I said at the beginning that our store only deals with people who are destined to be together. Since Chola is willing to believe in our products, he is also a destined person. For a destined person, there will be a discount, so I will take 5 million from you. Seeing Qin Yu really reaching out to take the black gold card, the people present were stunned. At first, they thought that in the face of Chola's purchase intention, the earthen jar scam that Qin Yu kept talking about would fall apart. However, this earthen jar scam not only did not fall apart. The arrogant person in their eyes also happily accepted the 5 million. Could it be that this earthen jar is real? Absurd thoughts flashed through the minds of many people. Everyone's eyes fell on Chola. Facing Qin Yu's statement, they were eager to know whether this earthen jar was a scam or really had the inheritance of ancient magic. If it really has the inheritance of ancient magic, that 5 million is definitely not expensive. Even 10 million is not expensive. Facing the change in the atmosphere, Jalal and Ultia also froze. The look they gave Qin Yu was also a little unreal. What's wrong? You didn't expect that I would really take the money, did you? Qin Yu laughed dryly. Don't worry, as a destined person, you wait a while, after opening the earthen jar, you will definitely think that this transaction is super worthwhile. Perhaps, he can change your life. In the original work, although Jura was a member of the 10 Holy Mages, later, he was promoted to the 5th place among the 10 holy mages and was hailed as the strongest human on the Asia continent. Unfortunately, at the Great Magic Fighting Conference, he was finally defeated by Laxus of the Fairy Tail team, who returned with one punch. Later, in the 12 Shields of the Holy Guard, the opponent of the traitor of the Asia continent, the god Serena, was killed instantly. This series of records does not mean that Jura is not strong enough. It's just that the enemy is more powerful. When encountering a series of cheating players, ordinary people can only play for their lives. Now Qinyu's intrusion in the 10,000 Worlds earthen jar, if it can be used properly, it will undoubtedly reverse the situation and let Jura win a little at the starting line and become a half-cheating player. Okay, stop looking. Just pick one of the two. I don't know what's inside. It all depends on your luck. Qinyu urged again. Of course, if you don't have confidence, you can let me do it for you. The voice was not loud, but at this moment it was full of confidence. In the eyes of others, this confidence was completely different from what they imagined. Facing this old earthenware jar, there was even a feeling of uncertainty. Chapter 1366 Magic Gift from Another World. The huge ruins hall fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone was staring at Jura, with eagerness on their faces. It can be said that at this moment, many people were obviously dissatisfied with Jura's procrastination. If it weren't for their status and strength, they would have stepped forward and randomly picked a jar to decide the result. At least this way, people don't have to hang their appetites. Haha, Qinyu, I didn't expect that my mentality would be defeated by you. Since even you, the jar seller, are not worried, what should I, the destined person, worry about? Jura came back to his senses, laughed and said. Since even you don't know what's inside this earthen jar, it all depends on our luck, so I'll take a gamble and see how far I can go in this world. I want the earthen jar on the right-hand side, which looks good. The earthen jar on the right-hand side? Qinyu raised his eyebrows and glanced at the earthen jar on the right-hand side. If the earthen jar on the left-hand side is more ink black, then the earthen jar on the right-hand side is obviously a bit earthy yellow. It is also similar in color to Jura's rock magic. If Qinyu remembers correctly, Jura Rekis also has a title of rock iron. As for whether this earthen jar can produce something useful to him, Qinyu is not sure. Now he just hopes that in this situation of holding on and in the public eye, he can be proud of himself once. Okay, now that you've chosen it, I'll put away the remaining earthen jars. Qinyu glanced at Hyuga Hanabi. Soon, Hyuga Hanabi, who was extremely nervous and worried that the second earthen jar would fall into the hands of others, suddenly came to her senses and put away the brocade box containing the earthen jar. The nervous posture gave people the illusion of protecting a treasure. This undoubtedly made people more curious, whether this earthen jar really had any magical features. If there was nothing inside, it was just a earthen jar scam. Then the changes in the expressions of Uchiha Qinyu and Hyuga Hanabi could be described as the best actor. Okay, it's getting late, Jura, don't delay. Since you choose to believe that kid, quickly open the earthen jar and verify whether it is Uchiha Qinyu who is misleading people or our magic council who wronged a good person. If this broken earthen jar can also open some ancient magician inheritance, I, Qi Klein, am willing to hand over the title of the 10th saint. Jalal said in a deep voice. Seeing Jalal raising the stakes again as soon as he opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the field was undoubtedly pushed to the extreme. Feeling the gazes from all around and seeing Qinyu's understated smile, Jura sighed helplessly and said. Friend Qinyu, can you just smash the earthen jar casually? For this simple way of opening, Jura actually had no confidence in his heart. In his imagination, there was an earthen jar with the inheritance of ancient magicians. If there were no 3 layers of seals inside and outside, there should be some other forbidden barriers. The way to open it now is so simple, which is undoubtedly a bit inconsistent with his identity. However, after seeing Qinyu nod with a smile, Chola's face changed continuously, and finally he gritted his teeth and threw the earthen jar in his hand into the sky. Rock Magic Thrust. As a rock magic user, Chola obviously chose to use the magic he is best at in the face of this gamble that depends entirely on luck. The earth made a roar, and under the gaze of everyone, a long spear-like earth thorn broke out of the ground directly, with the dignified sound of breaking through the air, and stabbed the earthen jar. Bang! The earthen jar shattered in response, turning into debris all over the sky, and fell down. Facing this scene like a fairy scattering flowers, everyone's nerves were suddenly tensed to the extreme, their eyes were like torches, and even their eye sockets were wide open, just to see clearly what the earthen jar had. Buzz! A roar of air sounded without any warning. An old book appeared out of thin air in the earthen jar and eventually fell directly into Jira's hands. Seeing this scene, many people present were stunned. Urusha was the first to lose his temper and said with a sneer. Haha, is this a magic trick? A broken book turned out, could it be the ancient magic inheritance worth 5 million? Don't you want Jira, who is one of the 10 great saints, to go back and study for 10 or 8 years before coming out to tell us that this book is real? You can wait for this time, but we can't. Yes, we can't wait either, Lord Chi Klein, you should quickly catch this big liar. Even the dignified 10 great saint wizards dare to cheat. This is simply courting death. We must not let this movie emperor-level liar leave, otherwise more people will suffer in the future on the Ixu continent. The scene was boiling. Facing the earthen jar that was eager to solve the mystery just now, it turned out to be just a broken book. At this moment, they felt as if their IQs were being rubbed on the ground. This result was not only a great shame for Jira, but also for them. Facing the change in the atmosphere, Jira's expression also changed slightly, and he couldn't help but cast a look of help to Qin Yu. Although he had been mentally prepared, he would not feel good if he was really tricked in public. Hehe, it seems that everyone in the world is superficial, and one destined person is enough. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said. Jira, try it, and pour magic power into the book, you will have an unexpected surprise. When the earthen jar suddenly opened up something different from Hinata Hanabi, Qin Yu also suspected that he was tricked by the system at first. When he was about to fight with the system, he suddenly realized that this was not a broken book. Especially the 3-leaf clover mark on the broken book. Qin Yu instantly thought that this book might come from another dimension, which is also a 4-leaf clover world where magic is prevalent. The clover mark is the manifestation of the power system of this world. Although the clover magic book is not the strongest in that world. But if it has the power of another world and can better fit Jira's magic attributes, it will become a sharp weapon. Pour the magic power into it. Jira was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he heard of such a strange operation method. However, at present, he could only try his best. While freeing up his right hand, the magic power in his body was agitated. He quickly poured it into the magic book along his gently stroking right hand. As soon as the magic power was injected into the magic book, a dazzling golden light bloomed without warning. At this moment, the magic book that seemed to be a broken book seemed to have directly washed away the dust and traces of time on the surface. In the eyes of the public, it gave people a feeling of being refreshed. Chapter 1367. Jira was excited like chicken blood. Buzz! The dazzling golden light bloomed like a small sun. The huge magic power surged like a tide, turning into a hurricane and rolling back in all directions. The magic book that was lying quietly in Jira's hand was quickly opened in the golden light. The next moment, those golden and mysterious words appeared line by line like a brand, making people feel dizzy. However, the scene that came into view shook everyone's nerves. Boom! A magic light column rushed out of the magic book and went straight to the sky. The next moment, before everyone could react, it poured into Jira's body in full view of everyone. Bang! The golden light fell into Jira's body, and countless mysterious words quickly entangled on the surface of his body. At the same time, the second source of magic power that had been dormant in Jira's body finally loosened with a roar. Like a bright lamp in the dark, it was directly lit up. The magic power, which had already reached the top level in the S-class, was once again rising steadily. The huge magic power that penetrated the body penetrated even the accumulated clouds in the sky. At this moment, Jira was stunned. In this completely uncontrollable explosion, he did not hesitate at all, but felt like he was flying. His whole body was filled with an unprecedented powerful feeling. Feeling the crazy surge of magic power, Jira felt that he could destroy a palace with a wave of his hand. With the current state, challenging the 10 saints of the older generation is not a big deal. The most important point is that Jira found that there was a lot of magic knowledge that did not belong to him in his mind. Most of them were related to the magic book in his hand. The scene of golden light blooming was quickly suppressed. Jira, who was bathed in it, closed the magic book in his hand that was automatically flipping in front of everyone. Feeling the huge fluctuation of magic power, everyone present couldn't help but gurgle and swallowed their saliva. Looking at Qin Yu's eyes, they were all in disbelief. If, a moment ago, buying an earthen jar for 5 million was an eloquent scam. But now, after witnessing the changes in Jira, many people are not calm. The second magic source is opened, and there is a mysterious magic text inheritance, especially the golden magic book in Jura's hand. All of this is knocking on their nerves all the time. Tell them that they just missed a great opportunity. With just a clay pot, one can obtain such powerful power and self-transformation. This is simply a dream for any person. No. It should be said that it is also a dream for Jura. Humph, this must be just a trick, a high-end scam. I don't believe it. You should go back to the Magic Council with me. Arusha suddenly jumped up without any warning. Like a ghost, he broke out of the ground 7 or 8 meters behind Qin Yu. Under the reverse of the cold air, it turned into a large ice crystal net and attacked Qin Yu's back. The sudden scene made the faces of the people present change drastically. They never thought that in the face of such a seemingly established fact, Arusha would choose to take action. Humph, Arusha, it seems that you have really lost the face of the Magic Council. If you can't afford to lose, then don't come out to embarrass yourself. Jura snorted disdainfully. Feeling the magic power filling his body, it was the first time that he was so tough. I'll show you the magic inheritance I got in the earthen jar. Rock magic sentinels of rock iron. Bang, bang, bang. The ground behind Qin Yu, rocks flew out. In front of everyone's eyes, they instantly turned into 7 sentinels 3 or 4 meters tall, wearing armor, holding spears and shields. The most incredible thing is that these sentinels are not simply modeling magic. Instead, they are dynamic models, and they are also attack forms with self-awareness. This is completely different from the rock iron magic that Jura has always shown to the outside world. Bang! The 7 sentinels took the lead and instantly crushed the attacking ice crystal net. At the same time, at Jura's signal, they quickly rushed towards Arusha. Jura, you dare to ruin our Magic Council's business, you are betraying the Isha continent. Arusha's expression changed, and he was the first to shout. However, facing these harsh words, Jura, who had benefited from it, obviously didn't take it to heart. He snorted disdainfully and clasped his hands together suddenly. Humph, if you can't afford to lose, it's the style of the Magic Council. Then people like you, as a counselor, are also a shame to our Yisha continent. Today I will take you down and replace you. I'll let you see how strong I am now after inheriting the earthen jar. Rock iron magic trolls are coming. As the rolling words fell, Jura's clothes rustled. As the violent magic power bloomed in his body, the first magic source was directly lit up. The Clover magic book, which was connected to the second magic source, also bloomed with dazzling golden light. The wind and sand around were rolling back, and the earth was roaring. As Jura blended the two magic powers together, the entire ruined hall seemed to be shrouded in doomsday. Qin Yu was also surprised to see Jura, who was completely different from before. However, he was relieved soon. As one of the 10 saints, Jura was called the strongest human in the Ixu continent in the original book. It was enough to show his talent. It was a pity that this world was full of cheating players, which suppressed his genius aura. Moreover, after identification, Qin Yu also found that Jura got the Clover magic book this time. It was probably the power of Alcdera Sandra, a 4th-class senior magic knight who was good at rock magic and ranked below the leader and vice-leader in the Clover world, who was known as the strongest magic knight group in the Golden Dawn. His dynamic magic, which he was good at, could undoubtedly make up for Jura's shortcomings in solid magic. If Jura could really combine the two, his strength would be qualitatively improved. Bang! Jura suddenly put his hands together, and the rising magic power instantly reached the extreme. Accompanied by a roar from the earth. Everyone just felt like the ground was shaking, and the rock layer within sight was tearing apart quickly. The next moment, 2 huge palms of 7 or 8 meters stretched out directly from the crack. With a sudden clasp, the rock layer made a violent roar. The crack was torn open, and a huge head of more than 10 meters broke out of the ground directly. At this moment, Jura, who was on the head. It gave people the feeling of being excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 1368 The Same Attitude. Boom! The earth was shaking violently, and the rock layer quickly broke apart like a spider web, under the rolling sand and dust. With Jurarikis's hands suddenly clasped together. The huge body that broke out of the ground was the first to come into view. The rock demon god of tens of meters gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. The attitude that covered the sky and the sun shook everyone's nerves. The powerful magic aura emanating from it was like an invisible hand that gripped people's hearts. Everyone present looked at Jurikis standing on the rock troll's head, and their faces suddenly changed drastically. In their eyes, Jura's strength was very good, and he was also a candidate among the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. However, this kind of magic that burst out like a demon god between his gestures could not come from his hands. In the eyes of most of them, this was something that only gods could do. After all, although magic was prevalent in the Ixu continent, it was obviously several points weaker than other continents. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. The scene in front of him was real. Urusha, for the honor of Uchiha Chinyu, please come out and fight me. Standing on the head of the rock troll, Jurikis had never had such a huge confidence. He had just obtained this 3-leaf clover magic book. But before using it, he had never thought that it would be able to burst out such a powerful force when combined with his own magic power. In particular, this power inheritance gave him the illusion of being like a fish in water, and it was completely different from the so-called strange feeling when he just got this power. When he thought about it, everything that seemed to be reborn came entirely from the earthen jar in Uchiha Chinyu's hand. This made Jurikis a little fortunate. Fortunately, Jalal and Urusha's doubts about Uchiha Chinyu, that kind of aggressive pressure, let this opportunity fall on him. If he had known earlier that the earthen jar had such a heaven-defying effect, let alone 5 million, even if it was 10 million or 20 million. I'm afraid Jalal and Urusha would pay immediately. However, the scene that was like a brand in Jura's mind was still the only remaining earthen jar in Uchiha Chinyu's hand. One earthen jar had already given him this feeling of being reborn. If there was another earthen jar, he would not be able to secure his position as one of the 10 great magisters of the saint. Jura believed that even if he could become one of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishu, or even surpass the 4 heavenly kings of Ishu, there would be no problem. When he thought of this, Jurikis's heart was simply burning, and his eyes looking at Uchiha Chinyu were also a little more urgent. Now he had completely lost his usual honest and kind appearance, and was completely like a pig brother, staring at Chinyu with a fiery face. If someone who didn't know the truth saw it, they might think that Jurikis had some special hobby. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Jura's mind. After the fiery face was barely suppressed, a pair of calm eyes looked around the whole scene like a torch, and fell on Urusha not far away. At this moment, Urusha was also shocked when she saw Jurikis, whose microcosm had completely exploded. As one of the 6 magic generals, Urusha had carefully investigated the so-called Holy 10 magicians in the Light Guild. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. In Urusha's eyes, as long as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishu are not dispatched. As long as she thinks of Jalal, who is just a puppet in her hand, she is not to be feared at all. Although Jurikis ranked 9th among the Holy 10, he overwhelmed Jalal, the new rising star. However, Urusha didn't care about this tiny difference in strength. However, the scene before her eyes, Jurikis, who exuded a powerful aura like a tide, completely subverted her cognition. As a member of the Magic Council, Urusha knew clearly how powerful Jula's Holy 10 powers were. Now, the feeling given to people is as if it has doubled, giving her a feeling that is second only to the 4 kings of Ishu that she had met in the past. As for the hidden strength, Urusha was even more unwilling to believe it. When she thought of this, an absurd idea flashed through Urusha's mind. Could this really be the power of the earthen jar? If it is not the power of the earthen jar, how to explain the scene in front of her? Urusha, why are you silent? Didn't you just show off your power here again and again in the name of the Magic Council and force Uchiha Chinyu? The voice of Jurikis sounded like thunder again. The figure standing on the rock troll was infinitely magnified at this moment. It gave people a feeling like a demon god. A pair of torch-like eyes swept across the scene. Finally, it locked on Jalal. If you magic reviewers are really unreasonable and want to harm Uchiha Chinyu, then today I, Jurikis, will bet on the reputation of the 10 great saints. I will fight you 2 alone. The rolling sound fell. At this moment, the huge magic power dormant in Jura's body exploded again like a frenzy. When it overlapped with the clover magic book, it even burst out like a hurricane. For a while, the wind and sand rolled in the field. Facing Jura's arrogant words, he wanted to fight 2 against 1. The faces of the people present could not help but change. Even Uchiha Chinyu and Hyuga Hanabi could not help but be stunned. This tone and attitude made them feel like they had seen it before. No. It should be said that when they overturned their opponents not long ago, the words and domineering attitude they left behind were completely in the same vein. It seems that Jurikis has gained rapid strength and feels like he is floating. Uchiha Kainu couldn't help but hold his forehead. Jurikis, don't go too far. Urusha's face suddenly darkened. Don't forget that I represent the Magic Council, and behind me is the greatest power in the entire Isha continent. Don't blame us for being rude if you provoke me in public like this. Besides, even if I, Urusha, am not one of the 10 saints, my strength is definitely not worse than yours. Bang! A wave of magic power also exploded in Urusha's body. It turned into a streak of silk, and with an attitude that was no less than that, it collided head-on with the breath emitted by Jura. Boom! The two spiritual powers collided in the void, and a thunderous roar was heard in an instant. The hurricane formed also directly lifted the broken buildings around. Overturned and leveled. Feeling this tit-for-tat momentum, the faces of all the people present suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 1369 Everything is the Curse. Jurikis, don't go too far. Urusha's face suddenly darkened. Don't forget that I represent the Magic Council, and behind me is the greatest power in the entire Isha continent. Don't blame us for being rude if you provoke me in public like this. Besides, even if I, Urusha, am not one of the 10 saints, my strength is definitely not worse than yours. Bang! A wave of magic power also exploded in Urusha's body. It turned into a streak of silk, and with an attitude that was no less than that of Jura, it collided head-on with the breath emitted by Jura. Boom! The two spiritual powers collided in the void, and a thunderous roar was heard instantly. The hurricane formed even overturned and leveled the broken buildings around. Feeling this tit-for-tat momentum, the faces of all the people present suddenly changed drastically. They subconsciously looked at Uchiha Chinyu. They were eager to know how Uchiha Chinyu would react to the jealous scene in front of them. However, after this glance, Uchiha Chinyu, who first came into view, made them feel like watching a show without being bothered by the trouble. For Jurikis, who stood up for him, he did not have the attitude of stopping or persuading him to fight. He just stood there, with a smile on his face, quietly being a bystander. Faced with this attitude of not caring about the matter, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, I am afraid no one would be willing to believe that someone could be so shameless. Urusha, Jolare, stop it! A figure appeared in front of the two of them one step ahead. Seeing the slightly embarrassed Jalal interjecting, the nerves of all the people present were obviously tense again. After all, in the eyes of most people, Jura's strength has been improved. But Urusha and Jalal are in the same boat. If the two really join forces, who is stronger and who is weaker is unknown. When they thought of having the honor to witness the battle of the top combat power on the Isha continent, many people were secretly excited. Zikaline, are you planning to interfere now? I asked you to come together, now, come on immediately. Jurikis's eyes suddenly glared, and he roared like thunder again. Otherwise, apologize to Uchiha Chinyu. After all, you lost the bet this time, and everyone present is a witness. The rolling words made the eardrums of the people present hurt. Looking at this amiable and kind-hearted Saint Tenmage, Jurikis, the strength he showed completely subverted everyone's cognition. But it was precisely because of this reason that many people present suddenly remembered an important question. Just now, Jalal was betting with Uchiha Kainu on opening the jar. But he made a promise. If Uchiha Kainu's broken earthen jar can really open the inheritance of the ancient mage, then Jalal will hand over his title of the 10 holy mages. By the way, do you remember the bet just now? Now Lord Jura has obviously obtained the inheritance of the ancient mage in the earthen jar. This will mean that Lord Chi Klein's bet has been lost, so will his title of the 10 holy mages be handed over to Uchiha Kainu. Or does Lord Chi Klein think that the bet just now is a joke and does not need to be fulfilled? I don't think so. After all, Lord Chi Klein is also a member of the 10 holy mages, and he still has to save face. What face? Didn't you see Urusha just now? The scene exploded all of a sudden. Facing Jura's words, facing the title of the 10 holy mages under the bet. The people present were obviously more gossipy. What choice would Jalal make? After all, if people outside knew that the ranking of the 10 saints was changed this time, it was not because of a battle of strength. Instead, it was because of the gambling pot that even the title of the 10 saints was lost. This would probably become the biggest joke of the Isha continent. Jalal, who had just landed in the field and stood between the two, had his facial muscles twitching. Facing this renewed bet, he obviously felt embarrassed. However, what was most important and what he wanted most now was the earthen pot in Uchiha Chinyu's hand. For this magical prop that could make Jura feel like he had been reborn in an instant. An absurd idea flashed through Jalal's mind. In the ranking of the 10 saints, although his strength was only ranked 10th, he was just at the bottom. However, this was all because Jalal wanted to hide that he was a black magician. He knew clearly that as long as he burst out the power of a black magician, Jurarikis would never be his opponent. But this kind of strength was only below the 4 heavenly kings of Ishu. It is impossible to suppress the entire Ishu continent by force. Then, it is impossible to summon the legendary black magician Ziref with the forbidden blood sacrifice. Therefore, in order to obtain more powerful power, Jalal has been lurking in the Magic Council and secretly carrying out his plan. Unfortunately, as the plan progresses, the difficulty will become greater. If Jalal wants to advance the plan and make it more smooth to proceed, the only way is to enhance one's own strength. And now the earthen jar in Chinyu's hand and the power displayed by Jura gave Jalal a glimmer of hope. Even a big fool like Jura can get such a powerful transformation. Jalal believes that he can do it with his own strength. When he thought of this, Jalal's heart was simply burning. While his eyes swept over Uchiha Chinyu, he barely suppressed his unwillingness and said with a smile. "Everyone, please be patient. I also know that everything that happened just now has made everyone more or less dissatisfied. However, I hope that everyone, before looking at things, understands that Urusha and I are standing on the righteousness of the Magic Council and the Isha continent. So, to some extent, many people and things may be misjudged." At this point, Jalal's eyes turned in vain and fell on Chinyu. "So, now I want to sincerely apologize to Uchiha Chinyu, and I regret my recklessness just now. Of course, in fact, Urusha and I also have our own difficulties." A series of words came out of Jalal's mouth. Looking at him like a man who can bend and stretch. The people present were also stunned. Especially the last sentence, which made people think of the next sentence. "Zikaline, are you going to say that all this is the curse?" Chinyu smiled warmly. In his memory, Jalal's Zikaline gave people the feeling of arrogance. After all, the negative emotions of black magic, Urusha's brainwashing of transforming into Ziref, and becoming a Saint 10 and a magic counselor at a young age are all things to be proud of. Chapter 1370. Press the posture to the ground and rub it. Now Jalal showed this humble attitude in public, which completely subverted Chinyu's cognition. However, Chinyu knew clearly that the reason why Jalal made such a concession was because he obviously knew the power of the earthen jar. He also wanted to get the earthen jar urgently. The current low profile was just the beginning. Jalal's facial muscles twitched slightly, facing Chinyu's unexpected words. Even if he was thick-skinned, he felt embarrassed. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, facing the extreme temptation of the earthen jar. The only way for Jalal to get the earthen jar was to ease the relationship first. "Haha, Uchiha Chinyu, you are indeed insightful and understand the problem." Jalal was the first to speak with a smile. "Actually, I just said that when Urusha and I came here, we encountered the 6 demon generals and fought a big battle with them. Although Urusha and I defeated the 6 demon generals in that battle, we were also cursed. If it hadn't been suppressed in time, I'm afraid it would have backfired now. It is precisely because of this reason that our emotions just now were constantly affected by the curse, and we made many decisions that were not in line with our identities and status, which made everyone present misunderstand. If possible, I would like to sincerely apologize here, and I hope that Uchiha Kainyu can forgive my mistakes." At this point, Jalal cast a sincere look at Uchiha Kainyu. Chang's words were even more rolling, mixed with an inexplicable feeling of sincerity, which made the onlookers present stunned. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. Faced with Jalal's so-called sincerity, they were eager to see what Chinyu would choose. Will he hold on to the bet for the 10 holy titles? "Lord Chi Klein, young friend Chinyu, if you don't mind, can you let me say something fair?" Luo Lubin suddenly spoke. Seeing this old man who had always been at peace with the world suddenly say such words, Wendy's face changed slightly. However, before Wendy could speak, Luo Lubin reached out and stopped her. "This time, there are many factors that caused this matter. Since it is all misunderstandings, why don't we just erase this matter as chalk writing? If you don't mind, you can also regard it as selling me a face, and this matter will be covered up, and everyone will just pretend that it never happened." After saying this, Loyal Lubin looked at Qin Yu and Jalal. After all, everyone present knew clearly that the biggest reason for the confrontation between Yerusha and Jura just now was still Uchiha Qin Yu and Jalal. As long as the two can reconcile, then this matter can be completely covered up. Humph, Lubin, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Your demon cat is not ranked very prominently in the Guild of Light. If you act recklessly now, you may bring bad things upon yourself. What's more, some arrogant people will not look at the face of old guys like you. Yerusha could not help but snort coldly. Jalal suddenly pressed his posture to the ground and rubbed it. This inexplicable behavior was beyond her comprehension. However, when she thought of Jirarakis's crazy challenge just now, this made Yerusha completely unable to swallow this breath. Haha, Miss Yerusha, it seems that your curse is too deep as the ditch you squeezed out. Qin Yu smiled warmly. However, for what you said, I still want to sell the old man's face. After all, I can still respect the old and love the young. But, for those of you who are cursed, I don't know if you can do it. You. Yerusha was furious. She certainly knew what the groove squeezed out of Qin Yu's mouth meant. Especially the last stroke of genius, it felt naked. After all, although she was not injured in the fight just now, her kimono was damaged a lot. Now facing Qin Yu's glance, it felt like a glance. Yerusha, shut up, don't talk. Jalal spoke first. As soon as the voice changed, he continued to rub his posture on the ground and said with a smile. Qin Yu, you are right. Respecting the old and loving the young is something that every magician must do. As a magic counselor, I am no exception. The stern voice echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at Jalal with a resolute face, the people present could not help but be stunned. They never thought that the dignified member of the Magic Council and the 10 Holy Magisters would show such a low profile. Even Yerusha was confused and unfamiliar. Looking at Jalal, she was a little unrecognizable. This was a feeling that was incompatible with the blackened Jalal she had bewitched. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I really didn't want to believe that all this was true. Thank you, Qin Yu, and Master Qi Klein for your righteousness. Loyal Lubin stepped forward quickly and played the role of a smoother. Standing on the rock golem, Jura subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. This time, he was full of enthusiasm to make a move, all for the sake of increasing his impression in front of Qin Yu. Now it depends on Uchiha Qin Yu whether to continue or stop. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu. Even Jalal was no exception. After all, everything he did was aimed at the earthen jar. If Qin Yu said no now, all his efforts would be in vain. Haha, since Lord Qi Klein is so righteous, if I, an unknown person, dare to insist, I'm afraid it would be embarrassing. Qin Yu laughed dryly. Since we can agree on the purpose, the disagreement just now will be erased like chalk writing. It's getting late now, and we should leave for fireworks. After saying this, Qin Yu suddenly turned around and left. Seeing this clean and cool energy, the people present couldn't help but be stunned. Even Gerald was no exception. Without time to think about it, he quickly stepped forward and said with a smile. Haha, Qin Yu, you can be so generous. As a commentator, I am very pleased. Since we have covered up the farce just now. However, I think everyone should want to know about the earthen jar. The scene suddenly became one-sided. If you don't take advantage, you'll lose it. At least, in their eyes, the secret of becoming stronger, even if it can't make them become S-level magicians, they can go 2 levels higher and become magicians. What's more, now there is Qi Klein to lead, even if the sky falls, there are people to carry it, say a word and speak up to stand on the team. What's so scary about this? Chapter 1371 You are not the destined person. The nerves of everyone present were tense all of a sudden. Even Jura was no exception. After all, he had personally obtained the inheritance of the earthen jar and obtained a transformation-like manifestation. Facing the only remaining earthen jar in Qin Yu's hand. If he said he didn't desire it, he would probably be lying. After all, no one would dislike that their strength had the opportunity to become stronger. Everything Jura did just now was mostly due to the last earthen jar. Yerusha's expression froze. She finally understood why Jalal had just rubbed his low profile on the ground. Facing Jura's transformation, that was the most powerful endorsement of the inheritance of the earthen jar. After the anger in her mind was extinguished, even Yerusha couldn't help but feel a little greedy. For a moment, everyone's attention was on Qin Yu, eager to see his statement. You all want to buy the last earthen jar from me? Qin Yu stopped, smiled, and looked back at the whole audience. This gesture made Hyuga Hanabi, who was following closely, nervous. Just now, she was relieved and let Jura buy a earthen jar. But facing the last earthen jar, Hyuga Hanabi couldn't hold back. She wanted to say something but stopped, and soon met Qin Yu's eyes, and finally swallowed her words back. Haha, Mr. Qin Yu, you really know how to joke. This kind of earthen jar with such a powerful inheritance effect is obviously the best for the Magic Council to train newcomers. Jalal smiled and spoke first. Qin Yu, I think you also hope that the Ixu continent will become stronger. After all, our continent is only biased to one side and is far behind the surrounding areas. If our council did not have special power as the basis for confrontation, I am afraid that the Ixu continent would have already become a battlefield for other continents, full of war. So, for the sake of justice, I hope Qin Yu, you can sell the earthen jar to me. If you just want money, the Magic Council still has a lot. As Ixu the most powerful magic organization in Xiu continent, the financial resources of the Magic Council cannot be compared with the few kingdoms on this continent. If the Magic Council says second, I am afraid no one dares to say first. Now as soon as Jalal opened his mouth, he threw out this huge background. It is obvious to tell others that it is impossible to compete with money. Even Jura, the strongest of the snake-scale princess, flashed a trace of unwillingness on his face. Not to mention the other spectators present. The only thing they can do is to eagerly know what Qin Yu's attitude is. Qi Klein, do you want this broken earthen jar? Qin Yu smiled and raised the earthen jar in his hand and said. Since you are thinking about the future of the Yuxia continent, if I don't agree, I am afraid it will be unreasonable. Okay, this earthen jar is not expensive, give me 10 billion, and I will sell it to you. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Faced with the price offered, not to mention Gerald, even the other spectators were also frozen. They also had a lot of guesses about the price flashing through their minds just now. However, the offer Qin Yu gave at the moment was undoubtedly far from the 5 million just now. It was completely a world of difference. Although, they didn't know how much 10 billion would be. However, they knew clearly that even the strongest country on their continent, the Kingdom of Fiori. I'm afraid that even if the entire treasury was used up, it would not be able to make up the money. Perhaps, the Magic Council has a little more power than the Kingdom of Fiori. However, this does not mean that the Magic Council would be stupid enough to spend 10 billion to buy a clay pot with unknown content inside. If the inheritance that Jura got could not be opened from it, the 10 billion would probably be wasted. No. Even if this clay pot could really open the inheritance. But using 10 billion to buy an inheritance was too ridiculous. Uchiha Qin Yu, are you kidding? Jalal managed his expression and put on a smile that was uglier than death. Let's put it this way. To express the gratitude of the Magic Council for your contribution, I am willing to spend 50 million to buy this earthen jar. This price is 10 times more than Jura's. You should be satisfied. Don't forget, everything I did this time was for the Magic Council. After the words fell, Jalal's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. The last sentence, I'm afraid that anyone who is not a fool can easily see that Jalal is secretly putting pressure on him. 50 million. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. This price is indeed very tempting, but I have made the biggest concession. Don't forget, my products are only sold to destined people. You didn't buy it when the price was 7 million just now, which proves that you are not destined. Now the price is 10 billion, and I will sell it to you only because you are sincere for the justice of Asia continent. If you don't want it, then I won't want to sell it. I promised Huahuo that I would sell it to her when she gets 5 million. 5 million and 10 billion. The gap between them is simply a chasm. Most importantly, Qin Yu now offers 10 billion to sell the earthen jar to Jalal, and this is still because he is wholeheartedly for the justice of Asia continent. Although many people present know that this so-called justice is just Jalal's one-sided words. But facing Qin Yu's answer, it is undoubtedly difficult for people to accept it. However, there are also many people who are secretly happy. Since Jalal cannot get this earthen jar with the background of the Magic Council, that means that everyone present can become a destined person. Buy this worn-out earthenware jar at a low price. Although this 5 million is a sky-high price for many people. But facing the opportunity to become as powerful as the 10 saints. No one is willing to give up the identity of a destined person for 5 million. However, the onlookers present are most concerned about what will Jalal, who has just missed the identity of a destined person, do? Okay, very good, Uchiha Kainu, I just lowered my attitude to the extreme for the justice of the Asia continent, and now you are teasing me. Jalal's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his expression was distorted, revealing an undisguised murderous intent. Since you have disregarded the righteousness of the Asia continent, repeatedly despised the Magic Council, and attacked the counselors, then today, for the righteousness of the Magic Council and the Asia continent, I, Chi Klein, will do whatever it takes to get you to keep this earthen jar, even if it costs my life. Moreover, I suspect that you have killed the descendants of ancient magicians and robbed them of this inheritance-related thing. Chapter 1372. A toy hammer is enough. The stern voice pierced the ears like thunder. The faces of all the people in the field changed suddenly. I thought that Jalal had no chance of getting this earthen jar, so they still had a chance to survive. But I never thought that Jalal would be so soft that he would actually use force. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the people of the Magic Council would act like this? Zikaline, you've gone too far. You dare to act like this, forcing people to buy and sell. Aren't you really worried that you'll bring shame to the Magic Council and make everyone here feel ashamed? Juraregis was the first to shout angrily. After personally experiencing the miraculous benefits of the earthen jar, even if there was only a slight chance to get it again, Juraregis was absolutely unwilling to give up easily. However, as soon as these words fell, a violent magic power, like a frenzy, exploded in Jalal's body. Yerusha, you cover me. Meteor. Bang. The light on Jalal's body suddenly increased, and the moment his body leaned forward slightly, the whole person was like a starlight, quickly tearing through the void and rushing towards Uchiha Chinyu. The speed was so fast that it was just a blink of an eye, crossing dozens of meters. Looking at this scene, even Juraregis and others had no way to react. They never thought that Jalal would take action directly without saying a word. Moreover, this was in conjunction with Yerusha to launch an offensive against Uchiha Chinyu. Haha, Zikline, your choice is in line with my idea. A mere nobody dares to insult and despise the Magic Council again and again. This stupid guy must be made to understand his position by force. With you and I working together, this guy can be dealt with in an instant. Yerusha laughed loudly, and the magic power on his body surged, and a pink crystal ice road quickly bloomed under his feet. The next moment, the moment he took a step, the whole person was like a ghost, chasing Jalal. Although this speed is several points slower than Jalal's meteor acceleration. But it also made everyone's nerves tense. The two judges of the Magic Council were tearing their faces, and the people present were eager to know how Chinyu would respond. Will the magical earthen jar really be preserved? Haha, you finally can't help but want to tear the face? But to be honest, your play is really bad. I thought you would secretly attack after I left, but I didn't expect you to lose your temper so soon. Chinyu laughed dryly and turned back, looking at the two people who attacked, and said with a backhand move. This time, I'm afraid you can't use the curse as an excuse. This farce should also end. The fearless attitude made the people present stagnate. Especially when they saw what suddenly appeared in Uchiha Chinyu's hand. At first, they thought that under this fearless attitude, the thing that Uchiha Chinyu took out should be a killer. When they saw the thing clearly, their pupils suddenly contracted, and there was a trace of confusion on their faces. Some people couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Is this a toy hammer? Use a toy hammer to deal with two judges of the Magic Council, one of whom is a Saint 10. Isn't this too arrogant? This scene, falling into Arusha's eyes, made her face suddenly gloomy to the extreme, and she roared. What a bastard kid, Zikline, we can't kill him so quickly, we must torture him and vent our anger. Arusha, don't worry, just support me behind me, so that the kid won't do anything. Jalal's face was also very bad. Looking at the toy hammer that Chinyu took out like a magic trick, it was also a great shame for him. It can be said that looking around the whole audience, only Hinata Hanabi and Lucy understood how devilish this toy hammer was. Haha, a toy hammer is enough to deal with you. Chinyu smiled warmly, and the moment his right foot stepped out, the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had come behind Jalal who had turned into a meteor. The speed was so fast that everyone present was shocked, and Jalal and Arusha were no exception. It can be said that in order to knock Chinyu down instantly, they have increased their speed to the extreme. Now Chinyu flashed and came behind them. Does this mean that Uchiha Chinyu, who has not yet been officially promoted to an S-level wizard, is more powerful than they imagined? Absurd thoughts flashed through Jalal's mind. Before he could react, a stern sound of breaking through the air came from behind him. In this state of being integrated into the meteor's acceleration, Jalal wanted to withdraw and retreat violently, but it was obviously impossible to do it for a moment. The only thing that made Jalal feel fortunate. In the corner of his eyes, he saw that Chinyu actually used a toy hammer to attack. Jalal firmly believed that this broken toy would not be a big deal even if it was hit by more than 100 hammers. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed, and under the huge force release, Jalal felt that the back of his head was hit by a huge force. The footsteps that merged into the meteor staggered and fell heavily to the ground head-on. The seemingly thick rock ground cracked open. Seeing this sudden rise, the people present were stunned for a moment. Especially Arusha, who had never thought that this toy hammer would have such a huge power. However, after such an episode, the distance between Arusha and Uchiha Chinyu was obviously less than 12 or 13 meters. The crystal ball of the Arc of Time hidden in the sleeve was directly shot out. Arrogant man, you may be very powerful, but don't you know that turning your back on the enemy is a taboo on the battlefield? Especially, you are turning your back on a woman who will avenge her grudges. Let you taste the taste of being a little kid with magic props. In Arusha's eyes, this kind of close at such a short distance, it was not a problem to hit Uchiha Chinyu with the crystal ball containing the lost magic Arc of Time. The most important thing was that Arusha did not know how strong Chinyu was. But under the interference of the Arc of Time, no matter who it was, once he recovered to the time of a little kid. Arusha did not believe that such a person could still hurt him. When he thought of this, looking at the crystal ball that was about to hit, Arusha's face showed a trace of ecstasy. Especially when he saw Jalal, who suddenly opened his eyes after falling to the ground. Arusha believed that Jalal would never give up such a good opportunity to make a move. Chapter 1373 Acting skills are close to the best actor. Puff. The low sound of breaking through the air echoed like thunder. Seeing the crystal ball that appeared directly behind Chinyu, everyone's nerves were tense. Especially Julariki's, who was no exception. He knew clearly that once Arusha's goal was really achieved, what awaited him would be a complete loss of chance with the earthen jar. However, at such a close distance, even Julariki's could not help in time. Especially seeing Jalal suddenly jump out of the big pit and hit the crystal ball. It made Julariki's and others feel even more confused. Yes. They were not wrong. At the moment when the crystal ball was about to hit Uchiha Chinyu, Jalal actually took the lead and slapped the crystal ball directly. The direction of the slap was still following Arusha. The sudden scene made Arusha stunned for a moment. Looking at the crystal ball that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, he roared in shock. Ze Klein, are you crazy? Why do you want to help that arrogant guy? Hysterical words echoed between heaven and earth. Faced with Arusha's question, everyone present was also on edge. Is this infernal affairs? Humph, I, Ze Klein, represent the Magic Council of Justice, the incarnation of the Messenger of Light. How could I possibly collude with someone like you who sneaks up on me? You should reflect on yourself under your magic. Jellard showed a righteous expression. It gave people the illusion of killing relatives for the sake of justice. That was not a show at all. It was not infernal affairs at all. Looking at this scene, Arusha was stunned, and finally only had time to let out an angry roar. Ze Klein, you are pitting me. Bang! The crystal ball exploded in response. Under the dazzling light, the violent power of time was venting, instantly drowning Arusha in it. The originally slender and curvy beauty suddenly shrank rapidly, giving people a feeling of rejuvenation. When everyone reacted, the beautiful girl in her early 20s. At this moment, she had become a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old, wearing ill-fitting clothes. The posture of stepping on the ice crystals and sliding quickly, the moment she stepped on the hem of the skirt, her footsteps stumbled and fell forward. Bang! The whole person, in full view of everyone, slid along the ice road to Chinyu's feet. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu, who suddenly seemed to become extremely tall and gave her a sense of oppression from looking down, Arusha's nerves were tense to the extreme. She possessed the lost magic Arc of Time. But under the backlash of magic, her huge magic power was also weakened with age. It can be said that Arusha now is no different from herself when she was 6 or 7 years old. It would be impossible to break the time arc magic on her body in a short time. When she thought of the reason why she would end up like this, Arusha's expression was distorted to the extreme, and she said angrily, "Zikaline, you dare to betray me, tell me quickly, is this your countermeasure?" The stern voice echoed with the wind at this moment. But because of her age, she obviously had a little more childish feeling. But what Arusha never expected was that Jalal actually lifted her collar and sent her to Uchiha Chinyu. Was she sold out by a pig teammate? "Chinyu, I'm sorry, in the Magic Council, there is a member like Arusha who has a dark heart. As the embodiment of light and justice, I feel very depressed." Jalal's face was filled with endless divine light, full of guilt, and said, "If you are willing to forgive the mistakes of our Magic Council, I, Zikaline, am willing to die for light and justice. As for Arusha, I hope you can give her a chance to reform and let her bloom with the heart to uphold light and justice, and then I will leave her to you." After saying this, Jalal pulled out a dagger from his waist, and in full view of everyone, he cut his throat directly. This clean and neat move made even Jurikis and others look confused. In their eyes, if Jalal knew that he could not rob the earthen jar, he would resort to this desperate measure and even betrayed Arusha. Then the scene in front of him, the upright posture, the opening of his mouth is the embodiment of light and justice one. It can be said that single this alone is enough to prove that he is an acting genius, and his acting skills are enough to be called the emperor. Watching this scene, even Arusha couldn't react. "Okay, there's no need to commit suicide to apologize." Chinyu reached out and grabbed Jalal's wrist, then smiled and inserted his hands into Arusha's armpits in front of everyone. This straightforward and direct action made Arusha's delicate body tremble suddenly. She felt an inexplicable soreness all over her body, and she couldn't even muster the strength. Although, now her body has been infinitely reduced to the posture of a 6 or 7-year-old. That proud figure has long been replaced by Taiping. But when I think of that part, there was originally a roundness, and this offensive action makes people feel like touching a taboo part. What Arusha never expected was that there would be something even more difficult to accept next. Kiss on the cheek. Puchi. A crisp sound rang out, and Arusha was stunned on the spot. As a dark wizard, when has she ever been teased in public like this? It can be said that under normal circumstances, if someone treated her like this, she would have been beheaded long ago. However, the current situation of the Arc of Time backlash made her powerless for a while. Not to mention casting magic, even struggling would be a problem. The only hope now is that Jalal is still playing infernal affairs and acting as an actor. Uchiha Kainu, you are indeed a big man. You even forgave the sinful Arusha. On behalf of the Magic Council, I thank you and am surprised by the way you educate Arusha. If possible, please educate Arusha a few more times to let her understand the true responsibilities of our Magic Council. Jalal's voice rang again. Arusha, who was originally full of expectations, felt like she was in heaven or hell. She clearly remembered that it was Jalal who took the initiative and asked her to assist. Now he sold her out shamelessly, as if it was natural. If she could choose, Arusha would swear to throw the crystal ball of the Arc of Time on Jalal, whose acting skills were so great. However, she was unwilling to do this, and in the end, Arusha was left with only a heart full of resentment. Z. Klein, I hate you. Chapter 1374 Who am I and where am I? The huge ruins of the palace fell into a dead silence. Looking at the sudden huge reversal, and Jalal who seemed to have become a different person. Everyone present was stunned. In their eyes, this was unscientific. It was completely different from the plot development they imagined. Looking at Jalal, whose personality suddenly reversed, and Arusha, who directly returned to a young kid. This farce should be over, right? Friend Chinyu. Juralakis quickly landed beside Chinyu. After personally experiencing the pleasure of becoming stronger brought by the earthen jar. Jura, who has always had a heart of rock, also felt a kind of mental shake and extreme desire. A clay jar can make people instantly stronger. Just spending limited money can achieve unexpected results. For anyone, why not do this? Jura, that earthen jar is not meant for you. With you now, one earthen jar is enough. Chinyu glanced at Jura and knew what he was thinking. If he was not the owner of the Wanja shop, facing the charm of the earthen jar, I am afraid even he would not be able to withstand the temptation. Not to mention Jura. This. Juralakis's face changed suddenly. The fist hidden in the sleeve could not help but clench. Originally, Jura still had a glimmer of hope for the last earthen jar in Qin Yu's hand. Hope that he can get a chance to transform again. Unfortunately, the answer Qin Yu gave as soon as he opened his mouth made Jurikis feel like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. Faced with this huge sense of loss, a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Okay, things here have come to an end. Hanabi, Lucy, let's go. Qin Yu reached out and rubbed the back of Urusha's head again. Under the latter's extremely hateful eyes, he turned and left directly. Looking at this cool and straightforward posture, Urusha almost bit her silver teeth to pieces. If it weren't for the decline of her own magic power, she would have no chance of winning at all. I'm afraid she would have already attacked in anger and torn Uchiha Qin Yu to pieces. The only thing he can do now is to hope that the movie Emperor Jelal can find the right time to attack after Uchiha Qin Yu is paralyzed by his acting skills. It must be able to kill with one blow and vent his hatred. However, just as this thought came to mind, Urusha saw Jelal, put on a spring breeze-like smile, waved his hand and walked out of the crowd. Thank you Qin Yu for your teaching to Urusha. We, the Magic Council, will definitely reflect on ourselves in the future and will never let such a thing happen again. I hope you have the opportunity to visit the Magic Council and beat us again. The pleasant words, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sounds, echoing between heaven and earth. Looking at Jelal, who seemed to have completely changed, Urusha suspected that he was possessed by a demon. No. It should be said that it was an angel, or the saint is possessed. Otherwise, such a disgusting scene would not be shown. I know, I'll go next time. Qin Yu waved his hand without looking back, and took Hinata Hanabi and Lucy, and instantly turned into a golden flash, disappearing from the spot. The strange scene made the people who were originally planning to sneak and track and had other intentions towards the earthen jar. They were stunned in place for a while, even Jurikis was no exception. Jura, don't let greed blind your eyes, otherwise what's the difference between you and Zikline and Urusha? The old voice of Loyal Lubin suddenly sounded. Don't forget, you have been a destined person once. If you become greedy because of this, what's the difference between you and the people of the Dark Guild? Also, I want to ask you, with such a heaven-defying earthenware jar, as the seller, Uchiha Kainu, will he be weak? Or do you think you have the ability to defeat him? The small voice at this moment simply hit the depths of Jurarikis's soul. Looking at Loyal Lubin with a deep face, Jura's face was shocked, and the whole person suddenly woke up, and his spine was still a little cold. Finally, he took a few deep breaths, and the anxiety that was overflowing in the whole person disappeared at once, and he clasped his hands together and said gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, President Loyal Lubin. If you hadn't woken me up, I'm afraid I would really do something stupid. Friend Qin Yu, I believe that his strength is enough to rival the 4 heavenly kings of Ixiu, as he can own such a heaven-defying earthenware jar product." In Jura's eyes, the existence of the 4 heavenly kings of Ixiu is like a ceiling. Qin Yu can reach this level and can walk sideways on the Isha continent. Thinking of this, Jurikis couldn't help but sigh secretly. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the Isha continent. In addition to the 4 kings of Ishu, there is actually a powerful existence like Qin Yu who has never appeared in the world. This makes people feel terrified when they think about it carefully. Zikaline, why didn't you take action just now, and you still want to betray me? Tell me quickly, what is your plan, otherwise I will never let you go. Urusha roared hysterically. Thinking of the feeling of being slaughtered like a fish on a chopping board in front of Qin Yu just now. This made Urusha want to strangle Jelal to death. Well, who am I, where am I, what happened just now? Jelal suddenly spoke. The confusion on his face made Urusha and others confused. Is this pretending to be crazy or are they all fools? Otherwise, how could he say such stupid things in public? After all, the scene just now happened only a minute or 2 away from now. For many people, it is still vivid in their minds. By the way, where is Urusha Uchiha Kainu? Why did you let him go? Let's go chase them. Jelal suddenly woke up. At this moment, he felt like a dream in his heart. Especially when he thought of the scene of personality reversal that happened to him just now, it was really numbing. Thinking back to just now, Uchiha Kainu suddenly used the toy hammer in his hand to attack successfully. He was like being sealed in his body by an invisible force. Through his body, he clearly saw that his body was occupied by the so-called goodwill and made those actions that were completely contrary to his own mind. That weird feeling was really numbing. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Jalal would never have believed that there were such weird methods in this world. When he thought about facing such weird methods of Uchiha Kainu in the future. If there is another sneak attack from behind, it will be a nightmare. Chapter 1375. Do I look like the next destined person? A mess of thoughts flashed through Jalal's mind. When he thought of Uchiha Chinyu, his method was like turning people's hearts upside down. What happened just now might happen again. This made Jalal completely impatient, and he turned around and grabbed Urusha's arm. Urusha, that guy should not have escaped far, let's catch up quickly, you help me from the side, I will definitely wipe him out. Jalal said anxiously. In particular, when he thought of the powerful effect of the earthen jar, it made him feel tormented, and he was eager to take the earthen jar back. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a huge slap quickly enlarged in his pupils. Snap! The crisp slap sounded like thunder. Feeling the burning sensation on his cheek, Jalal was stunned for a moment. Looking at the furious Urusha, he could not come back to his senses. Support your sister, I don't want you, the movie star, to sell me out again, I will never let you off with this matter. Urusha shouted angrily. Now she has obviously returned to her normal size. If it were not for the occasion, I am afraid she would have attacked Jalal directly without saying a word. Looking at Urusha who left after saying these words, Jalal was stunned, especially the burning sensation on his cheek, which made him feel ashamed. Looking at the direction where Uchiha Kainu left, Jalal suddenly clenched his fists and roared with gritted teeth. Damn Uchiha Kainu, no matter where you hide, I will find you and let you know that what happened to the Sin Magic Council? The rolling voices echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. Looking at the two reviewers who turned around and left, those who were still thinking about the assessment were confused. Now even the person in charge of the assessment is gone. This means that their assessment is probably ruined. Thinking of the words that Uchiha Kainu had been talking about at the beginning, which could not be assessed, everyone present was completely discouraged. It seems that facing such a great man, you can't afford to gamble in the future. However, after witnessing the series of farces that just happened, the people present knew clearly that they missed the opportunity to take the exam today. But they unexpectedly saw a once-in-a-lifetime wonderful battle. Especially seeing that Uchiha Kainu, who seemed to be unknown, actually showed the strength of the 10 holy magisters. That was simply a feast for their eyes. The next major event will become the talk of the town of Igzu. This group of rookies who witnessed it with their own eyes will definitely be highly sought after. Well, the matter here has come to an end, and Wendy has successfully passed the magician's assessment. There is no point in us staying here, so we will leave first. Take care, Jura. Relubin retracted his gaze and sighed first. Seeing the changes in Gerald just now, the people present may be confused. But for Relubin, who has lived for hundreds of years and is the thought body guarding the seal of Nirvana, this ability to subvert human nature is completely similar to Nirvana. This made Relubin instantly suspect that Chinyu was related to the person in the prophecy, and he was eager to go back to the demon cat and to take a look. Jura suddenly came back to his senses, showing a trace of gratitude, and said, President Relubin, this time it was thanks to you that I was able to wake up from my greed. However, the temptation of the last earthen jar is too great, which makes people really unable to keep their original intentions for a while. Since Chinyu has already said that I am not the destined person, then I will completely give up on the earthen jar. It's just that Uchiha Chinyu mentioned that Wendy and he have a connection. If President Loyal Lubin meets him next time, maybe he can give it a try. If Wendy can get the earthen jar, it will be a lifetime benefit. Speaking of this, Jirarakis's expression also calmed down, and he put his hands together again. It's time to end things here. The inheritance of the earthen jar just now touched me a lot. President Loyal Lubin, let's say goodbye now. Or it's not good. In addition to Wendy, our Shirley may also be the next person with a connection. Don't let us get ahead of her. After saying this, Jurarikis turned and left with the confused Swalia. What is the next destined person? Swalia is still thinking about how to get rid of the bet between her and Uchiha Chinyu. She never thought that when she came to her senses, she was sold out by Jurarikis again. With the departure of these big men, the small men who were still staying in the scene and planned to continue to eat melons, looked at each other, and turned away in boredom. The huge ruins of the hall suddenly became a little quiet. On the other hand, at the location where Chinyu's shop was originally, 3 figures appeared again like ghosts under a flash of golden light. Looking at the building that suddenly changed in front of her, Lucy's expression froze, and soon she showed a face full of shock. Is this the legendary teleportation magic? In Lucy's cognition, magic involving space teleportation is just a legend on the Asia continent. She never thought that she would experience it personally. Moreover, those legendary teleportation magics require many restrictions to be performed. Magic arrays, rare materials for building magic arrays, etc. are no exception. Now the boy in front of her can perform it with ease. This is simply subverting her cognition. Most importantly, in Lucy's eyes, compared with her own fuss, Hinata Hanabi has a natural expression on her face. Is this not strange? Facing a series of events today, looking at the back of the boy in front of her, Lucy instantly felt an elusive feeling. Well, it's getting late, so many things have happened here, we shouldn't stay for long, let's leave here first. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and spoke first. He was not afraid that Jalal and Ultia would come to seek revenge. He just didn't want this game to end too soon. After all, the system's shop mission has just begun. If Qin Yu directly breaks through this world, this would not only be boring, but even the shop mission would not be completed. His own body would probably be trapped here forever, which was not what Qin Yu wanted to see. Looking at Qin Yu who walked away directly, Lucy suddenly woke up in shock. The scenes of Jura getting the earthen jar just now flashed through her mind, making Lucy's cheeks flushed all of a sudden, and she stammered and spoke first. Qin. Manager Qin Yu, do you think I look like the next destined person? Chapter 1376 Extracting the new functional area of the shop. The destined one? Hinata Hanabi's expression froze. She didn't expect that Lucy, who had refused to believe in the value of the earthen jar not long ago, would raise this question so quickly. However, this can't be blamed on Lucy. After all, even Jura and Jalal are the existence of the 10 saints. In the face of the earthen jar's extraordinary power, there was no way to resist the temptation. Not to mention Lucy. However, when I thought about it, Qin Yu might only have one earthen jar left in his hand. For Hyuga Hanabi, this is an important shortcut to revitalize the Hyuga family. If Qin Yu now positions Lucy as a destined person and hands over the earthen jar, this is not a good thing. Do you want it? Qin Yu smiled and reached out to touch Lucy's head. Of course, but do you have money? Don't make a mistake like you did last night. Money. Lucy was stunned for a moment. Thinking of last night, Qin Yu made a solemn promise and asked Qin Yu to pack up the 2 earthen jars directly with a good heart, and the only thousands of dollars left in the wallet. Even Lucy's cheeks couldn't help but blush, and she muttered. Can I buy on credit? As the eldest daughter of the Philide family, a few million is a drop in the bucket for the Philide family. But now Lucy has run away from home, let alone millions. It's hard for her to find 100,000 or 80,000. No way. Hinata Hanabi was anxious. Although she and Lucy are very compatible, sisterhood still depends on where it is placed. Okay, Hanabi, don't be too nervous. I have not only earthenware jars, but other good things. Qin Yu smiled and patted Hanabi on the shoulder. This last earthenware jar is a fair competition. Whoever gets 5 million first will get the earthenware jar. There should be no problem, right? Let's leave here quickly now, otherwise it will be bad if those annoying bugs catch up with us. After saying this, Qin Yu took the lead and left. Lucy and Hanabi were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and quickly followed. On the other hand, in the Naruto world, the darkness was dispelled again, and the morning sun rose at the same time. Qin Yu, who was hiding in the dark, walked out again as Escanor. However, this time, he obviously had a golden axe Rita in his hand. This was the artifact made by Marin, who was known as the sin of gluttony among the 7 deadly sins, to make up for Escanor's weakness at night. Although Qin Yu was very confident in the power of Escanor's character template. However, now that the main body was in the fairy tale world, in order to avoid a setback, Qin Yu still acted cautiously and charged the axe Rita for a day. Now with the axe in hand, he was invincible. Qin Yu believed that even if the strongest people in this world came together, they could solve it with one axe. If one axe couldn't solve it, then add another axe. Okay, it's getting late, and there are still some things to understand. Qin Yu put the axe Rita into the system space with his backhand. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for selling the second earthen jar and getting the opportunity to open the random store function. The ethereal reminder of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Qin Yu and his main body are separated into 2 dimensions, but because of the system sharing, they also know what happened in the fairy tale world. Qin Yu just sold the second earthen jar, and the store function was turned on again. This efficiency really surprised Qin Yu. Let's see what functional areas the store has added. After all, such a large store only has 3 earthen jars. This sign of the 10,000 worlds may be easily removed by others. Qin Yu muttered and entered the consciousness space directly. The first thing that came into view was a huge Russian roulette. There were dozens of different areas on it. There were options such as dojo, school, training ground, medical sanctuary, etc. And the red display in the middle had the number 600. Host completes the second earthen jar transaction and obtains 600 system points. Host can open other functions of the Wanja store by turning the roulette wheel. Special reminder, 600 points are required for the first startup draw, and 10 times the points are required for subsequent draws, or special tasks are completed. A series of ethereal system prompts sounded, causing Qin Yu to raise his eyebrows. Especially after hearing that the points required would increase tenfold after each turn of the roulette wheel, he couldn't help but smack his lips. After all, if a Wanja store is established with only 1 or 2 products, I'm afraid that Qin Yu would despise it if the system doesn't despise it. The only thing that makes Qin Yu feel fortunate is that the system has not completely blocked the road. As long as special tasks are completed, you can also get the opportunity to draw. This is also slightly humane. However, for Qin Yu now, the most important thing is what he can get from the first draw opportunity. After all, Qin Yu now only has 1 earthen jar left to show off. If even this earthen jar is sold, the Wanja store will only exist in name. If a new functional area of the store can be opened now, it will be an additional gimmick. Thinking of this, Qin Yu did not want to waste any more time and immediately gave an order. System, draw immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, 600 points have been deducted, the lottery wheel is spinning, and the host can stop the lottery wheel with his will. The system prompt sounded again. Soon, the roulette wheel, which was originally stationary, suddenly started to spin first. The items drawn one by one quickly passed by the pointer, giving people a feeling of going through the lights. Faced with these numerous items, Qin Yu's eyes widened and locked on the turntable. In Qin Yu's deduction, to use the next functional area to earn enough points, the first condition is that the functional area must have a special function. Among them, the most important thing for Qin Yu is the school and the treatment area. The second is the so-called Daotang, the place of inheritance. According to Qin Yu's understanding, since the functional area can be called a school, then its ability is to improve people's learning ability. Not to mention the holy land of treatment. With the ability of the system, it may have a function that is more powerful than his medical ninjutsu. When Qin Yu thought of this, he looked at the moment when the wheel was spinning faster and faster, and even the naked eye could not track it, and the idea of stopping flashed through his mind. The next moment, the wheel that was spinning quickly suddenly stagnated, and the speed gradually slowed down, like a brake. Looking at the items that kept passing by on the pointer, Qin Yu's pupils also dilated slightly. If he didn't know that the Sharingan and the Samsara Eye were useless in front of the system, I'm afraid Qin Yu would have used them long ago. Is it? Chapter 1377 Time and Spirit House. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Time and Spirit House. The ethereal prompt of the system echoed in his mind, which made Qin Yu show a little shock. If I remember correctly, this Time and Spirit House is a product of the Dragon Ball world. It is said that everyone can only enter it for 2 days in their lifetime. The gravity inside is 10 times that of the real world. Whether it is food, water, rooms, etc., everything is available. It's just that the air is very thin, and the temperature is about 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees. It has a space as vast as the universe, but entering the Time and Spirit House requires a very high level of personal spirit and will. Those with weak will and lack of concentration will have hallucinations once they enter it. The most important thing is that 1 year in the Time and Spirit House is only 1 day in the outside world. The countercurrent of this time difference alone is enough to show that the value of this newly opened training area is far beyond Qin Yu's expectations. However, after seeing the method of use, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. For the function area opened this time, it can fully prove that the system is a vampire. 3 million per hour. 25 million for 12 hours. 45 million for 24 hours. 1 million for half an hour of experience time. If people who don't know the truth see this price, they will definitely shout that it is a black shop. After all, this price of 1 million for half an hour, even if it is put on the health care, it will not be a problem even if it is done hundreds of times. To make people willingly pay out money to show it, this is really a headache. However, this kind of thing is not a headache for Chinyu in the Naruto world for the time being. What he has to do now is to find out about the disappearance of Uzumaki Kushina and others. After all, Chinyu believes that Kakashi and Namikaze Minato will not deceive him on this matter. Kushina and others disappeared out of thin air in this world. I am afraid that it is not easy for people in this world to do it. The only most likely thing is related to the Odoji clan. It was just because of Uchiha Chinyu's intrusion that after more than 20 years, the dimensional development of this world had already deviated from what he knew. Where are the remnants of the Daetongmyo clan hiding? Because of his appearance, what preparations and changes did the remnants make? All this is unknown. Therefore, the only thing Uchiha Chinyu can do, and the best way at the same time, is to wait and see, and investigate secretly. As for whether the remnants of the Daetongmyo clan can threaten his existence, Chinyu didn't take it to heart at all. No matter how you turn the world upside down, as long as the system is added, Chinyu doesn't believe that anyone can really turn over his palm. When he thought of this, Chinyu dispelled his thoughts, raised his eyebrows, and looked in the direction of entering the village. The first thing that came into view was 5 unexpected figures. "Father, is this the Konoha ninja village?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. This is a young man in a black robe, if Chinyu remembered correctly. This should be the adopted son of Gaara in the original work, the young man who has the ability to control sand iron. His strength is as amazing as that of Gaara in his youth. Before he was cheated, he could definitely be called invincible in his class. However, Chinyu did not expect that because of his intrusion, the fate of Gaara and Xingxi had not changed much under the original development trajectory of the dimension. It can be said that this world seems to have a big hand in the dark, which has put all the chaotic development trajectories in order. Let this world continue to operate in a balanced manner with specific rules. Through this sealed gate, it is the Konoha ninja village, and my father's old friend is also here. There was no tear on Gaara's face, and under his scarlet robe, he was full of gentleness and elegance. So, in the next Chunin exam, I hope you don't mess around, and show some mercy if possible. As an adoptive father, Gaara knows clearly the strength of this adopted son, the blood limit iron sand that Shinki possesses. That is a more powerful method than his sandstorm. If you really want to go into it, Shinki is only a genin now. However, once they really fight, I'm afraid that ordinary Chunins can kill him instantly. Unless you reach the level of a special Jonin, it is simply nonsense to defeat Shinki who has iron sand. Of course, this is also due to Shinki's lack of actual combat experience. If Shinki is given enough time to improve his combat experience, Gaara believes that with Shinki's strength, he can definitely be comparable to the existence of a special Jonin. In time, it is not impossible to inherit the title of Kazekage. Father, don't worry, the only Chunin quota will definitely fall into my hands. Shinki said in a deep voice. However, the mercy you said may make other people in the ninja village think it is a shame, so I will not show mercy. The small voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. There was an unquestionable taste between the words. Looking at Shinki, with a resolute expression on his face, Gaara and Kankuro looked at each other and showed helpless expressions. However, before they could speak again, a voice that came out of nowhere instantly tightened their nerves. "Excuse me, can you make way?" Gaara and Kankuro came back to their senses instantly, turned their eyes, and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. At the same time, the figure flashed, like a ghost, and appeared 4 or 5 meters behind them. Together with Xingxi and the other two, they formed a horn posture, surrounding the man who had concealed their perception at some point, in an airtight posture. Looking at the slightly thin middle-aged man in front of them, the unusually unfamiliar face. Whether it was Gaara or Kankuro, their brows could not help but frown. They were talking privately just now. But whether it was Gaara or Kankuro, they did not relax at all, and released their perception at all times, monitoring everything within 100 meters. However, now whether it was Gaara, who was the Kazekage, or Kankuro, the elite Jonin, neither of them noticed the man who was approaching them within 4 or 5 meters. If the middle-aged man in front of them just now suddenly stood up and attacked them, at this close distance, a stab would probably be enough to make a bloody hole. This makes people feel terrified. When they thought of this, Gaara and Kankuro wanted to find out the identity of the middle-aged man in front of them more urgently. After all, as one of the few high-level people in the ninja world, they knew it clearly. How many strong people are there in this world, and this strange face in front of them has never appeared in their memory. Chapter 1378 Konoha Genin is not easy to mess with. Who are you? Xingxi said coldly first. A pair of cold eyes turned down in vain and fell on Qinyu's right hand. Are you a ninja of Konoha, or a genin? As a ninja, or a rival village, Xingxi can tell the difference in ninja rank from the ninja forehead protector at a glance. However, facing the middle-aged man who appeared behind them without a sound, it might be a bit inappropriate to let them believe that this person is a genin. Did you say it was it? Qinyu looked at the forehead protector in his hand with indifference and arrogance. So what if it's a genin? Is it not possible? This is the genin forehead protector Qinyu got from Melta in yesterday's fight. Although he was mistaken for a genin, Escanor's arrogant temper obviously didn't take it to heart. You! Xinxi was furious. In the Sand Village, he was blessed with the two identities of genius and the adopted son of the Wind Shadow. The sand iron ninjutsu he possessed was invincible at the same level and could fight against opponents of higher levels. Even if he met a chunin or even some jonin, they were respectful to him. When had he ever met a mere genin who dared to look down on him and provoke him in public? And he was an old genin. In Xinxi's eyes, this kind of existence was the most unbearable tale in any ninja village. What do you mean, don't you want to give way? Or is this road yours? Qinyu spoke again indifferently. Although Qinyu did not have much disgust for Xinxi. However, if he still insisted, Qinyu would not mind killing him. You are looking for death. Xinxi's face suddenly darkened, and then he roared angrily. You are just a Konoha genin. We are the envoys of the Sand Village of the Wind Country. When will it be your turn to provoke us so openly? Are you really not worried that this matter will develop into a diplomatic issue? Today I will see what you are capable of saying such arrogant words. Wait until I take you down, and then go to confront the 7th Hokage. The roars sounded one after another. Xinxi clenched his 10 fingers on both hands suddenly, and the dormant chakra in his body exploded. At the same time, the black iron sand was stirred on the surface of his body. Especially the black robe on his body, which was clearly the means by which Shinki maintained himself with ninjutsu at all times. Magnetic shield sand iron hand. Bang! Iron sand was all over the sky, as if there was an invisible big hand stirring in the void. The next moment, it turned into a fist the size of a meter out of thin air and smashed towards Qinyu head-on. The short distance of 7 or 8 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Shinki, stop fooling around. Gaara looked at this scene and was the first to lose his temper. But he was soon stopped by Kankuro who was standing beside him. Said. Gaara, you are the Kazekage, let Shinki handle this matter. I believe he will know his limits, and with Shinki's strength, he will be able to capture a mere genin without any mistakes. In Kanjuro's eyes, although Shinki's sudden attack seemed very inappropriate. But after all, they are also a delegation representing the Kingdom of Wind, and Gaara is still the 5th Kazekage. Based on this alone, Konoha Ninja Village must receive them well. Qinyu's behavior just now undoubtedly violated their dignity. Most importantly, in Kanjuro's eyes, Shinki is just a teenager. No matter what happened during the fight, it can be wiped out with youthful recklessness. If Konoha Ninja Village wants to blame, it can only blame their ninjas. There are too many noobs. Are you going to fight? Using fists to talk is the way I like, but you are too weak. Qinyu spoke again indifferently and arrogantly. However, this time, facing the oncoming iron sand fist, Qinyu did not show any fancy moves, and clenched his 5 fingers suddenly. The next moment, under the excitement of the armed color domineering, he hit out with a bang. The sudden scene made Kanjuro and others stagnate. In their eyes, Xingxi is indeed still young. But the ninjutsu he performed was a real iron sand magnetic escape. Whether it is strength or power, it is superior to Gaara's sand escape. This Konoha genin in front of him actually used his fist to attack with iron sand that is comparable to an iron wall. Is this scientific? Boom! The thunder-like collision sound exploded without warning. The incoming iron sand fist stagnated slightly after a slight touch. The next moment, it flew backwards like a sandbag. This speed is obviously several points faster than the previous attack. At a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Shinki obviously had no time to dodge, and could only watch the attack magnify in his pupils. Sand style, space-time wall. Bang! A large amount of yellow sand broke out of the ground first, forming a sand wall directly in front of Shinki, and collided with the iron fist that flew backwards. Under the dull collision sound, a large piece of yellow sand was splashing. The defense that Gaara put up in a hurry only lasted for a moment, and then a crisp cracking sound was heard. The next moment, the first thing that came into view was the crack that spread like a spider web. Shinki's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was full of disbelief. However, before he could react, the sand under his feet rolled and scattered, grabbing his legs and sinking into the ground. Bang! The space-time wall collapsed with a sound. The black iron fist, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, smashed into the sealed gate of Konoha. Boom! The huge impact force caused the sealed gate to shake violently. The gate made of special steel was even more dented. A 7 or 8 meter wide dent was formed. Seeing this scene, Shinki, who emerged from the yellow sand again, and Kankuro's spines could not help but shiver. They thought that the middle-aged genin in front of them would fight back. But they never thought that Konoha's genin was not easy to mess with. With one punch, not only did Shinki's attack fly directly, but it also had such a powerful destructive force. If Gaara hadn't acted in time, this blow would really hit Shinki. I'm afraid that even if he didn't die, he would definitely end up seriously injured. You dodged quickly, but since you're not blocking the way, I'll leave first because I'm in a hurry. Chinyu glanced at everyone lightly and walked towards the Konoha ninja village again. It felt as if the previous attack had nothing to do with him. It fell into the eyes of Gaara and others, making their expressions stiffen and unable to react. Is this a disregard from a Konoha genin? Is it because the other party is too arrogant? Or are they too weak? Chapter 1379 You can kill with your eyes closed. Gaara and others were stunned for a moment. The huge gate fell into a dead silence. Looking at the figure that was gradually walking away, Xingxi suddenly came back to his senses. The bastard not only provoked the delegation of the Wind Country with words, but also attacked them now. Even if I seriously injured you today, the Konoha ninja village cannot hold me responsible. Xingxi moved first. When he thought of being a genin, he was still the best among the newcomers in the Sand Ninja village. But now he was despised in public again and again. The most important thing is that in Shinki's eyes, this arrogant guy in front of him is still just a genin in his middle age. He is undoubtedly a super last place existence. Now he is a genius, but he suffered a great loss at the hands of the last place. This is simply a great shame. If this matter gets out, Shinki will not be able to participate in the Chunin exam. I am afraid that he can't even stay in Konoha village. Thinking of this, Shinki roared again and stretched out his hand to catch it in the air. Magnetic release, sand iron binding. Boom! The earth made a roar. The iron sand that Shinki had left in the earth just now was instantly attracted. It directly broke through the rock layer and turned into a big hand to catch Chinyu. The sudden scene made Gaara's face change slightly. However, before he could speak, Chinyu, who was standing in the same place, disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Bang! The big hand made of iron sand suddenly fell into the air. Looking at the target that was lost again, the movement was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch it. Everyone's nerves were tense at once. At this moment, they believed that the middle-aged man in front of them was definitely not an ordinary genin. Are you looking for me? Chinyu said indifferently and arrogantly. Gaara and others changed their expressions and hurriedly turned back to look behind them. The first person who came into view was Uchiha Chinyu, who appeared more than 10 meters away. Looking at this scene that seemed like teleportation, Gaara's face became more solemn. Gaara, this guy may not be simple. Kankuro spoke first. Although we don't know what his identity is in Konoha village, what happened just now is enough for Konoha village to give us an explanation. After all, we represent the Kingdom of Wind. Let Shinki take action next. As a genin, even if Konoha finds out later, they will have nothing to say if they lose to a genin. Don't forget, we came here this time to declare the progress made by Sand Village in recent years. Now is also a good opportunity to show it. Shinki was trained by you, you should believe him. Chang's voice echoed between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Gaara's face changed continuously, and he nodded heavily. Okay, but Shinki, you must remember to stop at the right time, and never cause any irreparable accidents. Although Gaara didn't say it explicitly, it can be inferred from his words that he firmly believes in this successor trained by himself. If he gets serious, he can definitely kill the middle-aged man in front of him. Are you going to continue to block my way? Qin Yu spoke again. Since you said you're serious, I'm serious too. I hope you can take my move. The arrogant and indifferent words came out slowly. The arrogance mixed in the words made Gaara and others stagnate. They at least took into account the relationship with Konoha Ninja Village and restrained their way of doing things. However, now that Qin Yu opened his mouth, there was no room for turning. This kind of behavior was a bit embarrassing for Gaara. Especially the word one move. For the previous moment, Gaara's admiration for Shinki was simply a naked contempt. Father, let me teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He is just a mere genin. Even if he is seriously injured, Konoha will not pursue it. Shinki's face sank and he roared first. The chakra dormant in his body exploded. Without the slightest hesitation, he slapped the ground in front of him with both hands. Magnetic style, iron sand waves. Boom. The ground roared, and the rolling iron sand was quickly separated in the rock layer. The next moment, it turned into a huge wave of more than 10 meters, hitting Qin Yu head-on. At the same time, Xi's movements were obviously not slow at all. As the seal flew, the iron sand in the sky condensed crazily and turned into a black spear of more than 10 meters. You arrogant lunatic, I want to see today what you are capable of, using one move to block all my attacks, and then kill me. Magnetic style, iron sand spear. Puff. The iron spear of more than 10 meters pierced through the void in an instant, and the speed was so fast that it was completely chasing the iron sand waves. It can be said that as long as Qin Yu is trapped by the iron sand waves, the iron spear that follows will definitely pass through Qin Yu's body. At that time, it will definitely be death or serious injury. However, facing this fierce killing move, Qin Yu, who was under the attack, remained calm and did not change at all. He raised his head and said arrogantly, "Sorry, I misunderstood just now. I misunderstood that you were all together, so I said one move. Now there is only you, and you can kill with your eyes closed." The merciless son. The slow voice came out of Qin Yu's mouth. Facing this crazy and irrelevant talk, everyone present was stunned at first. The next moment, an inexplicably hot temperature surged like a frenzy. The dazzling light bloomed in Qin Yu's hands. Wherever the light passed, whether it was the flow of air or the speed of attack. At this moment, there was a hint of stagnation. Facing this strange change, Gaara and others had an inexplicable sense. They now seemed to be in a furnace. The blazing heat made the blood in their bodies boil. Is this really the sun? Kanjuro couldn't help but mutter. However, before they could react, Qin Yu finally moved. The merciless sun held in the air by his right hand was suddenly pressed down in the air. Merciless explosion. Bang! The blazing ball of light was thrown out by Qin Yu. The air along the way seemed to be pierced in an instant, stirring up a large area of ripples. The next moment, it crashed into the iron sand waves with a lightning-fast posture. Boom! The thunder-like explosion sounded and exploded. The blazing fire wave, at this moment, vented like a volcano erupting. The sea of fire in the sky was rolling back. The iron sand that came towards him shattered like a mirror in an instant. Wherever the fire wave passed, even the iron spear that followed closely behind it shattered. Chapter 1381 Man Overthrows. Sorry, I misunderstood just now. I thought you were all together, so I said one move. Now you are the only one, and you can kill with your eyes closed. Merciless son. Qin Yu spoke slowly. Everyone present was stunned at first when faced with this crazy and irrelevant speech. The next moment, an inexplicably hot temperature surged like a tidal wave. The dazzling light bloomed in Qin Yu's hands. Wherever the light passed, whether it was the flow of air or the speed of attack. At this moment, there was a slight stagnation. Facing this strange change, Gaara and others had an inexplicable feeling. They seemed to be in a furnace now. The scorching heat even made the blood in their bodies boil. Is this really the sun? Kankuro couldn't help but mutter. However, before they could react, Qin Yu finally moved. The merciless sun held in the air by his right hand was suddenly pressed down in the next moment. Merciless explosion. Bang! The hot ball of light was thrown out by Qin Yu suddenly. The air along the way seemed to be pierced instantly, stirring up a large area of ripples. The next moment, it crashed into the iron sand waves with a thunderous posture. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded and exploded. The hot waves of fire, at this moment, vented like a volcanic eruption. The sea of fire in the sky was rolling back. The iron sand that came towards him was shattered like a mirror in an instant. Wherever the fire wave passed, even the iron spear that followed closely behind it was shattered. Boom! The rolling sea of fire swept the whole world with the posture of a 12-level hurricane. At this moment, Xingxi felt as if he was in the raging waves and became a small boat that could capsize at any time. Facing the oncoming waves of fire, he even had a sense of death. A moment ago, he had full confidence that he could easily take down the middle-aged genin in front of him. But at this moment, the scene before him overturned his cognition. At such a close distance, let alone escaping, even how to defend, Xingxi's mind was blank. Because he had no idea how to survive such an attack. At this moment, Qin Yu's seemingly absurd words just now flashed through Xingxi's mind. You can kill him with your eyes closed. This is probably not a lie. Absolute Defense Shikako Shield. 8 Direction Seal. Absorbing Shield. 3 loud shouts suddenly sounded. The endless yellow sand was pushed to the extreme by Gaara at this moment. At the same time, Kankuro quickly released all the defensive puppets and directly stretched out the chakra shield to form an absolute defense. At the same time, the sealing barrier of Konoha Ninja Village also obviously sensed the danger and was directly activated. It directly wrapped Gaara and others who were not far away. Boom! As soon as the 3 absolute defenses were condensed, the sky-high waves of fire came directly. The puppet in front of Kankuro was the first to be overloaded and shattered. The shield of Shikaku, which followed closely, could not withstand the high temperature. It melted quickly and the whole body became completely unformed. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that after being weakened by these 2 layers of defense, the remaining waves of fire were finally blocked by the 8-sided barrier of Konoha Ninja Village. Bang! The huge barrier protecting the village made a thunderous roar. Several large cracks spread rapidly under the naked eye. The faces of Gaara and others who were in the barrier defense changed suddenly. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that the shocking cracks stopped as soon as they spread. At the same time, people from Konoha also landed in front of Gaara and others. The leader was Naruto Namikaze, the 7th Hokage, and Kakashi Hatake, the 5th Hokage. As soon as the 2 appeared, they immediately pushed their chakra to the extreme and poured it into the medium that maintained the barrier to stabilize the cracked barrier. With the addition of 2 cage-level people, the cracks that had been torn apart quickly healed under the naked eye. In the end, they resisted all the waves of fire that were coming towards them. After more than half a minute, the endless flames gradually dissipated. The first thing that came into view through the barrier was a scorched earth with a radius of 1 kilometer. Those so-called forests and everything along the way had already turned into ashes. All that was left was a piece of red soil. The strange scene made the pupils of everyone present suddenly shrink, and their faces became even more pale. Especially Xingxi, at this moment, he, who was full of pride, actually found that his calves were a little weak. An extremely absurd thought flashed through his mind. The attack just now, like the sun, really hit directly. Will he become ashes? At this moment, Xingxi finally understood that the middle-aged genin just now was not arrogant at all. He could indeed kill him with his eyes closed. And that move was a declaration of war against everyone present, including Gaara. Facing the critical scene just now, if Gaara and others did not act in time, and the village protection barrier of Konoha Ninja Village was activated, I am afraid that what awaits them is either death or serious injury. Thinking of this, Xingxi felt a chill, rushing straight to his forehead from the solace of his feet. Go. If the genin of Konoha Village all have this kind of destructive power, then there is no point in taking the Chunin exam, it is better to give up directly. Gaara, what happened just now? Were you attacked by the Dark Assassin? Naruto was the first to lose his temper. Although the development trajectory of Hokage was changed by Qin Yu, but Naruto and Gaara are both second-generation Kage, and it is obvious that they have a good relationship since childhood. Facing this good friend, he was attacked at his doorstep. For him, as the 7th-generation Hokage, this is simply a slap in the face. Especially looking at this scorched earth scene, the ninjutsu attack just now was probably at least S-level forbidden technique, right? For a moment, Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas who rushed to the scene also showed an inexplicable urgency. After all, a few days ago, the Dark Assassin attacked Konoha, which was still vivid in their minds. if the opponent launched a second attack in such a short time. This means that the Konoha ninja village may be in a great disaster. Naruto, are you kidding? Didn't you see that the attack just now was done by your Konoha genin? Gaara was the first to lose his temper. However, when he looked at the place where Chinyu was standing, he saw that it was empty. Chinyu was no longer there. Chapter 1381. Have you heard of the movie Emperor? Is this the work of Konoha genin? Naruto, Kakashi, and others were stunned. He looked around subconsciously and looked at the red soil. He was a little confused. The fifth Kazekage, this joke is not funny. We don't know when such a powerful genin appeared in our Konoha ninja village. Shikamaru on the side lost his temper first and said with a dry laugh. In front of them was the envoy group of the Wind Country and Sand Ninja Village. The leader was the fifth Kazekage of the Sand Village, whose status and position were not inferior to those of Uzumaki Naruto. If the attack just now was really identified as the work of the genin of Konoha village, that would be a nightmare for Konoha village. Although, in this peaceful and prosperous era, all parties are restrained and will not escalate the matter to the level of war. However, if the Sand Village really wants to pursue it, it will definitely make Konoha village pay money or something. As the think tank of Konoha village, Shikamaru does not want to take the blame. Yes, Shikamaru is right. If we Konoha really have such a powerful genin, we would have promoted him to Chunin or even Jonin long ago. How could we leave him alone? As the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki quickly came to his senses no matter how stupid he was, and hurriedly agreed. However, Gaara, you can rest assured. No matter who the other party is, since he dares to cause trouble in our Konoha village, as the seventh Hokage and your close friend, I will never stand idly by and will definitely do my best to take him down as soon as possible to avoid risks for the Chunin exam in 2 days. Yes, Naruto is right. This is the responsibility of our Konoha village. Fifth Kazekage, you can rest assured. Kakashi on the side also quickly spoke up to agree. Gaara and others looked slightly stagnant, even Shinki, who had saved his life, was no exception. However, after thinking about it carefully, the whole thing also had many loopholes. This Konoha ninja, in their intelligence, not only did not have any data. At the same time, after seeing the strength that Chinyu had just displayed, they also did not believe that a mere genin could reach this level. Seventh Hokage, I have a photo of a man pretending to be a Konoha genin. I just secretly took it. I hope you can use it and catch him as soon as possible. Xingxi suddenly stepped out of the crowd, took out a photo and handed it over. This was a photo secretly taken by Araya, who inherited Kankuro's puppetry technique among the 3 little ones he was with. At the beginning, Xingxi secretly asked Araya to take the photo so that he could provide evidence for Konoha Ninja Village to capture him when he escaped. He never thought that it would be useful now. But the meaning is different. However, in Xingxi's eyes, as long as Konoha Ninja Village can catch the man, this is enough. Haha, this should be Shinki, worthy of being the adopted son of the 5th Kazekage, he is indeed thoughtful. Now that we have the photo, it is easy for us in Konoha to catch the murderer who attacked the Sand Village envoys. Shikamaru laughed dryly and quickly reached out to take the photo. However, the moment his eyes fell on the photo, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The polite words that were about to appease the Sand Village were swallowed back into his stomach. The strange scene made the people present stagnate. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto hurriedly leaned over and said, Shikamaru, why don't you say anything? Since there is an eyewitness like Gaara, no matter who the other party is, just catch him. The domineering words came out hesitantly. As the 7th generation Hokage of Konoha village, there are still 4, 5, and 6 generations alive. It can be said that this is definitely the most powerful deterrent in the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto definitely has the confidence to say such a thing. However, his expression now is as if he is petrified. This is really there was a feeling of being caught off guard. Even Kakashi, who was standing by, felt that he couldn't stand it anymore and said in a hurry. Whose photo is this? Even Naruto, you can't say anything. If you really feel it's difficult, just let the teacher go. As the 4th generation Hokage, Minato Namikaze is known as the Yellow Flash. Under the premise that Uchiha Kainu doesn't come out, he can definitely dominate the ninja world with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Sage mode. At least, in Kakashi's eyes, the weight of his teacher is definitely greater than his. It's a pity that these words just came out. When Kakashi saw the person in the photo clearly, he wanted to slap 2 melon seeds in his mouth. This is a big boast. When he thought of the person in the photo, he was involved with Uchiha Kainu. Kakashi didn't dare to act rashly at all. In front of the huge sealed gate, with Naruto and the other 2 who were petrified, the atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. Most of the people present were not stupid, and they could make 2 Hokages and a think tank lose their composure like this. This is enough to show that the person in the photo is not simple. Naruto, is there any problem? If you, Konoha Ninja Village, feel it is difficult, our Sand Ninja Village will send people to help you and catch this guy back. Gaara spoke first. Don't forget, this time our 5 major countries gathered for the Chunin exam. The other party chose to attack me at this moment. This is undoubtedly a naked provocation to our 5 major countries. The stern words came out, and there was no doubt in the words. For Gaara, he is the 5th generation of Kazekage and the symbol of the strength of the Sand Ninja Village. If what happened today was spread out, and people outside knew that he suffered a loss in the hands of a mere, suspected Konoha genin, and was almost severely injured. This is not only a great humiliation, but also a face loss for the Sand Ninja Village. In the next Chunin exam, it is simply a shame. The 5th and 7th generations, Gaara is right. We are 5 great nations as one. What is there to fear about a mere nobody? If there is a need, we will definitely support you. Kankuro also hurriedly spoke up to agree. Feeling the urgency on their faces, Uzumaki Naruto was the first to come to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and looked at Kakashi. It was obvious that he was going to throw this mess away. Kakashi couldn't help but glare at him, and after taking another look at the photo, he finally sighed. Gaara, it's not that we don't want to catch this person, it's just that he can't be caught. Although this statement seems a bit perfunctory, I want to ask you a question, have you heard of the movie Emperor? Chapter 1382. The Dark Horse also stumbled. Gaara, it's not that we don't want to catch this person, it's just that he can't be caught. Although this statement seems a bit perfunctory, I want to ask you a question, have you heard of the movie Emperor? The movie Emperor? Gaara and others were stunned for a moment. For this extremely unfamiliar name, they were obviously at a loss. Haha, it seems that the 4th generation Kazekage Raza still kept his promise and did not leak this matter. Kakashi laughed dryly, then sighed with a bitter face. Originally, if there is no accident, all the people who know this secret in the 5 major countries will put it in the grave. But today, since you can meet his people, I will tell you on behalf of Luo Sha why this person can't be caught, and we can't catch him either. Because behind him, there is a person named Uchiha Kainu. The stern words came out, and the atmosphere in the field changed suddenly. Especially when seeing the solemn and helpless face of Kakashi, the 5th generation Hokage. Even a newcomer like Shinki instantly realized that things might not be as simple as they imagined. Uchiha Kainu? Is he from the Uchiha family? Gaara frowned. Hasn't the Uchiha clan now completely assimilated into the Konoha village? The 6th Hokage is still Uchiha Itachi. What do you mean by the movie Emperor? What does it have to do with Uchiha Chinyu? Is he a traitor to the Uchiha clan? Why didn't Uchiha Itachi catch him back? A series of questions came out of Gaara's mouth. Facing the dignified 5th and 7th Hokage, he actually showed such a dilemma. This undoubtedly made Gaara lose his temper. You said let Itachi catch him. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Gaara, you still think too simply. First of all, you have to know that the so-called movie Emperor is actually the Emperor of Shadows who was jointly promoted by the 5 major countries after the 3rd and 4th Ninja World Wars in the last era. He is also a person who is above the 5 shadows. And this person is Uchiha Kainu, who is also the teacher named Escanor in the photo. At this point, Kakashi glanced at Gaara with a shocked face. Don't doubt the authenticity of my words. You can find Luasha to confirm it later. But you must not doubt Uchiha Kainu's strength, let alone make provocative behaviors, otherwise Luasha will regret giving birth to you as a son. The movie Emperor jointly promoted by the 5 major countries is not as simple as you new generation imagines. After all, he is peaceful in your era. As Kakashi grew up in the flames of war Kakashi, he had even experienced the crazy era of Uchiha Kainu. In his eyes, no matter how many younger generations there are, no matter how powerful they are, once he is in contact with Uchiha Kainu, all the halos on his body will dim in an instant. Not to mention surpassing. 5th Hokage, you mean, the person who attacked us just now is the student of the movie Emperor Uchiha Kainu. Is he really that powerful? Don't forget that we are now the 5 major countries in an offensive and defensive alliance. Isn't this enough? Kanjuro was the first to lose his temper. In his eyes, he thought he was attacked by a person who was also difficult for Konoha Ninja Village. It's not too embarrassing to say this. However, now Kakashi told them that this powerful Escanor was just someone else's student. As an envoy of the Sand Village, Kanjuro couldn't swallow this breath. 5 major countries alliance. Kakashi smiled bitterly and shook his head. You, the new generation, think the same as Naruto, but it's too simple. If I tell you that Uchiha Chinyu is the one who provoked the 4th Ninja World War and challenged the 5 major countries alone, would you believe it? The small voice seemed to become an invisible hammer at this moment, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Especially Gaara and Kankuro. They are the top leaders of the Sand Village, and they know clearly what the 5 major ninja villages have when they join forces. That is a huge energy that is enough to shock the entire ninja world. Now Kakashi told them that there is a person who challenged the 5 major countries alone. If you didn't hear it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. Gaara, I know you don't want to believe this, but as long as you go back and ask the 4th Kazekage, you will know that our Konoha village is not lying. Uzumaki Naruto said with a wry smile. At that time, I also made the same suggestion, but was directly scolded by my father. Thinking of the 2 slaps on the face by Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Naruto's cheeks are still aching. Although, he also wants this brother, who is also the 2nd generation of Kage, to hit a wall in front of Uchiha Kainu. However, thinking that the Chunin exam will be held next, Naruto, as the organizer, does not want to have any more trouble at this critical moment. For a while, the huge sealed gate fell into an inexplicable silence. After Gaara and others' faces changed one after another, they finally deflated like balloons. It seems that this time we are too unlucky and met someone we shouldn't have met. Gaara sighed faintly. However, I will still report what happened today to my father truthfully, if I can meet Uchiha Kainu, the legendary Kage Emperor next time. As a new generation of Kage-level strongmen, Gaara obviously has the same sharpness as Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. Haha, Gaara knew you would say this, and the people present heard it with their own ears. Don't back down at the last minute. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to laugh. I forgot to tell you that Sasuke was beaten up pretty badly. Sasuke lost. Gaara's expression froze, and suddenly he felt like he was on a pirate ship. Among the new generation, there are 5 Kage, but there are also other powerful ninjas. Among them, Sasuke of the Uchiha clan also has the strength to be compared with their 5 Kage. If the previous generation of Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village was not Uchiha Itachi, I'm afraid that Uzumaki Naruto will have to fight a hard battle to take the position of Hokage. It can be said that Uchiha Sasuke can definitely be called the dark horse of the new generation. Now the dark horse has also stumbled and suffered a Waterloo. Gaara, on the contrary, is asking for trouble by looking for trouble with Uchiha Kainu. Isn't this the same as asking for trouble? When thinking of this, a trace of bitterness flashed across Gaara's face, and he glared at Naruto fiercely. Before he could speak, a sound of breaking through the air sounded first. The next moment, it landed between them. Chapter 1383. Another trick he used. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at this black shadow that appeared in front of them as fast as a stream of light, everyone quickly withdrew and retreated. An extremely absurd thought flashed through their minds. Could it be that Uchiha Kainu came to find trouble? This speed is too fast, isn't it? As an actor, he is too stingy. Don't be nervous, it's me. A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Naruto and Kakashi's expressions froze, and they quickly saw the identity of the person who came. Sasuke, why are you here? Did you succeed? Uzumaki Naruto was the first to lose his temper. Because he knew clearly what Sasuke, who seemed to have disappeared, had been doing in the past few days. Humph, if I hadn't come earlier, I'm afraid you would only publicize my defeat everywhere and not say a word about your own. Uchiha Sasuke snorted unhappily. Gaara and others' faces changed drastically, especially Kankuro, who was the first to lose his temper. 7th generation, did you also lose to Uchiha Chinyu? This is about the face of Gaara and the Sand Village. Although Gaara had just vowed and made a harsh statement to challenge the legendary movie Emperor. But if he can't win, Kankuro will definitely persuade Gaara that being a coward is better than going to die. Ahem, actually, when Uchiha Chinyu appeared again, Naruto and Sasuke once joined forces to fight him, but they failed in the end. Kakashi coughed dryly. Although they still have some tricks that they haven't used, I can tell you clearly. Your so-called trump cards are all the tricks left by Lord Chinyu. Teacher Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly looked a little ugly. Facing Kakashi's revelation, he obviously felt caught off guard. However, Sasuke on the side was the first to lose his temper. Teacher Kakashi, I don't agree with you. This time, I'm going to find Orochimaru. I have completed the experiment that has been tested perfectly. The next time I face him again, I will never lose easily. In the original work, Orochimaru played the role of a rebel ninja. But because of Chinyu's intrusion, his identity had already been cleared. He became a scientific researcher of Konoha village. You succeeded. Kakashi Hataki's face suddenly changed. That was an experiment that even Itachi couldn't handle, and you succeeded. As the fifth Hokage of Konoha village, Kakashi certainly knew what the experiment Sasuke was talking about was. But he never expected that Sasuke would complete it earlier than Itachi. Humph, this time I have to thank Uchiha Chinyu. If he hadn't stimulated me and let me go all out, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to complete it so quickly. As for brother Itachi, his talent is much stronger than mine, and he doesn't need to take such a risk. As long as some time passes, he can also complete the experiment. By that time, our Konoha village will be even stronger, and we don't have to be afraid of that arrogant guy at all. Chang's words came out hesitantly, with a stern taste between the lines. Looking at this scene, Kakashi was silent for a while, and finally sighed faintly. Sasuke, actually. Teacher Kakashi, actually what? Sasuke took the lead in speaking. Are you going to tell me again that the power I got with so much difficulty is just a trick left by him? Teacher Kakashi, that was just your era, and you were afraid of that guy. But our new generation is completely different from you, and the 5 major countries are now more powerful. No matter what opponent we face, we will never give in. Teacher Kakashi, just be a bystander and wait for us to end this so-called movie Emperor legend. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke with a determined face, Hatake Kakashi opened his mouth hesitantly, but finally swallowed his words back. At the moment, Sasuke was obviously determined not to give up until the Yellow River, and Kakashi knew clearly that it would be futile to say anything more. Okay, Naruto, you should quickly control that power. Although I don't want to join forces with you helping me, defeating Uchiha Chinyu is easy. Also, this is not a place to talk. Shikamaru, take Gaara and the others in quickly. A series of words finally broke the awkward situation in the field. Shikamaru didn't care about any etiquette and turned around to lead the way. Facing Uchiha Sasuke's constant challenge to the movie Emperor. He, a dog-headed military strategist who dislikes trouble, doesn't want to go through this muddy water. As the group left in a mighty manner, Kakashi sighed helplessly. Orochimaru, since you are here, why don't you come out? I want to know why you don't tell Sasuke the truth. As the voice drifted away, the soil behind Kakashi was directly broken. A snow-white snake broke out of the ground. Finally, the bloody mouth opened, revealing the figure of Orochimaru. Looking at this disgusting way of appearance that has not changed, Kakashi frowned and said, Orochimaru, you are still as bad-humored as ever. If I didn't know you were coming, ordinary people would be scared to death by you. Haha, Kakashi is worthy of being the 5th Hokage. He found me so quickly. Orochimaru said with a hoarse voice and a dry laugh. But don't worry, I just want to pursue the ultimate in science now, and I don't have any thoughts about power. Didn't you ask me why I didn't tell Sasuke the origin of the Samsara Eye? If he knew the origin of the Samsara Eye, do you think he would be willing to accept this power? Don't forget that your 5 major countries still have an enemy hidden in the dark. As for Uchiha Chinyu, I also want to know whether I can narrow the gap in strength between us with my greatest masterpiece. It's a pity that I didn't meet him during my rare trip. Otherwise, it would be a good thing to take some cells from him as specimens for research. Chang's words echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at the crazy smile on Orochimaru's face, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. You don't worry about losing your life. However, Orochimaru is right. This time, our 5 great nations still have a hidden opponent. Lord Chinyu returned unexpectedly, but it is inevitable that he will appear again in the future. Other enemies can help the new generation improve their strength. At least our 5 great nations can get rid of their dependence on Lord Chinyu. But if Sasuke knew that the Samsara Eye was another trick left by Lord Chinyu, I wonder if he would dig out his eyes as well. Chapter 1384 Envoy from the Iron Country. Let him know? Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue and laughed strangely. This is a good thing. After all, the new generation now has more arrogance than our generation. It is undeniable that their strength and talent are indeed very strong, but they lack people who can polish their strengths. And the reappearance of Uchiha Chinyu is the best candidate. If Sasuke and Naruto can survive, they will have huge gains. Well, it's getting late. It's a rare trip. I still have other places to go. 5th generation, you won't catch me back immediately. Today, many distinguished guests have come to Konoha village. As the former Hokage, you should go to greet them quickly. After saying this, Orochimaru once again turned into a white-scaled snake, broke through the ground and disappeared in front of Kakashi. Looking at this monster that cannot be measured by ordinary people, Kakashi gave up the idea of tracking after taking a look. Although Orochimaru and Konoha Ninja Village reached a cooperation and cancelled those inhumane experiments. But all along, Orochimaru's experimental base has been monitored by a special ambu formed by Konoha Ninja Village. Just facing this pervert of the former 3 ninjas. Kakashi believes that if Orochimaru wants to leave, I am afraid that no one can stay except Uchiha Chinyu. After all, who knows how many curse seals this unkillable old snake has left outside, leaving himself an old way to resurrect. Forget it. Let's ignore this pervert and go to greet people from other ninja villages first. This time, in addition to the 5 major countries, there are also many people from other small countries. I don't know who will lead the Iron Country this time. Kakashi shook his head and sighed helplessly, retracted his thoughts on Orochimaru, and performed the instant step again, disappearing on the spot. Among the many small countries, the Iron Country is second only to the 5 major countries. Most importantly, the Iron Country has remained neutral in all the wars. In the last war, it was an important hub for the alliance of the 5 major countries. It can be said that the existence of the Iron Country is also very important in the ninja world. Therefore, it is not wrong for Kakashi, the 5th generation Hokage, to personally respond. On the other hand, in front of a huge courtyard in the center of Konoha Ninja Village, Chinyu, who disappeared in front of the sealed gate, appeared again. Just now, after performing the compassionate explosion, Chinyu thought that this attack would definitely alarm the people of Konoha Ninja Village. In order to get rid of these little tales and more conveniently explore the lost history, Chinyu decided to go ahead. With the help of the huge explosion and wind waves, he passed through the sealed gate. Of course, with the blessing of the system, the compassionate son he just performed will not be directly weakened to a negative number like Escanor in the original 7 deadly sins. Instead, he will retain 20% of his strength. In the pirate world, when killing Kaido, Chinyu burned the character template, so that Escanor could not reach 120% of his strength. But as long as it reached noon, Chinyu could still increase Escanor's strength to 80%. It was not difficult to raise the defenseless Konoha village to the ground with one blow. However, Chinyu came back this time just to play around. For such a destructive thing, Chinyu would not easily take action unless it was too much. This should be the Hyuga family. Chinyu retracted his thoughts, looked up at the Hyuga plaque hanging on the gate, and looked at the half-open gate. The old figure that first came into view made Chinyu raise his eyebrows. I never thought that after more than 20 years, I could still see a familiar face. General Mifune, you brought a good seedling this time. It's surprising that he can perform ninja swordsmanship to such an extent. It's a pity that Hanabi has disappeared in the past few days. Otherwise, she would definitely be willing to take this student. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the young figure standing like an iron tower in the center of the hundreds of square courtyards in front of him, and a trace of admiration appeared on his wrinkled cheeks. This is one of the best in our Konoha Ninja Village. In time, I'm afraid he can reach the level of the 5th generation Hokage. Due to the intrusion of Uchiha Chinyu, the world of Naruto has already changed. The copy ninja in the original work was not born at all because Uchiha Obito was saved by Chinyu and Uchiha Madara was wiped out. Instead, Chinyu obtained the swordsmanship of Hitaki Sakumo and passed it on to Kakashi after improvement. Thus, he achieved the title of White Shunga. It can be said that the biggest reason why Kakashi could become the 5th Hokage was that his slash, as fast as white lightning, could kill the enemy without anyone noticing. The 5th Hokage. The girl standing in the open space glanced at the new member of the Hyga family who had been beaten by her in front of her, revealing a trace of cold fighting spirit. In her eyes, any ninjutsu, as long as she drew her sword and slashed it as fast as lightning, everything was a joke. It was for this reason that this time, Tetsu Tsubaki, as the strongest newcomer of the Iron Country, came to the Konoha village to seek the guidance of the 5th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi. In this way break through the boundary that she has never been able to cross. When she thought of this, a trace of urgency appeared on Tai-kun's face, and she directly grabbed the katana on her waist with her backhand. Master Hyga, thank you for your hospitality today. Unfortunately, the opponent this time is a bit too weak, so I can't exert my full strength and achieve the expected breakthrough. However, I hope you can introduce me to meet the 5th Hokage. I want to compete with him in ninja swordsmanship. The immature words came out of Tai-kun's mouth, although the target of her sword this time was the 5th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi. At the same time, there is the title of White Shunga. However, Tai-kun still has no fear of retreating, showing the fearlessness of a samurai. Looking at this scene, Hyga Hayashi was stunned. He was very surprised and admired Tai-kun's strength. But he never expected that this little girl would point her sword at the 5th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi as soon as she opened her mouth. Although Kakashi is a junior in Hyga Hayashi's eyes, but he was the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure after all, and it was a bit inappropriate to let a little girl of 13 or 14 point a sword at him. Mifune, who was standing by, had already become a smart person. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, he quickly coughed. Chapter 1385 The sword is not a toy for children. Tetsuki, don't be rude. Hitaki Kakashi is the 5th Hokage. You, a junior, can't talk like that. Mifune pretended to be angry and glared at him. Master Hyga, please don't be surprised. Tetsuzuki is a leader of the younger generation in the Iron Country. Even the great samurai can't compete with him. Therefore, he has developed a strange temper. I hope you don't mind. As for this time, I came to visit the Konoha ninja village. In fact, it was the 5th generation who received me. So I will find an appropriate time to mention this excessive proposal to the 5th generation. If the 5th generation has no objection, this is certainly a good thing. This may allow Tetsuzuki to take this opportunity to break through the bottleneck. I am also relieved to let her stay in the Konoha ninja village. Maybe she will have a chance to participate in the next Chunin exam. If the 5th generation is unwilling to teach, then I won't force it. At this point, Mifune touched the long white beard hanging in front of his chest. As a contemporary of Hanzo, Mifune has already buried most of his body in the soil. If the samurai does not focus on physical training and development, the quality of the physical body is much stronger than that of the ninja. I'm afraid that this time, Mifune has no choice but to come to Konoha village to watch the ceremony, and half of his body has already been buried in the loess. This. Hyga Hayashi was stunned for a moment. Facing Mifune's words, which were obviously well prepared, he obviously had no way to answer for a while. Although the Hyga family is a prominent family in Konoha village, Hyga Hayashi knows clearly. This kind of thing involving diplomacy, especially a neutral country like the Iron Country, he, the head of the Konoha prominent family, cannot casually make opinions. Someone is peeking. Tai Chun's cry suddenly sounded, directly tensing everyone's nerves. Looking at her young figure, she was the first to disappear from the spot like a ghost. When she appeared again, she had already rushed to the half-open door, and everyone's expression changed slightly. Although the meeting between Mifune and Hyga Hayashi was open and aboveboard, and there was no other secret that could not be told. But this kind of swaggering eavesdropping was obviously inappropriate. Therefore, the samurai who came with the team and the members of the Hyga family also showed a hint of coldness. Even though Hyga Hayashi didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't help but frowned and subconsciously looked at the half-open door. However, this glance made Hyga Hayashi's pupils shrink suddenly. He didn't have time to think about it and shouted in a hurry. General Mifune, tell Teach-shun to be careful and stop it quickly. Stop it quickly? Mifune couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when Hyga Hayashi saw the figure behind the door. He also noticed it. Just looking at this slightly skinny middle-aged man with green eyes and golden hair. But there was no impression of him that he had met in Konoha village. Most importantly, Mifune didn't feel the taste of a strong man in the middle-aged man in front of him. This unknown person asked Teach-shun, the strongest newcomer in the Iron Country, to be careful. This was too cautious. A mess of thoughts passed through Sanchuan's mind. But it was precisely because of these thoughts that he was delayed in reacting. Tai Kun had already appeared in front of Qin Yu like an arrow from a bow. The katana clenched in his right hand suddenly came out of its sheath. Clang! A flash of cold light, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, chopped down on Qin Yu's neck. Of course, in the Konoha ninja village, although Tai Kun didn't know who the uninvited guest in front of him was. But it was obvious that he would not kill him at the first move, otherwise it would provoke a diplomatic dispute between the two countries, which would not be a good thing. So, this time Tai Kun only used the back of the knife. However, as the strongest of the new generation of the Iron Country, Tai Kun believed that facing the middle-aged man standing in front of him like a wooden block, without any movement, this knife was enough to take him down. Success! Sanchuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but speak with praise. After all, compared to the urgency on Haiga Hayashi's face, the middle-aged man in front of him seemed unable to react to Tai Chun's sudden attack. He just stared at look. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision sounded without any warning. The sparks flew, and the cold face of Tai Chun who made the move suddenly stiffened. In the distance, Sanchuan, who was swearing solemnly, had his pupils suddenly contracted, and his eye sockets almost popped out. Looking at Tai Chun's lightning-fast blade backslash, it fell on Qin Yu's neck, without even the slightest repulsive effect. The accompanying sparks flew, and it felt like hitting steel, which completely subverted their cognition. Is this still a human? What's wrong, little girl? Your knife is too weak, it can't even kill people. Qin Yu raised his eyelids arrogantly, and looked at Tai Chun with a slight tilt of his head. Also, the knife is a sharp weapon for killing, not a toy for children, you are too young. The slow speed of speech came out of Qin Yu's mouth. At this moment, it was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the souls of Mifune and other warriors. Especially Titsubaki, who was respected as the strongest of the new generation of the Iron Country, was even more stiff, and couldn't recover for a moment. It can be said that since Titsubaki came into contact with ninja swordsmanship, she has been blessed with various halos. The strongest of the new generation of the Iron Country, and the praise from the head of the Haiga family just now. It can be said that all this is simply the pinnacle of life for Titsubaki. However, Titsubaki, who had just climbed to the top of the mountain a moment ago, was now told. The knife in her hand was not a toy for children. Does this mean that she is not even qualified to play with a knife? This fell on a person who was proud of ninja swordsmanship. For Titsubaki, this is simply a great shame. You actually insulted my swordsmanship. I just wanted to show some mercy. Don't blame me for being serious now. Tai Chun's face suddenly became colder, and the chakra sword in his hand suddenly made a sharp sound. The light blue chakra, under the crazy infusion, directly swallowed and spit out a sharp blade light. The next moment, there was no trace of fancy, and he quickly changed his moves. The sudden scene made the absent-minded Hinata Hayashi suddenly wake up again. When he opened his mouth, he saw Mifune said with a sullen face. Master Haiga, I know that the following request is very abrupt, but I still hope that you can agree. Tetsuzuki is the strongest of the new generation of our warriors. Just now, this middle-aged man insulted Tetsuzuki's samurai way without thinking. This is a life-and-death battle in our Iron Country. Now I just hope that Master Haiga can let Tetsuzuki have a stop-and-go battle to let her prove her samurai way. Chapter 1386 I don't need anything this time. Master Haiga, I know that the following request is very abrupt, but I still hope that you can agree. Tetsuzuki is the strongest of the new generation of our warriors. Just now, this middle-aged man insulted Tetsuzuki's samurai way without thinking. This is a life-and-death battle in our Iron Country. Now I just hope that Master Haiga can let Tetsuzuki have a stop-and-go battle to let her prove her samurai way. There was a sense of no doubt in the old voice. Looking at Mifune, who looked like he was ready to go, Haiga Hayashi hesitated for a moment, looked at Qin Yu again, and said with a wry smile. Mifune, don't blame me for not reminding you later that this guy's background is not simple. However, Tetsuki is just a child, and no adult would blame him too much. For Haiga Hayashi, although he had only met Escanor once, but he was able to follow Qin Yu and saw the powerful charm of the earth pot with his own eyes. Also, as one of the subordinates of Uchiha Qin Yu who tested the new generation of Konoha, Haiga Hayashi firmly believed that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man in front of him definitely had his own extraordinary qualities. Although he admired Titsuki very much, this was also at the level of the new generation. Compared with the person who followed the legend in front of him, the gap was obviously too big. When he thought of this, Hyuga Hayashi simply kept silent. It would be good to let the Iron Country envoys such as Mifune suffer a little loss. Breaking wood. Tai Chun's delicate voice suddenly sounded. The chakra blade in his hand was suddenly clenched, and the next moment, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, he slashed towards Qin Yu. However, this time it was obviously not the back of the blade that attacked, but the actual blade. The sharp and unmatched posture made the air along the way agitated, and it also tensed everyone's nerves. All eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu, eager to see how this arrogant man would respond. I said that the sword is not a toy for children. One finger is enough to defeat you. Qin Yu spoke again indifferently and arrogantly. Looking at the sharp blade that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, without any fancy, the index finger of his right hand suddenly pointed out. Bang! The violent collision airwave exploded. The two doors that were originally half closed were directly bounced open with a clatter. The reversed airwave raised a large amount of dust. The strong wind containing chakra even scraped the ground into crisscrossing cracks. However, facing this seemingly fierce fight, the scene that came into view made everyone's pupils suddenly shrink. He used one finger to stop Tai Chun's slash. The face of the warrior in light armor standing behind Mifune suddenly changed. As Mifune's last disciple, Tetsuzuki, and his personal guards had fought each other many times. It can be said that Kuroshio had seen with his own eyes that a tree that several people could hug was easily cut in half. However, the slash that made them retreat 3 feet away was hit in the air by someone with one hand, which was undoubtedly a shocking feeling. This guy also knows kendo. He saw through Tetsuzuki's PowerPoint and hit the katana first, breaking Tetsuzuki's chakra blessing and making the attack invalid. There is such a person in Konoha. Although he is not as good as the 5th generation, he is probably also a leader in the Iron Kingdom. Mifune's face suddenly changed. As a samurai who has been immersed in kendo for a lifetime, Mifune still has some vision. Tai-kun's face suddenly turned pale. This attack is the strongest attack she can control now. I thought I could defeat the arrogant man in front of me in an instant. I never thought that I would be easily resolved by the opponent with one finger. It can be said that this finger not only pointed at her knife, but also pointed at her shame. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Tai-kun's mind. A trace of cruelty flashed across her young face, and the next moment she turned in the air and landed 4 or 5 meters away. At the same time, the unsheathed chakra sword was directly sheathed by her. Looking at this scene, Mifune's face suddenly changed. Tai-kun, you haven't completed that move yet. You can't use it casually. As Tai-kun's teacher, Sanchuan has devoted all his life's learning to Tai-kun. It can be said that as long as Tai-kun makes any changes in his movements, Sanchuan can instantly know what means Tai-kun will use next. Teacher, Tai-kun does not allow others to trample on my samurai way. This move has not been successfully honed, but for the dignity of a samurai, I must defeat him. A trace of determination flashed across Tai-kun's little face, and his torch-like eyes were directly locked on Qin Yu. Oh, it seems that you are still a little bit worth looking at, but the way of the samurai is not just talk. Qin Yu raised his head slightly arrogantly and glanced at the sun. Also, you have to defeat me as soon as possible, because I am getting stronger all the time. Facing your determination to win, I will make an exception this time and play with you. If you can satisfy me, I can teach you what is the knife that kills people. The words he uttered slowly echoed in the courtyard. Facing Tai Chun's angry eyes and everyone's gazes, Qin Yu stepped into the courtyard. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he finally arrived at the center of the courtyard. We are also guests after we pass through the door. We should not destroy the Hyuga family. If you are ready, do it. This time, I don't even need to lift a finger. The words he uttered in succession still had the arrogance deep in his bones. However, when the last words fell, everyone present was stunned. Even though they had been mentally prepared, they knew that the people following the legend of Uchiha Qin Yu were definitely not simple. But they never expected that Qin Yu would give such an answer. Crazy. This is totally crazy. Facing the killer move that Tai Chun had just displayed, Qin Yu had resolved it with one finger. Now facing the killer move that even Tai Chun did not control, he gave a reply without even using a finger. Is this standing still and resisting with the body? This is too unexpected, isn't it? For a moment, the huge courtyard fell into silence. Mifyun's cheeks twitched continuously, and finally he was the first to swallow this breath. Sir, although I know that you may also be a swordsman and have extraordinary swordsmanship attainments, Tai Chun is my last disciple and has all my life's learning. Although he is still young, you are so contemptuous and insulting in public. This is too much of a disregard for our Iron Country. As a general of the Iron Country, this is also an insult to me. In Mifyun's eyes, although he couldn't just do it casually, he could at least throw out his title and identity. He was thinking that he could use this to scare the arrogant guy in front of him a little bit and also hold back his words. Let Tai Kun's weak heart feel better. Chapter 1387 I really don't understand swords. The stern voice, uttered from Mifyun's mouth, changed the atmosphere in the field all of a sudden. After all, Mifyun's identity as the general of the Iron Country is here. This matter is not easy to handle. If there is something wrong, it may rise to a political and diplomatic issue. So everyone present turned their eyes and locked on Qin Yu. Even Haiga Hayashi, who knew the origin of Escanor, was no exception. He was eager to know whether Qin Yu's arrogant attitude would be shaken in the face of Mifyun, who had made a harsh statement and had an extraordinary identity. So, is it wrong to tell the truth? Or are you so weak that you don't even want to listen to the truth, and just live in your own fantasy? It seems that this era has really made people regress. Qin Yu nodded arrogantly and spoke again slowly. The taste between the lines remained the same, and there was no change at all because of Sanchuan. You. Mifyun's old face suddenly tightened. However, before he could continue to speak, Tai Chun, who had been staring at Qin Yu, flashed a cold look on his face. Teacher, don't waste your breath with this arrogant person. I want to see if he really dares to stand here and die without fighting back. Secret sword wind and snow slash. Cold shouts came out one after another. Tai Chun's spirit and energy rose to the extreme at once. The next moment, the sword, which was madly infused with a large amount of chakra, was unsheathed in an instant. Buzz! The crisp sound of the sword suddenly sounded. A strong wind brought by the rapid sword draw swept the entire courtyard. The sharp blade of the strong wind containing the chakra slash turned into a snowstorm and attacked Uchiha Qin Yu madly. Seeing this scene, everyone's nerves were pried to the extreme. The pupils that were locked on Qin Yu suddenly contracted, and even the eye sockets almost split open, and the face was occupied by disbelief. I saw that the dark waves like ink surged on Qin Yu's body in an instant. Like a sculpture, he had no intention of taking action in the face of the chakra sword energy coming from the sky. He didn't even raise his eyelids. He just watched everything with an arrogant indifference. Ding ding ding. Sparks were splashing all over the sky, seemingly unmatched, turning into blizzard, and the sword energy that fell on Qin Yu was directly bounced and shattered, disintegrating between heaven and earth. It felt as if the attack of Tai Chun fell on steel. The horrifying scene made the members of the Haiga family and a group of warriors present swallow their saliva with disbelief. Can this still be considered a human? The slashing all over the sky disintegrated and was completely annihilated between heaven and earth. Looking at Uchiha Qin Yu who was still standing there, unscathed. As the opponent, Tai Chun was stunned for a moment. Even the unsheathed sword in his hand was forgotten to be sheathed. The previous moment, the arrogant guy in front of him threw out the words. Tai Chun still regarded it as a great insult to her. She never thought that this seemingly insulting words would come true at this moment. The opponent actually stood there, without any action, and took over the secret sword she had practiced for a long time. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Tai Chun would never want to believe that all this was true. What's wrong? Is this the end? It seems that the sword in your hand is really a toy for children. Qin Yu spoke again. You. Tai Chun was furious. But before she could react, Sanchuan on the side suddenly jumped up like an eagle. What an arrogant guy. Today I will see if your swordsmanship can surpass the 5th Hokage. What confidence do you have to look down on others like this? Mifyun roared and grabbed the samurai sword at his waist with his backhand. Secret sword snowstorm slash. Buzz. With the sound of the sword ringing, under the violent chakra infusion, the sword slash was instantly unsheathed. It turned into a huge fan-shaped sword aura and rushed towards Uchiha Qin Yu. Compared with Tai Chun's previous attack, this attack undoubtedly has earth-shaking changes. The slash of more than 10 meters, with a forceful chopping posture, quickly enlarged in Qin Yu's pupils. This attack is not bad. The slow speaking speed remained unchanged, but this time Qin Yu finally moved. With a flip of his right hand, Yan Mo fell into his hand like a magic trick. The ghost energy that had been suppressed in the blade exploded like a tide. At this moment, everyone present only felt that the figure of Qin Yu in front of them seemed to be twisted and a phantom appeared. The dark aura was swallowed up by the black blade full of demonic energy. The speed of swallowing made them see that Qin Yu's arm seemed to have lost weight in an instant. The demonic energy that was originally fascinating turned into a purple-black light column that rushed up to the sky in an instant. The next moment, without any fancy moves, Qin Yu flipped his right hand and Yan Mo was unsheathed. One sword-style Death Lion song. Bang! The attacking sword energy was torn apart. Everyone present only felt that the sky suddenly turned black. After tearing through Sanchuan's attack, the purple-black slashing streak turned into a red streak and swept directly over the roof of the Haiga family's mansion. Finally, in full view of everyone, it passed through the Hokage rock and rushed diagonally into the sky. Bang! The clouds pressed against the sky were directly penetrated. The purple-black sword energy reflected between heaven and earth collapsed. The whole world returned to peace. However, watching this attack that was annihilated in the world in an instant, the remaining scenes made people gasp. No. It should be said that the cold air from the solace of the feet rushed straight to the forehead, and the mind was completely blank. Especially Sanfun, who took the lead in attacking, now seemed to be exhausted and his limbs were weak. Because the slash that was like a glimpse just now not only penetrated the sky, it also directly cut off the rocks of the successive generations of Hokage. Such a sharp and unparalleled slash that spanned most of the Konoha ninja village. Qin Yu had not deliberately changed the trajectory of the attack just now. I am afraid that not only Sanfun would be chopped by force. It is hard to say, the entire Haiga family will lose. At this moment, looking at the arrogant man in front of him, Sanchuan finally understood why the opponent underestimated him again and again. Because, compared with the previous attack, Sanchuan didn't understand what is kendo? Bang! Mifune suddenly knelt down on the ground, tears flashed in his turbid old eyes, and he said tremblingly. I have lived for 80 years, but it turns out that I really don't know how to use swords. Please accept me as your student. I am willing to use my dying body to hold a sword for you. Chapter 1388 He is your idol's teacher. Bang! Mifune suddenly knelt down on the ground, tears flashed in his turbid old eyes, and he said tremblingly. I have lived for 80 years, but it turns out that I really don't know how to use swords. Please accept me as your student. I am willing to use my dying body to hold a sword for you. The old voice echoed in the huge courtyard. Looking at the tears, as a general of the Iron Country, a hall-level veteran in the field of kendo, Mifune, who has passed the age of 80, is still kneeling to worship his master. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that this scene was real. Especially the moment before, Tai Chun was so stubborn that he refused to admit defeat. Now her face was stiff, and she was completely stunned. She was Mifune's last disciple. Now Mifune was worshipping him in public. If the other party really accepted Mifune, then how would she call this arrogant man in front of her? Sorry, I'm just a student. Qin Yu said slowly. I'm not qualified to accept students yet, and I'm not interested in old men. The simple and direct reply made everyone present stunned. Especially the last sentence, which made the cheek muscles of the warriors of the Iron Country and the members of the Haiga family twitch. In their eyes, Mifune has a pivotal position in the Iron Country. It is also a great honor to let this legendary warrior kneel down and worship him personally. Now Uchiha Qin Yu directly refused as soon as he opened his mouth. The reason given was even more unexpected. This is too crazy. No. It should be said that from the first time they saw this middle-aged man, the other party's madness has never stopped. However, unlike the focus of others, Sanchuan was stunned for a moment, and then his whole body was trembling with excitement. He knelt and quickly moved 2 steps, intending to close the distance between him and Qin Yu. However, the words hidden in his heart could no longer be suppressed. You mean, there is a stronger swordsman behind you? Can you introduce me to meet him? Even if I lose my life, I will be willing. At Sanchuan's age, he already knew that he would not live long. Therefore, the only thing he wanted to do was to know whether there was anyone who could go further at the end of the swordsmanship in his eyes. However, today he not only met Escanor. Now he told him that there was an even more powerful existence behind him. If he hadn't heard this crazy answer with his own ears, Sanchuan would never believe it. Mifune, Get up quickly, this is Escanor, and the teacher behind him is Uchiha Kainu. Hyuga Hayashi hurried forward and said. Originally, he just wanted to kill the spirit of the Iron Country. I never thought that Uchiha Kainu would be so fierce, and even the successive Hokage rocks were directly cut. This was a big deal in Konoha village. However, when he thought of the relationship behind Escanor, Hyuga Hayashi's heart still fell. Is it the disciple of Master Kainu? Mifune was stunned for a moment, and with the help of Hyuga Hayashi, he stood up quickly and said. I knew that only Master Chinyu could hone his swordsmanship to this level. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to follow Master and learn a thing or two about the way of swordsmanship that day. This makes me regret for the rest of my life. Now, Lord Escanor, as Master Chinyu's student, can you help me introduce him to something? For the sharp slash that Escanor just performed, Mifune was shocked and overturned his cognition. However, facing the relationship hidden behind Escanor, Mifune hoped even more to meet Uchiha Chinyu, who became Escanor's teacher. In Mifune's eyes, even the students he guided were so powerful. Then, as a teacher, Chinyu's attainments in the way of swordsmanship were not out of this world? Sorry, for Master, it is fate if you meet, and it is fate if you don't meet. You can't force it. Chinyu spoke again indifferently. Looking at Chinyu, who looked unquestionable, Sanchuan opened his mouth, swallowed back all the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and finally sighed with a wry smile. Master Chinyu is still as unpredictable as ever. But I, Sanchuan, will definitely meet Master Chinyu in my lifetime and learn a more powerful swordsmanship from him. This time, thank you for your teachings from Lord Escanor. Just now, Sanchuan was reckless and did not teach well. For Sanchuan, Escanor in front of him was the only person who could allow him to meet Chinyu. Moreover, although Sanchuan was greedy and wanted to get a more powerful swordsmanship from Chinyu, but the amazing sword that Escanor showed just now, it is also worthy of Sanchuan to be friends with him as an equal. Looking at Sanchuan, whose attitude suddenly changed 360 degrees. The calls of Master were still very loud. These scenes simply made Tai-kun stunned. After all, in Tai-kun's eyes, she is her respected teacher. She is also the backbone of the Iron Country. Ship, completely inherited the samurai, standing upright, never bending, and acting with a straight spine. However, the scene before his eyes now overturned Tai-kun's cognition. Facing the old man with tears, he knelt and bowed, and cried to become a disciple. The teacher who always mentioned Lord Chinyu. The huge difference in this image undoubtedly cut off the samurai's straight spine. Tai-kun couldn't help it, and finally stepped forward a few steps and said in a hurry. Teacher Mifune, didn't you say that the samurai's spine must not be bent, let alone kneel down casually? Then why did you do this? Who is that Lord Chinyu? In Tai-kun's eyes, whether it is Mifune or Hyuga Hayashi, they are one of the pillars of the Iron Country in Konoha. However, this kind of veteran actually respects people as adults. This is probably not an ordinary person. Tai-chun is not to be rude. This Lord Chinyu is your idol, the teacher who taught the 5th Hokage swordsmanship. Mifune's old face sank, and he shouted sternly. The 5th Hokage's teacher. Tai-chun was stunned for a moment, and said. Isn't the 5th Hokage's teacher the 4th Hokage, the golden flashing Minato Namikaze? No, the 4th Hokage doesn't seem to know swordsmanship. Tai-chun suddenly woke up. At the same time, there was a feeling of horror when thinking about it carefully. The slash that Escanor performed just now was already amazing. If even the 5th Hokage was his student. For someone who can teach such a student, what level of real swordsmanship attainment has he reached? If he can get guidance from his idol's teacher, Tai-chun can't believe how far he will reach. Will he also wave his hand casually like Chinyu just now, and directly split the sky? If he really reaches this level, he may be able to walk sideways in the ninja world, right? Chapter 1389 3 million per class. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Tai-chun's mind. The next moment, before everyone could react, Tai-chun had already stretched out his long legs and ran towards Chinyu at a fast pace. Bang! He knelt on his knees, and the warrior backbone that was hanging on Tai-chun's mouth a moment ago had long disappeared. The words that came out of his mouth were even more shocking. Teacher, I am a woman, just accept me. The hurried words, at this moment, were like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Listening to this seemingly ambiguous speech, Even Sanchuan's old face couldn't help twitching, and he almost had the urge to ask. Where is Tai Chun's integrity? He was still questioning the teacher a moment ago, but now he opened his mouth and called the teacher. This huge gap is enough to show that the name Uchiha Chinyu has a strong enough charm. Mifune, don't be offended. If Master Chinyu is willing to teach me, I am willing to call him dad, not to mention teacher. Hinata Hayashi patted Mifune's shoulder and said shamelessly. Yes, Master Hayashi, you are right. If Master Chinyu is willing to accept me as a student, I am willing to call him dad. Mifune also agreed instantly. Looking at these two old men, calling him dad in front of him. Chinyu's cheek muscles almost twitched, ruining Escanor's character. If it weren't for the exposure of his identity. I'm afraid Chinyu really couldn't help but teach Hinata Hayashi and Mifune a lesson. I can't recognize them randomly. However, what Chinyu cares about now is obviously not these calls of dad. On the contrary, everything he is doing now can finally lead to his true purpose. Sorry, I'm not qualified to accept students, but I can teach you how to become a real strong man. However, my fee is a bit expensive, 3 million per class. Chinyu said slowly. He flipped the Yama in his hand and put it back into the sheath. The thick demonic aura that was originally released disappeared all of a sudden. The tense nerves of everyone present relaxed all of a sudden. But it was precisely because of this reason that the following words had a huge critical hit. 3 million per class. Is this to rob? No. It should be said that this is faster than robbing money. Even if Sanchuan, the general of the Iron Country, couldn't help but twitch his old face muscles. He couldn't help but say, Mr. Escanor, is your price too high, or did you accidentally slip your tongue just now? A class only lasts a few dozen minutes. If you charge 3 million, I'm afraid it will be difficult to change anything. Sanchuan was very happy to get Escanor's guidance. But after being the general of the Iron Country for so many years, Sanchuan's treasury is not much. If he really has to pay tuition, he may not even be able to attend 3 classes. No, you misunderstood. 1 class of mine takes a year. Chinyu spoke again. Everything he did just now, whether it was suppressing Tai Chun or shocking Sanchuan, was all for the purpose of launching the House of Time and Spirit. With the time difference of 1 day outside and 1 year inside. Heiyu knew clearly that once someone accepted it, they would definitely understand the power of it. Willing to pay out the money. Of course, regardless of whether the House of Time and Spirit has restrictions or not, Chinyu still knows what hunger marketing is. He will never let the House of Time and Spirit become a street stall. And this time she was lucky to run into Ti Chun. 3 million a year? This looks like a good deal. A trace of hesitation flashed across Mifune's face, and he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. At least, in Mifune's eyes, Chinyu's strength is definitely better than that of ordinary cage-level strongmen. It costs 3 million to let Chinyu personally guide Ti Chun and let him become a bodyguard. This kind of deal is still very worthwhile. Most importantly, Mifune believes that if he can get the core of Kendo, it will definitely become a precious inheritance of their Iron Country in the future. It is not impossible for their Iron Country to produce a person like the 5th Hokage Kakashi. When he thought of this, a trace of determination flashed across Mifune's old face and said, Okay, I am willing to use 3 million in exchange for a lesson you give Ti Chun. I hope you can really guide Ti Chun wholeheartedly and let her successfully transform. At this point, Mifune glanced at the samurai behind him. The samurai hesitated for a moment, but since Mifune had already made the decision, he did not dare to be vague, and quickly took out the bank card and handed it over. There are 3.1 million in it. Give the extra money to Lord Chinyu as a gift. I want to know when the guidance will start. Wait until the Chunin exam is over. Mifune was the first to lose his temper and said. After all, after seeing Chinyu's powerful swordsmanship with his own eyes, he also wanted to know how powerful it was. When? Chinyu took the bank card and said. Let's start now. It will be over soon. The people present were stunned. A moment ago, Chinyu said that a course would take nearly a year. Now he told them that the course would end soon. The gap between the two made people feel confused. However, Chinyu obviously didn't care about all this. He looked around and said, All of you get out of the way. Get out of the way? Watching Chinyu walk straight to the center of the courtyard. The people present didn't understand, but the money had been handed over to Chinyu, so they couldn't say more. Under Sanchuan's instructions, they quickly retreated to the surroundings. Retreat a little further. Qin Yu looked back and continued to speak. The slow and arrogant tone was still lingering. This time, he planned to use the system to take out the House of Time and Spirit. Although, Qin Yu who stayed in this world was only a split existence. But as long as the system exists, Qin Yu found that no matter how many dimensions are separated, he can easily pass through the system space and share everything. Sir Escanor, are you going to show us something? Sanchuan couldn't help asking. However, after saying this, he only saw Qin Yu still with his back to him. This made his old face twitch, but he still exhaled and waved. Keep retreating. Sir Sanchuan, we have retreated 30 or 40 meters, this distance is enough. A warrior couldn't help saying. Besides, he has a strong swordsmanship, but that doesn't mean he knows how to guide people. This is the life savings of Lord Mifune. What if he runs away with the money? We might as well find Lord Qin Yu to guide us. That way we will be more secure. Chapter 1390 Shadow Level Training Class. As soon as these words fell, everyone's face changed. Even Haiga Hayashi was no exception. Especially after seeing Escanor's stunning move just now. It made them even more nervous. What if these words caused dissatisfaction from the other party? A casual knife was brought. I'm afraid no one in the field can block the sharp edge. Shut up. Mifune's face sank and he shouted sternly. Who will decide the Iron Country's envoys, you or me? I'll spare you this time, but there won't be a next time. I believe that Lord Escanor will be able to guide Tai Chun well. After saying this, Sanchuan subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. However, what he saw was still a figure with his back to him, as if he hadn't noticed this farce at all. Sanchuan's expression stagnated, and he was helplessly discouraged. What Hefeng said just now was a bit inappropriate. But it also gave Sanchuan an opportunity to play a double act, hoping to make Qin Yu make some promises. Although this method seems to be very risky, if you are not careful, you will be attacked by Qin Yu. However, for the future of the Iron Country, Sanchuan also risked it. Unfortunately, the result now is just like punching cotton, with no place to vent. However, in order to enable the Iron Country to train a strong man comparable to the cage level, Sanchuan still gritted his teeth and spoke again. Lord Escanor, what are you thinking about? If you need our help, just tell us. This time, Qin Yu obviously responded, and glanced back. No need, we just lack a training ground, I'll make it. The core of this training is a lesson of 3 million. The most fundamental question is how to summon the House of Time and Spirit. In the end, Qin Yu still thought of would release ninjutsu. Training place. Mifune was stunned. This is the courtyard of the Haiga family, there is enough space for training, I think the head of the Haiga family will definitely not mind. As the Iron Country the envoy of the 3 ships, the general's identity is still obvious here. It is still easy to borrow a place. No, I don't want to. Qin Yu replied casually. Instead of making Haiga Hayashi feel dissatisfied, the turbid old eyes suddenly lit up. Sir Escanor, I also want to book a lesson for Hanabi. Here is the deposit, the remaining balance, I will ask someone to get it. As he said, Haiga Hayashi had hurriedly taken out a bank card and was going to give it to Qin Yu in person. That kind of neatness gave people the feeling that he wanted to kneel down and force Qin Yu to accept it. Everyone in the scene was stunned. Is this kneeling to be slaughtered? However, only Haiga Hayashi, who had experienced it personally, could understand the magic of the 10,000 Worlds shop. Since Qin Yu wants a specific training ground, it is definitely not a simple place. You want it too? Qin Yu frowned and shook his head, saying, if it's for Hanabi, then it's not necessary. She is now training with the teacher and will not be back in a short time. This time I came to tell you about this issue. Practicing with Master Qin Yu. Haiga Hayashi was stunned, and then he knelt down neatly on the ground with a plop, and his old tears flowed all at once. Even performing stars can't compare to that neat posture. God has eyes, and finally let our Haiga family get through. There are 300,000 in this card. Lord Escanor, please accept it. Please take good care of my little sister in the future. Haiga Hayashi said as he quickly handed the bank card in his hand out. The onlookers in the field were stunned. Is this still the head of the first family of Konoha that they know? The posture he showed now subverted their cognition. Teacher, then, how powerful is Uchiha Qin Yu? Is he stronger than the 5 kg? Tai Chun couldn't help but speak again. Facing this erased history. Although he already knew a little bit through the sporadic words just now. However, because of the crazy behavior of Hinata Hayashi, Tai Chun couldn't help but ask. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Mifune. How powerful is Lord Qinyu? Mifune was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed several times in succession, and finally sighed. With his guidance, it is proof of the road to becoming a strong man. At that time, the old 5 kgs joined forces, but they were not his opponents, let alone the new 5 kgs. Do you know the mercenary organization Akatsuki in the ninja world? That was founded and guided by Lord Qinyu. As for Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and the 5th Hokage, they were all guided by him. It is rumored that the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze was able to develop the Flying Thunder God technique so exquisitely, which is also related to Lord Qinyu. It can be said that Lord Qinyu can be called an unspeakable legend. This time, someone from the Hyuga family can follow Lord Qinyu to learn, and Hyuga Hanabi is destined to rise, and will occupy a seat in the future Hokage. The old words were uttered, and there was a taste of envy, jealousy, and hatred between the words. Looking at the distinguished Mifune, he gave such an evaluation as soon as he opened his mouth. Immediately made them feel like they were in a cage-level training class. Okay, don't think about it. Now that Lord Qinyu is not here, Tai Chun should try to stay with Lord Escanor to learn. Mifune sighed faintly. Lord Escanor can follow Lord Qinyu, he should have a lot of abilities. After saying this, Mifune looked at Qinyu again. However, the first scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. Qinyu, who had been motionless, finally moved. He clapped his hands suddenly, and the violent chakra exploded. Wood style, 4 pillars Lianjiajutsu. Bang 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 bang. Trees broke out of the ground in an instant. In the moment of raising a cloud of dust, it turned into a wooden house 5 or 6 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide. When the dust in the sky dissipated, all the people suddenly woke up, showing their faces full of disbelief. After all, as a member of the ninja world, of course they knew that wood release was the blood limit of the first Hokage. Now Qinyu could not only perform it smoothly, and he succeeded directly with his hands together. Is this a joke, or are they too shallow? However, before they could come to their senses in shock, a long-awaited voice finally sounded. Okay, I have prepared the training ground. Now I want to ask a question about Kendo. I want to know what level of cultivation you have reached. Chapter 1391 Opening with a mouth, guidance depends on reference. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves tightened. The person in front of them was a high disciple who had walked out of the cage-level training class. The question he was talking about was definitely not simple. For a moment, everyone's eyes were locked on Qinyu. Especially Mifune and Titsukuni. I want to know what your swords can cut. Qinyu said lightly. As someone who has been in the world of One Piece and has achieved the title of Supreme Swordsman, returning to the world of Naruto, where swordsmanship is not deeply involved, any experience he picks up can definitely be called a treasure. What can it cut? The people present were stunned for a moment. Even Tai-kun and Sanchuan, who listened to the questions most attentively, were no exception. In their eyes, shouldn't Qinyu ask extremely profound questions at this critical moment? Isn't the knife a sharp weapon for killing people? Tai-kun couldn't help but ask. Just now, didn't you say that this is not a toy in the hands of children? Although Tai-kun was still dissatisfied with the evaluation Qinyu gave just now. But facing the shallow questions raised by Qinyu now, Tai-kun couldn't help but refute with this original sentence. Sanchuan, who was standing aside, heard the words, hesitated for a moment, and nodded silently in agreement. In addition to being able to kill people, the knife can also cut wood, stone, and even iron when it is cultivated to a certain level. Or the sky. At the end, Mifune remembered the shocking slash that Qinyu had just performed, and couldn't help but add. As soon as these words fell, all the samurai present, and even the members of the Hyuga family, subconsciously looked at Qinyu. After all, Mifune is the most outstanding existence in the samurai kingdom. His explanation can definitely be called authoritative. Wrong. Qinyu shook his head lightly. There are swordsmen in the world who can't cut anything, but they can cut steel. When you set foot on the sword path, we have to take our own path. In my eyes, everything can be cut. So, I can cut iron, steel, air, fire, and even split this world. But I can also not cut people. Do you understand? The difficult words gave people a wrinkled taste. The people who were trying their best to listen were stunned. Even Hyuga Hayashi was no exception. Looking around the huge field, only Mifune, who was known as the strongest swordsman in the Naruto world, was stunned. Then the turbid old eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally said excitedly. Sir Escanor, what you mean is that every swordsman has a different swordsmanship, but as long as you have the intention, you can cut everything and not cut anything. Now Tai-kun has not succeeded in practicing the secret sword, it is entirely because she is only following the swordsmanship that I have taught her with all my strength, which belongs to me, so she is stuck at the bottleneck and can't move forward. Now, if she wants to break through and become stronger, she can only walk her own way in her own beliefs to become stronger when facing strong opponents. Tai-chun was stunned. These words also enlightened her. She has always been a proud genius. But she has always been on the road of imitating her predecessors. As the saying goes, there is no sharpest blade, only the most suitable weapon for oneself. Only by choosing the road that belongs to oneself and working hard can you achieve twice the result with half the effort. On the contrary, you will get half the result with twice the effort and never move forward. It can be said that these words directly broke Tai-chun's dilemma. Looking at Sanchuan, who directly imagined the ending as soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Understanding is one thing, but how to explain it to make people understand is the most skillful. Now Qin Yu is teaching by himself for the first time, and he just opened his mouth at the beginning, and the guidance depends on reference. However, now Tai-chun understands, so his first business, the signboard is not considered to be smashed. Okay, if you want to understand, you should understand. If you don't understand, you won't understand immediately. Tai-chun, follow me in, and you can pick up people in one day. Qin Yu left these words and turned to walk towards the wooden house. Tai-chun, go quickly, Lord Escanor, as a disciple of Lord Qin Yu, his training room will definitely be different and will definitely give you a surprise. Hinata Hayashi came back to his senses and looked at the wooden house with envy. Will this wooden house surprise me? Tai-chun came back to her senses in enlightenment. Although she benefited a lot from the conversation just now and opened up new horizons. But she still couldn't help but say. Aren't all training rooms the same? What surprise can it give me? But forget it, with teacher Escanor here, no matter how simple it is, I believe I will benefit a lot. After saying this, Tai-chun quickly followed. After she entered, the wooden door slammed shut. After seeing that the wooden house was completely silent, Sanchuan couldn't help asking. Master Hyuga, what do you mean by what you said just now? I have seen a lot of training rooms, but it seems that they don't have much effect on the path of practice except for providing a little convenience, right? As an old man who lived to the age of 80, Sanchuan has indeed seen a lot of storms. Facing the wooden house that Qin Yu deliberately used wood escape to build, there is undoubtedly a feeling of adding unnecessary details. Ahem, actually I don't know, but Sanchuan, remember, don't use ordinary people to measure Lord Qin Yu, otherwise you will regret it. Hyuga Hayashi coughed dryly and patted Sanchuan on the shoulder. As for the answer, we will know when we come tomorrow. What we have to do now is to clean up the mess. When he thought of the sharp and unparalleled posture that Qin Yu had just slashed with a knife, he burst out. Although he didn't trademark cut Sanchuan with a single knife. But the Hokage rock suffered, which also made people feel headache. Sanchuan was also stunned when he heard it. The moment before, he was only thinking about how to learn the exquisite swordsmanship from Qin Yu. Completely ignoring this matter may rise to a political and diplomatic crisis. After all, the Hokage rock is an important symbol of Konoha ninja village. If it is not handled properly, I am afraid that even the peace of the Iron Country will be lost. On. Outside, the Konoha village had already become boiling. Faced with the Hokage rock that had suddenly been cut off, Naruto and Sasuke and others in the Hokage office building were stunned even though they had just rushed back. This is an important symbol of honor for the Konoha village. But now it was cut directly in front of the two new generation of cage-level people. They didn't even have time to react. This is like a slap in the face. In particular, they were followed by a group of envoys from the 4 major countries. If there is no explanation, it is not only them, but also the Konoha village will lose face. Chapter 1392 Hand shaking to show off. They didn't even have time to react. This is like a slap in the face. In particular, they were followed by a group of envoys from the 4 major countries. If there is no explanation, it is not only them, but also the Konoha village will lose face. Bang! The huge rock fell down and hit the ground, raising a large amount of dust. The awkward atmosphere that was originally shrouded in the scene was broken at once. Everyone's eyes turned and fell on Naruto and Sasuke, with a hint of doubt and curiosity on their faces. They were wondering who dared to take action in the Konoha ninja village and cut off the Hokage rock, which symbolized the honor of Konoha. Ahem, it seems that Kakashi teacher is practicing sword again. This time, I am afraid that he has made a breakthrough. He accidentally destroyed the Hokage rock before he became proficient. Sasuke was the first to cough and said. Now Kakashi teacher's swordsmanship is improving by leaps and bounds. Even Naruto and I have to retreat 3 feet. At this point, Sasuke immediately gave Naruto a look. Unfortunately, before Naruto could take over the conversation, Sasuke had already seen Naruto's helpless face, and his eyes passed directly over him and fell behind him. Teacher Kakashi, you are finally here. Just now. Naruto is obviously not very good at lying. In fact, at the beginning, after witnessing this amazing slash, the first figure that flashed through Naruto's mind was Uchiha Chinyu. It's a pity that he didn't dare to speak casually because of his face and Sasuke's stiff performance. Now Kakashi's appearance is undoubtedly a life-saving straw for Naruto. The 5th generation Hokage, I didn't expect to see you so soon. A delicate figure came out first. It was the 4th generation Tsuchikage Kurotsuka from the rock village of the land of earth. As a new generation like Naruto and Sasuke, facing these old generation cage-level masters, Kurotsuka's face obviously had a hint of fighting spirit. After all, although the 5 major countries have always maintained a peaceful state, but competition between each other is still inevitable. Even the 5 cage-level masters of the new generation often compete secretly to compete with each other. Not to mention the old 5 shadows. However, after a long struggle, the unchanged old rivals obviously make people feel bored. Many proud new generations have turned their attention to the old generation. Kurotsuka is the only woman who can hold the upper shadow level position among the 5 shadows of the new era. The pride in her heart is even stronger than that of ordinary people. It can be said that the new era Kurotsuka, whose development trajectory has been changed by Chinyu. But the Tsundere attribute is full. Kurotsuka, don't be rude. Standing behind her, the burly Huangta was the first to lose his temper. Although he is the father of the 4th generation Tsuchikage. But Huangta asked himself that he was not suitable for the 4th generation Tsuchikage, so he gave this position to Kurotsuka and retreated to the backstage to act as a military advisor. However, facing Kurotsuka's tough style of doing things, he also felt a headache. Father, I'm just a little girl. I think the 5th generation Hokage will never mind. Kurotsuka spoke first. It has always been rumored in the ninja world that the 5th Hokage is proficient in ninja swordsmanship and is even known as the White Shun Fang. I was fortunate to see a stunning sword just now. This sword made Kurotsuka feel inferior to him and realized that his training was still not good enough. But it is precisely because of this reason that Kurotsuka hopes to take advantage of this opportunity to let the 5th Hokage give us some pointers and open our eyes. At this point, Kurotsuka subconsciously looked at the others. For this slightly crazy proposal, Gaara and others were stunned and felt a little uneasy. But when he thought of the stunning sword just now, he was still shocked and eager to see how strong Kakashi was. Teacher Kakashi, you. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but open his mouth. After all, he was just boasting, and now he needs Kakashi to smooth things over. However, before he could finish his words, he was quickly interrupted by Kakashi. Okay, Sasuke, there is no point in hiding something. The attack just now was not from my hands. Not from your hands? Kurotsuka's expression froze, and she was a little slow to react. She just said a series of flattering words. She wanted Kakashi to make a move and become her touchstone. However, now it has been denied in public. Is this considered flattery, hitting the horse's leg? If this matter gets out, then she will become a joke. Thinking of this, Kurotsuka was the first to lose patience and said, 5th Hokage, this joke doesn't seem to be very funny. Looking at the entire ninja world, who doesn't know the reputation of the 5th generation Hokage Kakashi Hatake, the White Shunga? If even senior Kakashi can't perform this amazing sword, it would be a big joke. Kakashi, although Kurotsuka's attitude is a bit too much, she is also right. It's a bit ugly to destroy your own Hokage rock with a trembling hand, but at least it is a symbol of strength. Huangtu, who was standing behind him, couldn't hold back and hurriedly echoed. I always say that you are not going to give our 4 major countries a warning by chopping the shadow rock with your trembling hand. As soon as these words fell, the people of the remaining 4 major countries also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Obviously agreed with Huangtu's words. Feeling the changes in the atmosphere around him, Huangtu took advantage of the situation and said, Kakashi, the power of your sword can be exerted to this extent, which is definitely a step further. Actually, this is a happy event, and it is also a great blessing for the peace of our ninja world. Now that there are few people, you should admit it. This hand-shaking show of strength will definitely become a legend in the future and will be passed down through the ages. Once the boast is blown, it will undoubtedly need to be filled one by one. Looking at the usually honest Huangtu, he flattered the wrong person for his own daughter and went all out. Kakashi smiled helplessly. Huangtu, shut up, you are afraid of flattery and it trademark really ugly. Earned this hand-shaking show of strength, I can trademark do it, and I am not qualified to take this prestige. Also, I have to warn your daughter to be more obedient, and never think of challenging the person who performed this attack, otherwise the land of Earth will lose. Don't trademark blame me for not reminding you. The stern voice fell in the field, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. The eyes looking at Kakashi were full of disbelief. Chapter 1393 Gaara who can blow and talk. The huge scene suddenly fell into silence. Looking at Kakashi with a serious face, the new generation present felt uncertain. In their eyes, Kakashi is the best among the old generation of cage-level strong men. This attack did not come from his hands. Then who else in the ninja world can do it? Senior Kakashi, this joke is not funny. If you don't want to accept my challenge, there is no need to tell such a lie. Come and reject me. Kurotsuka lost his temper again. It can be said that the sudden blow she encountered today, which slashed across the sky, has refreshed her cognition. If this ninja world really still exists, it is an unknown existence to them. For the worldview of the new generation, it was simply shaken. Huangtu, who was standing aside, obviously noticed the change in the expression of the new generation, especially as Kurotsuka's father. It was easier to guess the change in her heart. Rather than letting them continue to suspect, become confused in their hearts, and produce confusion, it is better to point it out directly. Kakashi, I hope you can explain this matter clearly. After all, in our eyes, the person who can exert such a powerful slash, except you, I am afraid no one else can do it. Huangtu spoke again in a deep voice. You don't have to worry that we will rise to the political and diplomatic level of various countries because of the sudden incident just now. After all, it is understandable that the hands tremble when you just break through. As soon as these words fell, the new generation present nodded in agreement. Kakashi was helpless all of a sudden. Teacher Kakashi. Sasuke on the side couldn't help but speak again. As a new generation, he didn't resist doing something that could bring some glory to Konohagakure. Sasuke, that's enough. The truth will come out sooner or later. Kakashi sighed faintly and shook his head. Instead of letting you know after the fact, it would be more sincere for me to explain it myself. In fact, the attack just now was not from my hand. Compared with that person, I am far behind. And who that person is, you should be familiar with Huang Tuesday. He is the former movie emperor. Movie king? Kurotsuki and other new generations were stunned. They had heard of Hokage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and even Hojikage. But this was the first time they had heard of Movie King. Now Kakashi opened his mouth and told them that the shocking blow just now was from the hands of the Movie King. This was a bit unexpected. Faced with this mysterious identity information, Kurotsuki and others subconsciously looked at Huangtu. After all, Kakashi had just emphasized that even Huangtu knew this person. However, as soon as this glance fell, Kurotsuki and other new generations first saw a fat figure with a pale face, cold sweat on his forehead, and trembling all over his body. That face of shock was mixed with fear. A pair of eyes stared straight and wide, and said in a hurry. Kakashi, don't joke, the adult who has been missing for more than 20 years is back. The attack just now was still performed by him? That's right, only if this lord is still alive can he launch such a fierce attack. He is the strongest existence in the ninja world. No, I have to inform Lord Onoki quickly. Looking at Huangtu, who was excited and incoherent all of a sudden. As the Tsuchikage, Kurotsuka was stunned for a moment. This situation happened to her a few years ago when she encountered a bandit group in the Uegakure village after the attack, the new force of the younger generation. Only after suffering huge damage did Huangtu show such strong emotional fluctuations. Now he is the elder of Uegakure and also the think tank of the delegation. Huangtu's words and deeds represent the face of Uegakure and the land of earth. His current behavior is so unbearable. This is obviously not in line with his identity. Dad, what's wrong with you? Calm down, who is that movie star? Kurotsuka couldn't help asking again. He is the strongest existence in the ninja world above the 5 shadows. Gaara, who had not spoken, finally spoke. In fact, he had some guesses just now. But he just didn't dare to make a conclusion casually. Now that Kakashi is the evidence, he still told everything he knew. Even the fight with Escanor was not covered up. Of course, the details were beautified. After all, this happened in Konoha, for the 4 major countries. Now Uchiha Chinyu, the movie star, has been revealed. Judging from the reaction of the older generation, it is only a matter of time before they meet. Once that time comes, the incident between them and Escanor will be brought up again. Rather than being exposed, it is better to justify yourself. The 5th Kazekage, are you saying that just now outside the Konoha village, you fought with the student of the movie star Uchiha Kainu, and that person claimed to be Escanor, possessed a powerful fire escape ninjutsu, and his strength was almost equal to yours? Kurotsuka was the first to lose his temper. A moment ago, she questioned Kakashi's words in every possible way. Now, not only is there Huangta's reaction as a witness, but there is also Gaara, who has personally experienced it. This undoubtedly ignited her urgent curiosity. Yes, the Escanor I met just now did claim to be a student of Uchiha Kainu. Gaara nodded and said in a deep voice. In the previous battle, he tried his best to launch an attack on me, but unfortunately, he was still lacking in front of my sand escape, and finally lost to me. At this point, Gaara looked up at the Hokage Yandeo who had been cut off by half. After all, not everyone is the movie Emperor Uchiha Chinyu, who can easily perform such a stunning slash. He tried his best, although he lost to me, he is also an opponent worthy of attention. Xingxi was stunned. After listening to these words, he looked at Gaara's back and felt a little strange. If he hadn't followed Gaara from beginning to end and never left. I'm afraid Xingxi really doubted that Gaara in front of him was just a substitute. Otherwise, why could he be so shameless and boast about a battle that was almost crushed so fresh and refined? Even Kakashi and Naruto on the side couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. I never thought that Gaara could also brag. But as an alliance, it is more about diplomatic political relations. They could only bite the bullet and smile. It can be said that with the addition of the two of them, Gaara's words have undoubtedly increased the persuasiveness. Let the new generation such as Kurotsuka be stunned. Even the strength of a student can be close to the shadow-level strongman. The title of the Shadow Emperor may really exist. Chapter 1394 Reserve all the study places. As Gaara's words faded, the huge field suddenly fell into silence. Huangtu, who was standing aside, was the first to lose his temper. Father, is the movie star Uchiha Chinyu really that powerful? If you don't allow me to challenge him, can I challenge his student Escanor? He tried his best but couldn't defeat the 5th Kazekage. With my current strength, it's not difficult to defeat him. Just promise me once. I also want to see what the legendary existence is capable of, so that I can report to Grandpa Onoki when I go back. While speaking, Haito grabbed Huangta's arm and shook it repeatedly. The graceful half-slit tight long skirt always reveals a sense of maturity that is inconsistent with her personality. Huangta showed a helpless look and pulled his arm out abruptly and said, "Well, since he is not Lord Chinyu, but just his student, there is nothing wrong with you, as a new generation, proposing a challenge. I think Lord Chinyu will not blame you. However, 5th Kazekage, did you say that Escanor was defeated by you even though he tried his best?" As soon as these words fell, all the eyes of the new generation fell on Gaara. For Huangtu, the person that Kurotsuka was going to challenge this time was related to Uchiha Chinyu. It was also about the face of the land of earth and the rock village, so of course it needed to be a sure thing. Feeling the gazes from all around, Gaara's expression could not help but stiffen for a moment. This is of course true, Naruto and 5th generation can both testify. At this point, Gaara looked at the two of them, with a hint of hope on his face. He didn't want to fail at this critical moment. 5th generation, 7th generation, I have something to report. A sudden attack broke the awkward atmosphere in the field first. Facing Gaara's request, even Naruto and Kakashi felt their faces getting hot. Now someone came to the rescue and changed the subject, which was a good thing. Master Hyuga, General Mifune, why are you here? Kakashi showed a surprised expression. However, he woke up suddenly soon. The slash just now was as fast as thunder, and it made people feel caught off guard. However, as the 5th generation Hokage, Kakashi's eyesight was not to be underestimated, and of course he saw the clues. Especially thinking of the intersection between Uchiha Chinyu and the Hyuga family not long ago. This undoubtedly made him flash an absurd guess in his mind. Hyuga family head, you came this time, you are not going to tell me that the slash just now was released by Lord Chinyu and the Hyuga family, right? The expressions of the people present changed suddenly. Standing at the highest point of the Hokage building, their eyes subconsciously cast in the direction of the slash. The first thing they saw was the Hyuga family 4 or 5 miles away. According to the distance and angle, there are also traces of slashing on the Hokage rock. The Hyuga family has obviously become the first crime scene. Hyuga family head, is Lord Chinyu really in your house? Please take me to see him quickly. My old man often mourns his name. Huang Tu was anxious all of a sudden. Especially when he thought of the research that Onoki was currently conducting, he showed an impatient expression. If it weren't for his status, I'm afraid Huang Tu would have wanted to drag Hyuga Hayashi out now. Ahem, Hyuga family head, you'd better stop keeping us in suspense. Tell me what happened just now. Kakashi didn't know why Huang Tu was so out of control. But when he thought about hearing the news of this adult again after more than 20 years, his performance was not much worse. Kakashi quickly dismissed other thoughts. This. Hyuga Hayashi showed a hint of hesitation, but still sighed and said, sorry, 5th generation, the attack just now was indeed launched from the Hyuga family. But the person who launched the attack was not Lord Chinyu, but his student, Lord Escanor. Escanor? The people present were stunned for a moment. Looking at Gaara with an embarrassed expression, they were a little slow to react. Is this a large-scale face-slapping scene? A moment ago, Gaara swore that Escanor had done his best and was defeated by him. Now, with a slight tremor in his hand, he cut off half of the Hokage rock. The gap between the before and after is too big. The most important thing is, Gaara was completely ashamed of the knife that cut off the Hokage rock just now. Master Hyuga, are you really sure that this is the slash performed by Lord Escanor? Kakashi was the first to lose his temper. At first, he just thought that only Uchiha Chinyu, this legendary existence, could perform such a sharp and unparalleled slash. He never thought that the slash that he was ashamed of was actually from the hands of a student. Ahem, 5th generation, in fact, the previous blow was caused by my reckless challenge to Lord Escanor. Mifune coughed dryly and explained quickly. The only thing to be thankful for is that Lord Escanor is broad-minded and did not pursue me too much. As for the damage to the Hokage rock, I can pay it in full. I hope that the 5th and 7th generations, and even the Konoha ninja village, will not hold Lord Escanor responsible. The people present were stunned by Mifune's sudden step forward. After all, this is the strongest existence in the Iron Country. He is also known as the #1 in the sword art of the ninja world. Now he is defeated by Uchiha Kainyu's students. So as a teacher, what level has Uchiha Kainyu reached in the sword art? When thinking of this, the new generation present became a little impatient. There was disbelief in their pupils. Mifune, this is the first time I know that you will not even want your old face. Hyuga Hayashi on the side couldn't help but complain. Lord Chinyu is from our Konoha ninja village. How can we hold him accountable if he slashes the Hokage rock with a shaking hand? But you are immoral, don't pick the key points. Tetsutsuki, the last disciple brought by Mifune, spent 3 million taels to buy a class, and then became a disciple of Escanor for a year of training. 3 million per class? Kuratsuki and others were stunned. As the strongest in the village, they also served as shadows, so their salary was certainly not low. But spending 3 million to buy a class? This is too crazy. It's like someone in the real world spends millions to buy a chance to have a meal together. However, this scene, falling into Kakashi's eyes, made him suddenly wake up. He said in a hurry, Master Hyuga, is the guidance course of Mr. Escanor still there? Did you use any specific tools? Take me there quickly, I want to reserve all the study places. Chapter 1395 A huge bargain. Book all the places for study? The scene was silent. Seeing Kakashi, who seemed to be quite wealthy, everyone present was stunned. 3 million per class. That is not a small amount. Although it can be known from the description of Hinata Hayashi. This class may last for a year. However, the price of 3 million is still an astronomical figure for many people. Most importantly, not everyone is suitable for Escanor to guide. As the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, Kakashi is known for his strength and wisdom. Now he actually opened his mouth. All the study places must be reserved. Is this reckless, or is he blinded by flattery? Teacher Kakashi, do you think? Naruto suddenly woke up, but soon noticed something was wrong and quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As one of the people who have witnessed the mystery of the earthen jar with his own eyes, Naruto has the arrogance of the new generation in his bones. But he also understands why Kakashi is so rich now. Even Sasuke, who has been silent all the time, showed a look of astonishment. If Escanor's training course really involves Uchiha Chinyu's mysterious earthen jar, then for anyone, even them, it is an absolutely rare way to become stronger. Although Sasuke asked himself that he was strong enough, he opened the Samsara Eye with the help of Orochimaru's technology. He believed that no one could guide him anymore. However, he could not need this study place, but it did not mean that Sarada could not use it. When he thought of this, Sasuke was the first to lose his temper and said shamelessly, Teacher Kakashi, if possible, I want 1 place, no, I want 5. Thinking of the younger generations like Itachi and Obito, Sasuke raised 5 fingers like a rich man. After more than 20 years of recuperation, the Uchiha clan has also sat on the position of Hokage. It has long gotten rid of the difficulties of the past and has become one of the largest families in Konoha village. Although the accumulated wealth is not as good as the national treasury of Konoha village and the Hyuga family, but it is not a difficult task to buy 5 study places. I want 3 too, no, 5. Naruto also spoke quickly. The posture seemed to be afraid of falling behind. The envoys of the 4 major countries present were stunned. But it was precisely because of this reason. Anyone who is not a fool can smell something wrong. 5th Hokage, I want 5 places too. Huang Tu suddenly spoke. As soon as these words fell, it seemed like a dam burst, causing everyone in the field to speak up. I want 2. I want 1. I don't have much money, I want half. Get lost, don't get involved here. I want 3. The scene exploded at once, facing the 5th Hokage's loss of composure. Sasuke and Naruto's statements. This undoubtedly made the whole thing out of control. Looking at the overly lively scene in the field, even Kakashi couldn't help but want to slap himself a few times. When he guessed the clue just now, he should have kept a low profile and calm. At least, this way, the younger generation of their Konoha ninja village can develop secretly. Now that the 4 major countries have expressed their positions, if he says no now, I'm afraid others will not give up. For a moment, Kakashi regretted it directly. Godai, I'm sorry. Actually, Mifune and I don't know how many places for Escanor-sama has. However, he said that he will complete the first course of Tetsuki in 1 day. Now, Escanor-sama is probably still in the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hayashi was also shocked by the scene in front of him and hurriedly explained. Since everyone is interested in Escanor's teaching course, why not go and consult in person? After this, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. They are the envoys representing the 4 major countries. They have always been received with great ceremony, and have never waited for someone like this. However, when I think of the abnormal attitude of Kakashi and others just now, I still can't keep my composure. Kuratsuki, let's go and take a look. Yukado spoke first. Kankuro, who followed Gaara on the side, also subconsciously showed an inquiring expression. Although Gaara was embarrassed just now. However, now the matter is of great importance, before we figure out the reason of Kakashi and others. Kankuro obviously didn't dare to be arrogant and let go of any opportunity. Well, we'll go to inform the young generation who came with the team and bring them all. Although I don't know what's special about this study quota, it can be considered as broadening their horizons to let them see the legendary strong man. Gaara nodded and spoke. This time, 2 teams came to their sand village. Among them, Shinki followed him, and the other slightly weaker team, led by the Sand Village's senior ninja, came after completing the mission along the way. It can also be regarded as sharpening the gun before the battle and gaining some practical experience. Let's go too. Take everyone. It's good to join in the fun. As the orders fell one after another, the 4 major countries, which had originally been trying, also set off one after another. Looking at this scene, Kakashi sighed helplessly. This is a mistake. If what Lord Escanor brought out is as magical as Lord Chinyu's earthenware jar, then there will probably be some restrictions on the number of places. This time, we, Konoha, must be ahead of the other 4 major countries in the future. We must seize this opportunity. Maybe we can't get all the places, but we must get most of them. Naruto, Sasuke, now immediately notify all the Jonin leading the team, as well as the younger generations who have great potential in the village, to arrive at the Hyuga family and wait. After the number of places is confirmed, we will allocate them internally. A series of orders fell from Kakashi's mouth. Looking at the overly nervous expression, Sasuke and Naruto looked a little unhappy. But they nodded silently and agreed. After all, they were the ones who witnessed the miracle with their own eyes. Facing Escanor's instructional course, is it related to Uchiha Chinyu? Does it have a heaven-defying effect? They dare not gamble casually. The only thing they can do is to take it step by step. Most importantly, if they underestimate this opportunity and let others grab it. For Boruto and Sarada, it is simply losing at the starting line. Thinking of this, Sasuke and Naruto can only turn around and make arrangements with a thick face. Looking at the empty Hokage building, even the half-cut Hokage rock was ignored, and Mifune was stunned. At first, he thought that he would become a joke among others for spending 3 million to buy a class. He never thought that once this news came out, it simply set off the whole audience. It made him feel like he had picked up a huge bargain. He was a little overwhelmed. Chapter 1396, Strange Training Place. House of Time and Spirit. As soon as Tai Chun passed through the door of the wooden house outside, he felt dizzy and even his steps were a little unstable. He bumped heavily into the figure in front of him, which was like an iron tower. Hold your breath and concentrate, this feeling will soon disappear. Welcome to the 10,000 Worlds Training Room, the House of Time and Spirit. The low voice was still mixed with the arrogance revealed in his bones. Tai Chun was a little uncomfortable with this person who was more arrogant than himself. However, when he thought of Uchiha Chinyu, who had just performed an amazing slash, Tai Chun still suppressed the little thoughts in his heart, quickly calmed down, and held his breath. After about half a minute, Tai Chun opened his eyes and looked around. For this simple wooden house built with wood escape, Tai Chun had no expectations at first. He just thought that Chinyu built this house just to isolate his training guidance and prevent people from the outside world from knowing. However, when she saw everything clearly, she stood there in confusion. The space in front of her was completely different from the wooden house environment she imagined. Except for a concrete building. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of white, a void with no end in sight. Don't rub your eyes, this will be where you will stay for the next year. I will teach you the sword art worth 3 million taels within a year. Chinyu spoke again indifferently. 1 year? Didn't you say that we only practice for 1 day? What on earth is this place? I want to go back. Tai Chun's face changed, and he performed the instant body technique and appeared in front of the gate. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, the gate seemed to be welded shut, and it didn't move at all. Help me open the gate quickly, or I will use violence. Tai Chun was anxious all of a sudden. She has always been the last disciple of Sanchuan, and her contact with the outside world is very rare. Not to mention, staying in this isolated world for a year. Whatever, when you can open this door, you will be considered to have completed the training I prepared for you, but with your current status, let alone opening it, you are not even qualified to damage it. Chinyu stood aside and looked coldly. The House of Time and Spirit is a special space building built with special materials in the Dragon Ball world. The strength of the building is so great that it can even withstand Qigong waves, let alone ordinary slashes. I don't believe it. Tai Chun suddenly became anxious, grabbed the samurai sword at his waist with his backhand, and shouted loudly. Secret sword wind and snow slash. Buzz. The sound of the sword rang loudly in an instant. The sharp and unparalleled wind slash, like a rainstorm, chopped towards the closed door in front of him. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded throughout the world. Unfortunately, when the dust dissipated, the scene that came into view made Tai Chun stunned. Her wind and snow slash was not comparable to Mifyun's. But it was not difficult to split a building, let alone a door. However, the door in front of her did not open after enduring the wind and snow slash. There was not even a trace of damage. This must be an illusion. I don't believe it. I can't leave this damn place. A trace of stubbornness appeared on Tai Chun's face, and he jumped up again. Flowing water. Drawing sword / breaking wind. A series of sword moves were performed by Tai Chun. But this crazy energy only lasted for a short 2 or 3 minutes, and then it suddenly stopped. Tai Chun, who had drawn his sword and jumped out, was about to perform the next attack to break the door, but he suddenly covered his chest. He was pale and panting. What is going on here? Why can't I breathe? The attack scene just now was very crazy. However, Tai Chun has been trained by Sanchuan for a long time, and this kind of high-intensity training of continuous attacks is also indispensable. According to Tai Chun's inference, with her current strength, she can at least last 7 to 10 minutes. However, now only 2 minutes have passed, not only can the chakra not be pulled, but there is also a feeling of suffocation. This subverted her cognition. Finally quiet down. Qin Yu slowly appeared beside Tai Chun and cast a healing magic to calm her breathing quickly. This is the house of spirit and time. The air and moisture here are 2/10 of the outside, which means that your original life time for high-intensity action combos that can be sustained outside will be greatly shortened. So, if you want to become stronger here, you must learn how to delete all unnecessary body movements. In a duel between strong men, life and death are just a matter of thought. As a swordsman, you must be as calm as a pine tree and as active as a tiger. Also, the gravity here will continue to increase with the progress of training. I hope that in a year, you can withstand 10 times the gravity and still perform a series of attacks just now. Maybe you still have hope to walk out of here with your own strength. At this point, Qin Yu paused, looked back at Tai Chun, who had recovered his breath, and said, "If, one day, you can't keep up with my training progress, you will also be kicked out here, but the 3 million guidance fee will be written off. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your luck. I hope you can become a little genius in my eyes. Also, I want to add that you spend a year here, which is only 1 day outside, so just keep training here. As for how long you can stay, it all depends on your luck. Your first lesson is to swing the sword 10,000 times a day. When you can complete it, we will enter the second stage." After saying this, Qin Yu went straight to the only hall in the House of Time and Spirit. According to the description in his memory, the food and water here are unlimited. As the door of the hall closed, Tai Chun was stunned. It was the first time for her to come into contact with such a strange house space. The air and moisture are thinner than outside, but the gravity will also change. Most importantly, 1 year here will be 1 day in the outside world. This subversive statement destroyed Tai Chun's worldview. However, looking back, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through the door. But it was opened by Qin Yu casually. This made Tai Chun's little face flash with a trace of determination. "Well, since I can't go out anyway, I will train here well. I don't believe that I can't escape from this ghost place." After saying this, Tai Kun spent several minutes to calm his breath. He drew out the samurai sword from his waist and began to swing it. Chapter 1397 Scientific Ninja Tools. Kanahagakur. At this moment, an undercurrent was rapidly surging in private. Through Shikamaru's arrangement, as long as the young generation who stayed in the village and had certain talents and strengths were brought along. Although, most people were confused about this gathering. But when they saw that the people leading the team were the 5th Hokage and the 7th Hokage, the confusion in the hearts of those young juniors had long been replaced by joy. "Teacher Kakashi, all the people on the list have arrived, a total of 39, including 20 genin, 10 chunin, and 9 jonin." Nara Shikamaru counted the number of people again and turned back to report. "Well, the other 4 countries have fewer people than us, so they gather faster. We can't let them get ahead of us." Kakashi took the list and frowned. "Naruto, Boruto hasn't arrived yet." Although Kakashi is a little stubborn, he still cares about this little nephew who has grown up since he was a child. "It should be almost here, let me take a look first." Naruto looked around, his eyes quickly fixed in one direction, and then disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Looking at this scene, Kakashi shook his head helplessly, and he was convinced by this pair of problematic father and son. Naruto, let's set off first, and wait a while, and meet at the Hyuga family. Teacher Kakashi, don't worry, I will rush over immediately after I catch Boruto. On the other hand, on the Hokage rock, a figure sneakily climbed up the Hokage rock with a paint bucket, but when he looked clearly, half of the Hokage rock that he used for pranks on weekdays was cut off in front of him. He was stunned on the spot, and even the paint bucket in his hand could not be held steady. Just now, he hid in the secret passage under the Hokage rock as usual, in order to avoid the sight of the guards. After waiting for the guards to change shifts, he secretly climbed out and played a prank. However, he never thought that this time, even the Hokage rock was beheaded for the prank. Master Boruto, you are really here. A joyful voice suddenly sounded. Boruto suddenly woke up, hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and said, "No, I came here just to make some paint pranks, and the Hokage rock was not beheaded by me." For Boruto, he usually plays pranks to attract his father's attention. Now the Hokage rock has been beheaded. Let's not talk about whether Boruto has a motive for committing the crime. Even if he really has one, I'm afraid his strength does not allow it. Hehe, Master Boruto, don't be nervous. Of course I know that you didn't do it. A slightly fat man wearing a white robe and glasses walked out quickly. But, Master Boruto, do you want to get such a powerful force without hard training? Boruto was stunned for a moment, looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, and said, "I remember seeing you in my father's office. You are the monitor of the science class, Togata Kitano. But, you said that you can get a powerful force without hard training. What's going on?" As the grandson of the 4th Hokage and the son of the 7th Hokage, Boruto was born with the title of the 3rd Hokage. No matter what he does, others only give him one compliment. He is worthy of being the son and grandson of the Hokage. It is precisely because of this reason that Boruto feels rebellious. He hopes to break through this unchanging compliment through other means. Haha, Master Boruto, your memory is really outstanding. Katasuke Togata smiled and took out the technological ninja tool that had been prepared long ago, and said, "Not long ago, didn't you see Master Konohamaru using this scientific ninja tool? At that time, I didn't have time to show it to Master Boruto, so now let me show it myself." At this point, Katasuke Togata put on the scientific ninja tool with his backhand. Immediately, his middle finger touched the palm of his hand, and the ninja tool scroll that had been installed fell down. Raise Nan. Buzz. The sound of high-speed air rotation suddenly sounded. Soon, a Raise Nan was seen condensed in the hands of Katasuke Yuanfang. "This is Konohamaru's Raise Nan, how come you can do it too?" Boruto's expression froze, and he was shocked. "Haha, Master Boruto, this is the beauty of scientific ninja tools. As long as the ninjutsu is sealed in advance, no matter whether the scientific ninjutsu is worn or not, it can be easily performed, and the power it possesses is the same as that of a real caster." Katasuke Yuanfang showed a trace of pride on his face, and the next moment he jumped up and smashed the Raise Nan heavily on the 7 or 8 meter high rock beside him. Bang! The 7 or 8 meter high rock collapsed with a sound. The flying gravel was scattered all over the ground. When the dust cleared, there was only a mess left in the field. Even Boruto was shocked. After all, this overturned his worldview of ninjutsu. "Haha, Master Boruto, are you surprised? As long as you use this scientific ninja tool, you can easily perform various ninjutsu. You will definitely shine in the Chunin exam, and the 7th Hokage and even the 5 great nations will be impressed." Katasuke Togata handed over the scientific ninja tool and a row of small scrolls that sealed the ninjutsu. "Master Boruto, I'll give you this thing. As for whether to use it or not, it's all up to you. I just saw the 7th Hokage looking for you, so I left first." After saying this, Katasuke Togata turned around and left directly. This scientific ninja tool has always been his masterpiece. Unfortunately, as soon as he started to promote it, he was directly rejected by Naruto, the 7th Hokage. The beginning of the Chunin exam undoubtedly gave Katasuke Togata the best opportunity to promote it. As the best candidate for promotion, the 3rd Hokage in front of him is undoubtedly the best. Yuanfang. Boruto came back to his senses, but unfortunately, there was no trace of Yuanfang Katasuke in front of him. "Boruto, why did you come to this place? Didn't you receive a notice to assemble quickly? Obeying the rules is the basic ethics of ninjas." Naruto appeared behind Boruto like a ghost. When he thought that this delay might allow the four major countries or others to gain an advantage, he undoubtedly frowned and showed a little displeasure. This scene was seen by Naruto, and the childishness that had just been beheaded by the Hokage Yan suddenly surged into his heart. Dad, you always say to abide by the rules. As a Hokage, have you ever abided by the promises you made to others? It doesn't matter what you promised me, but why did you forget what you promised to Sunflower? You asked me to gather, but I refused to go. What special training can it make me the strongest in the ninja world in an instant? Chapter 1398 5 Nations Gathering. Become stronger in an instant. Naruto's face sank, and he said, Naruto, don't be unreasonable. How could there be a way to become stronger without working in this world? No, it should be said that it can't be obtained casually. Besides, it's not just you who gathered this time, but also the younger generation of Konoha Ninja Village and people from the four major countries. So, whether you go today or not, you have to follow me. If you can get a place and surpass me in time, it's no exception. After saying this, Naruto grabbed Naruto. Before he could react, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. The two disappeared from the spot. Hyuga family. Originally, as the most prestigious family in Konoha village, the Hyuga family's mansion was unusually quiet in the past. However, as soon as it got dark, the huge courtyard was surrounded and blocked. In addition to the people of Konoha village, there were also ninjas from the four major countries gathered here. The team leader was a cage-level strongman from each village. Although the four major countries could not bring the candidates from the village in a short time. But this time they went to Konoha village to escort and watch the Chunin exam. So there were definitely not a few Genin, Chunin, and even Jonin in the team. This resulted in the people of the four major countries adding up to more than Konoha village. Faced with this sudden gathering, there was also a rare grand event gathered here. Most of the ninjas present were not thinking about this at all. Instead, their eyes would occasionally fall on the wooden house in the center of the courtyard. When they gathered and arrived here, they more or less knew the reason for this gathering. Everything is for the purpose of competing for the so-called sky-high study quota. Although they don't know why the five major countries attach so much importance to it. But since it is the order of the cage, it is not their turn to make the decision. Fifth generation, Naruto hasn't arrived yet. After looking around, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't hold back his temper. In the first half of his life, Hyuga Hayashi spent half his life with a stern face in order to maintain the honor of the Hyuga family. Now in the second half of his life, he has become a crazy demon who dotes on his grandson. Seeing so many people gathered in his home, competing for the study quota that might be against the sky, Hyuga Hayashi doesn't want his good grandson to be disappointed. Hyuga family head, don't worry, Naruto has already gone to find him. Kakashi also showed a trace of worry, and soon raised his eyebrows. They are coming. Whoosh! A dignified sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Soon, two figures, one big and one small, appeared beside Shikamaru. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto appearing as Flying Thunder God, the ninjas of the four great nations were obviously in a commotion. However, with the warning of the leader, they soon returned to silence. Shikamaru, thank you for bringing the Flying Thunder God Kunao, otherwise I would have to spend some time. Naruto let go of Naruto, glanced at the door of the wooden house that had not yet been opened, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, 7th generation, you are making fun of me. Even if it takes some time to cover this distance, it will probably take you 1 or 2 minutes. But now it's getting late, and everyone is a little impatient. Should we start? Shikamaru smiled and shook his head. For a moment, the eyes of the ninjas present all fell on Naruto. Although Kakashi, the 5th generation, can suppress Naruto in terms of status. But Naruto is still the current Hokage, so it is better to let him handle such things. Well, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Since the 4 cages are here, let's not waste time anymore. Naruto nodded and walked out first. Although this time, Escanor, the student of the Shadow Emperor Uchiha Kainu, is teaching in Konoha village, whether you can get a place to study next depends entirely on your luck. Also, I hope that during this process, our 5 major countries will never have conflicts and unpleasant things because of anything, otherwise it will be disadvantageous for us to deal with foreign enemies. If others have no objection, then the cages of our 5 major countries will visit Mr. Escanor first. After saying this, Naruto walked out first. Gaara, Kuratsuki, Kojuro, and Darui, who were standing aside, also followed. Under the gaze of everyone, they came to the door of the wooden house. Looking at such a solemn scene, the huge courtyard was shrouded in an inexplicably depressing atmosphere. Everyone's heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible big hand. However, in such an occasion, many people were confused, but they were obviously ordered before coming, and they all kept silent with a solemn look on their faces. Mitsuki, who is this Escanor, and why did the 5 major countries come? Boruto was undoubtedly an exception and spoke first. Sarada on the side quickly winked and lowered her voice and said, Boruto, watch your volume, who made you late? Uncle Kakashi just said that Escanor is the student of the movie Emperor Uchiha Kainu. Not only did he fight the wind shadow to a draw, but he also cut off the Hokage rock with one sword. This time everyone gathered here because General Mifune of the Iron Country spent 3 million to buy an amazing course for his closed disciple. I heard that it is known as a training class leading to the level of Kage, so everyone is ready. Uchiha Kainu's student. Boruto was stunned for a moment. Of course, he remembered the great man who abused the 2 new generation legends of Konoha Ninja Village. However, now a student appeared, and he actually fought the wind shadow to a draw, and even cut the Hokage rock with a knife. This is a bit shocking. Hehe, Boruto, you see that the 7th generation is so nervous to bring you here in person, which is enough to show that this time the learning quota is rare. I read in the book that this seems to be called love. Mitsuki said with a smile. Love? Boruto was stunned for a moment, and then he shuddered and said unhappily, I don't want the love of this bastard father. What Kage level training class? He just taught me shamelessly that there is no shortcut to becoming stronger in this world, and now he believes in Escanor. This is simply double standards. Next, I will see. If Escanor can't teach anything practical, my father will definitely lose face. The muttering voice was deliberately suppressed. However, most of the people present were the best among the ninjas, and their hearing was amazing. Of course, they heard Boruto's cursing. Their eyes subconsciously fell on Uzumaki Naruto, whose cheek muscles were twitching. If it weren't for the occasion, Naruto probably wouldn't mind playing a classic scene of a father beating his son. Chapter 1399 The Test of Fate. Boruto, shut up. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but turn around and scolded. Boruto was startled at first, and swallowed the words that were on his lips. Although the scene was calm again, the unhappiness in the depths of his pupils was obviously worse. Naruto, is this okay? Gaara said in a low voice. Naruto shook his head and said, there is not much time now, so let's focus on business. Let's visit Lord Escanor first and get things clear. If that kid knew that I had good intentions, he would probably be grateful to me in return. Grateful to you? Kage-level strongmen such as Kojuro and Darui were stunned for a moment. Darui couldn't help but said, 7th generation, are you really sure that Escanor's teaching course is enough for our 5 major countries to mobilize so many troops? Of course, we in the Land of Lightning are not worried about a little money, but if Lord Escanor's teaching course is not much different from ours, I'm afraid that if this matter gets out, it will only make our 5 major countries a joke. Kojuro and others on the side did not express their opinions, but the look they gave Naruto was enough to show their mood at this moment, and they were no exception. Naruto took a deep breath and said, if I can choose, I would rather you didn't discover the existence of Lord Escanor this time, so that we Konoha secretly monopolized this opportunity of guidance. Although, I don't know what is special about Lord Escanor's guidance for the time being, but this time it is worth a gamble. If you can't afford the gamble, it's still not too late to leave now. The inexplicable words made Kojuro and others stunned. It was the first time they saw Uzumaki Naruto answer their questions in such a vague way. Okay, even Naruto dares to gamble, let's gamble too. Gaara spoke first. However, if there is really any benefit, let your Konoha Ninja Village monopolize it, it would be a big loss. Kojuro and Darui hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Standing aside, Kuratsuki, as a strong woman, was the first to lose her temper and walked out of the crowd. You are still men, but you are more awkward than women. If you want to call someone, I will go first. As soon as the voice fell, Haito's body flashed suddenly, and the whole person appeared in front of the wooden door 7 or 8 meters away like a ghost. Huangtu's face changed suddenly, and he shouted in a hurry, Huangtu, don't mess around. Bang! Haito moved first. The clenched fist of his right hand slammed heavily on the wooden door. That kind of fierce style of behavior made people stunned. The scene that first came into their eyes made them stunned. The dull sound of the collision was still heard. Unfortunately, facing this thunder-like iron fist, the seemingly vulnerable wooden door seemed to be motionless. It was not as imagined that it was directly blasted open by a punch. Huang Tu quickly landed beside He Tu, with a look of astonishment on his face, and said, "He Tu, were you joking just now? This joke is not funny. The person living inside is a student of Uchiha Chinyu. You must not be rude." As He Tu's father, Huang Tu knew clearly that He Tu was a woman, but she had extraordinary strength. I also thought I was joking. Although I only used 20% of my strength in the previous attack, a wooden door should not be impossible to open. He Tu was stunned for a moment. After these words fell, the faces of the people present suddenly changed slightly. Even Naruto and Gaara and other cages were no exception. As new generations, they also had a lot of sparring. I still know a little about the weight of He Tu's punches and kicks. Even He Tu, who used 20% of his strength, could not break a wooden door. This is a bit shocking. For a moment, Naruto and the others could not help but stare at each other, feeling indecisive. The attack just now could not blow the door open. However, the noise was not small, and people in the two neighboring streets could hear it. Not to mention the people in the wooden house. Now the wooden door is still not open. Is he angry? Teacher Kakashi, what should we do now? Naruto lost his temper. Compared with Kakashi, who has both brains and strength, Naruto obviously likes to be a hands-off boss when facing such a difficult problem. What should I do? Kakashi hesitated for a moment. This time, the 5 major countries mobilized so many troops, but because he took the lead. If they return empty-handed now, even Kakashi's face will not be saved. Not long ago, according to Asuma, the Wanja shop only trades with people who are destined to be together. If there is no fate, no matter how hard you try, you can't get it. Kakashi said after a moment of silence. Escanor is a student of Mr. Chinyu. If his method is related to the Wanja shop, then the following instructional course may also be related to it. The wooden house in front of us cannot be easily opened by Haito, or this is a test. Next, you try to open the wooden door with other methods, maybe you can pass Escanor's test. After all, Mr. Mifune just now was able to make Teach-shun successfully purchase the instructional course, and he also suffered a lot. The 5 major ninja villages present obviously already knew what happened between Mifune and Chinyu. Now Kakashi made a brief summary, and many people's eyes lit up. Humph, let me go first. I only used 20% of my strength just now. I don't believe that I can't open this broken wooden door. Haito was the first to leave. Huangtu on the side couldn't help but stagnate and said, Haito, you are not going to use that trick. Dad, don't worry, I will take it easy, and I am waiting to spar with that guy, but now it's up to me to pass this so-called test. Instead of dragging it out and testing it, it's better to just punch it. Earth Escape, Super Heavy Rock Technique. Buzz. Kuratsuka moved first, and with his backhand seal, he suddenly stepped out with his right foot. Bang! The earth roared like an earthquake. At the same time, the right hand blessed by the Super Heavy Rock Technique directly penetrated the void and fell towards the wooden door. Boom! A thunderous collision sound suddenly sounded. A punch fell, and the explosive wind and waves rolled back like a tidal wave. The ground under his feet seemed to be torn apart by countless strong winds and sharp blades. The wind and waves were so strong that even Naruto and other 4 shadow-level strongmen could not help but retreat 7 or 8 steps before they suddenly stopped their bodies. However, such a powerful blow. Originally, they were still worried that the wooden house would be completely overturned under this punch. Unfortunately, the scene in front of them was still stunned. Chapter 1400 This is too much to bear. The huge courtyard was swept by the sandstorm. When everyone came to their senses, they looked at the wooden house still standing quietly in front of them. The ninjas who were originally excited to see the cage-level strongmen take action also showed unbelievable expressions. In their eyes, the existence of the cage level is the strongest in the village. However, now they can't even demolish a small wooden house. This is too ridiculous. No, it's impossible. I didn't hold back in the attack just now. I originally planned to use this to force Escanor to take action and have a good fight with me. Kuratsuka muttered to himself and looked at his fist. Am I getting old recently and as useless as my grandfather? As the strongest of all the generations in the rock village, Onoki. In the original work, he also could not escape the ravages of time and eventually became a wheelchair-bound old man. Not to mention that the super heavy rock technique could not be performed, even the killer dust realm stripping had also decayed to the extreme. Kuratsuki, let me try. If you can trademark T, open it with your strength, use thunder. Darui led the crowd out. As the fifth Raikage, he inherited the black thunder possessed by the third Raikage. Any attribute with color is a symbol of strength. For example, Darui trademark S black thunder and Kakashi trademark S purple lightning are no exception. Kuratsuka trademark S expression could not help but stagnate, and he took another look at the closed wooden door and said, Uryake. However, I advise you that this wooden door gave me a sense of danger just now. If we continue, I trademark am afraid something will go wrong. It trademark S better for us to stop. Stop? Darui laughed dryly. It's already good that a wooden door can withstand your punch. Can it hit me? Our 5 major countries are also well known in the ninja world. We have been gathered here for a long time. That guy may really be the student of the movie Emperor, but he hasn't come out for such a long time. I'm afraid he looks down on our 5 major countries. In this case, why don't you show your strength and make him pay attention to our 5 major countries, so that the next negotiation will be easier. While speaking, Darui has already passed Kuratsuki and said, You are a woman, you should retreat and have a good rest first, and see how men do things. You. Kuratsuki was furious. However, he was soon pulled down by Huangtu who was standing beside him and shook his head. Let him go. If the 4th Raikage is here, he can't laugh out loud, so let him suffer a little. And, in the moment just now, I also felt a breath of danger. As an elder, facing Darui's underestimation of the enemy, even Kakashi shook his head. However, Kakashi and Huangtu knew clearly. The younger generation has never experienced the dark and turbulent era more than 20 years ago. Now, if they want to understand what respect is, I am afraid they have to suffer a little. Haha, Senior Huangtu, I also want to see what kind of suffering this wooden house can give me. Darui laughed dryly and said, Everyone retreat, my ninjutsu is more destructive, once it is used, I am afraid of accidentally hurting you. Lightning release chakra mode. Bang! The black lightning exploded on Darui's body. Under the crackling arcs, the ground under his feet could not bear it first, and cracks like spider webs spread out. Feeling this terrifying and sharp breath, the people present quickly pulled back and retreated, leaving a distance of hundreds of meters before stopping. Looking at Darui, his eyes were filled with shock. Especially those younger generations of the new generation, they were amazed at the strength of the Kage level today. Even Naruto, the 3rd generation of Kage, was secretly surprised. In the huge field, only Hayashi looked at his beautiful little courtyard, which was destroyed and desolate, and his eyes could not help twitching twice. But because of the presence of the 5 major countries, they could only swallow their teeth. It seems that if this round continues, I am afraid that I can only find several ninjas who are good at earth escape to pave it back afterwards. Now, the only thing that Hayashi wants to see is that Escanor in the wooden house can appear as soon as possible, so that these new generations who look down on the legends of the old times will suffer a little. Haha, don't worry, my attack is full of manliness. This kind of wooden door can be broken with one blow. Overturned. Darui, who was in the black lightning, smiled teasingly, feeling the violent chakra in his body, and slapped his right arm with his backhand. Lightning release, black spot. Roar. The violent lightning exploded in Darui's body. In an instant, the sound of thunder was loud, and the black lightning instantly soared into the sky, turning into a black panther about 17 or 18 meters in size, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, and rushed towards the wooden house. Bang! The black panther hit it head-on in an instant. Under the explosion of the black lightning, the door that was originally closed finally shook a little. Witnessing this scene, Darui's face flashed a trace of joy and said, Haito, didn't you say that this wooden house is dangerous and will let me suffer a little? Now it seems that I am the destined person who passed the test, so let me open the door. Darui laughed loudly. Unfortunately, as soon as the words fell, the black lightning that enveloped the wooden house was swallowed up like a tide. Roar! The roar like a thunderstorm exploded above the 9 heavens. The sky full of lightning flashed suddenly, and I don't trademark know when it was covered by dark clouds. The next moment, a sharp lightning flash broke through the sky. The lightning wandering between heaven and earth exploded in an instant. It turned into a huge unicorn figure of 100 meters. At this moment, an absurd idea flashed through the minds of many people. This bitterness may be too big to swallow. This is the famous skill of Lord Chinyu in the past, the Thunder Escape Unicorn. This move on that day destroyed the Cloud Ninja Village and hundreds of elites, and completely made the name of Uchiha Chinyu resound throughout the 5 major countries. Huang Tu's face turned pale and he was the first to scream. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the violent lightning flashed like a flash of lightning, so fast that people could not dodge. When everyone just reacted, everything in front of them had already been occupied by the lightning. Boom! The thunder was exploding, and the rolling sound waves turned into a thunderstorm. The huge air wave impacted and rolled back in the distance. In an instant, it covered most of the Konoha village. The ninjas in the courtyard. Most of them fell to the ground in fear. Even those shadow-level strongmen were tense and clenched their fists, as if facing a great enemy. But facing the lightning Kirin with super speed, they were obviously a step slower. The only thing they could do was to watch the attack fall.